Chapter 1159. Great General Immortal Water Pop. Pop. When the two strong forces collided, surging spirit chi exploded out, causing many people to suck in a breath of cold air. This was a collision between the forces of heaven and earth. The person who came actually also knew a extreme martial art. Very powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation level is a bit too low, resulting in your power still lacking a bit. Gui Xuanzi was stunned for a moment and then sneered. That mysterious man probably had the strength of a hero, but he was still no match for him, let alone compete with him. Pop. Pop. The ghosts in the ghost city were still majestic. 2/3 of them were killed by the fire fist, but the remaining 1/3 of them were like moving mountains and seas. In the end, they destroyed the terrifying fire fist. However, Gui Xuanzi soon realized that the remaining ghost city's momentum was no longer enough to suppress Qiong Qi. Moreover, the strange appearance of the fire fist gave Qiong Qi a moment of respite. Its injured body was recovering rapidly. Rumble. In the end, the sword slashed down onto Qiong Qi's body, and it blasted Qiong Qi's enormous body flying backwards. It smashed onto the other side of the city wall and left the city gate open. At this moment, 4 figures shot over like shooting stars, and they flew over the heads of everyone and shot towards the city with mocking voices. That aura was like the arrival of a king, causing everyone's eyes to narrow. Bastard! The faces of the 4 heroes froze for a moment before they cursed angrily. They realized that they had been tricked. The other party did not intend to help them at all. Instead, they helped Qiong Qi. When Qiong Qi was sent flying by Gui Xuanzi's sword, they rushed into the ancient city. The 4 great heroes had been used as cannon fodder. Who are you? Gui Xuanzi stared ahead and roared. His usually cold face was now filled with anger. His opponent was too cunning. Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture's Lin Ling. The frivolous voice was accompanied by arrogance. It reverberated in everyone's ears, causing many people to be at a loss. Who was this person? Only Bei Xinyang and Gui Xuanzi's expressions changed. They naturally knew who Lin Ling was. He was their enemy. Then, the two of them recalled the previous scene, and the anger in their hearts surged. Lin Ling, this person's intelligence was too terrifying. He had been holding back and did not make a move. When Qiong Qi's aura was at its weakest, he helped Qiong Qi. Then, he took the opportunity when Qiong Qi was sent flying by Gui Xuanzi to enter the city. This also meant that the 4 heroes had helped Lin Ling enter the city. The most abominable, after Lin Ling had entered the city, Qiong Qi was still blocking them and Qiong Qi was used to help Gui Xuanzi. That meant that the 4 heroes had helped Lin Ling into the city. That meant they helped Qiong Qi. The entire plan was horrifying and extremely detailed. It made people wonder if Lin Ling had been preparing for 3 days and 3 nights. Just at this moment, the Qiong Qi that was sent flying let out a furious roar and walked back to the city gate. Its furious eyes stared at the crowd. It had recovered to its peak. Seeing Qiong Qi guarding the door again, the 4 heroes' faces became even uglier. So many of their people had died in vain. No, they didn't die in vain, because those people had helped Lin Ling and the others achieve their goals. Lin Ling, I, Bei Xinyang, will not live under the same sky as you. Bei Xinyang's charming face became ferocious at this moment. Hee. You came to my rainforest sacred land to kill people. Do you think our hatred can be resolved? At this moment, Lin Ling's mocking voice came from the city. I will kill you. Bei Xinyang's body trembled when she heard that voice. Her killing intent became even stronger. Gui Xuanzi's face was also gloomy, but he was a shrewd person. He did not show his emotions on his face, so he did not say anything. Instead, he sneered, Lin Ling, if entering the city means winning, then you are dreaming. Don't forget, there are a lot of ancient souls in the city. As soon as he said this, many people sneered, especially those in the distance. They stood on the hill and could vaguely see the scene in the city. Therefore, they were looking forward to Lin Ling's group being surrounded and killed by the ancient souls. However, in their line of sight, the ancient city was rippling with Buddhist light. Not only did the densely packed ancient souls not surround Lin Ling's group, but they also avoided them. They have treasures. They are not afraid of the ancient souls. The people who saw this scene suddenly shouted in surprise. Gui Xuanzi and the other heroes were stunned for a moment. Then, blue veins appeared on their foreheads. Their last hope was shattered. The ancient souls could not stop Lin Ling and the others. Gui Xuanzi, in particular, felt the most uncomfortable. He had reincarnated for a lifetime and had seen all kinds of things in the world. He was confident that he could control everything. And that was indeed the case. Previously, he controlled the three heroes with a single sentence and asked them to join forces to kill Qiongqi. However, this was just a wedding dress for someone else. Compared to Lin Ling's wisdom, his shrewdness was like a petty trick. Hee, interesting. This Lin Ling is really powerful. There was no lack of neutral martial artists in the distance. After seeing the situation in front of them, they could not help but smile faintly. They were full of expectations. Treasures that are not afraid of the ancient souls. Great. We must pull this person over. On a mountain peak far away, a slender figure looked in the direction of the ancient city and smiled slightly. Kill, everyone, go all out. At this moment, in front of the ancient city gate, the four heroes were going all out. First, they were played by Lin Ling. They had to take revenge for the humiliation. Second, if they did not enter the city, the treasures in the city would have nothing to do with them. However, when they first attacked Xiongqi, they had more people. After sacrificing a large number of people, they managed to weaken Xiongqi. This time, they had fewer people. If they wanted to achieve the same effect as before, it would take a longer time. Sakra Shur Tian, will accept the treasures in the city for you. At the same time, a bold and domineering voice came from the ancient city. The four heroes were so angry that they gritted their teeth. At this moment, in the city, there were countless ancient souls. However, they were all wandering in the distance like rootless duckweeds. Lin Ling and the other three walked along the streets. This ancient city seemed to be a resting place during the ancient war. Therefore, there were many treasures hidden in the city. However, as time passed, except for the vitality stones, everything else had been destroyed. Therefore, Lin Ling and the other three had collected a lot of vitality stones. As they walked towards the center of the city, they passed by a general's mansion. Lin Ling stopped. This general was the general who had guarded the city in the past. He was also one of the 10 generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, Immortal Water. This person's strength is comparable to the Undying Fire King. Unfortunately, he still could not stop the invasion of the ancient demon god. Lin Ling sighed inwardly as he stared at the entrance of the mansion. There was a statue there, carved out of a huge white rock. It exuded an icy aura. The man in the statue was about 20 years old. His features were cold and there was a sense of mystery. His nose was tall and sharp, and he looked cold and murderous. His eyes were indifferently looking at the flower in his hand, and there was an indescribable sadness in them. This was an extremely handsome man. His handsomeness did not come from his facial features. Instead, it came from his temperament. It was a temperament that was full of vicissitudes. This man is Immortal Water. Chapter 1160. Rootless water, heaven and earth are heartless, treating all living things as dogs. He painstakingly guarded this place and finally died in battle. Before he died, he didn't even get to see his wife. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Then, he saw a large number of words below the stone sculpture. Chen Xian Shui, under the order of the Great Emperor, protected the south of Tong Valley. However, the demon god was fierce, and the people were in a terrible situation. He was at the end of the battle and was unable to reverse the situation. He wished to see Xiao Qian again in his life. Sure enough, in order to protect this place, this general didn't even get to see his lover before he died. He died with grievances. The heavenly tribulation is coming, and life and death are in front of us. If we can't be together with the person we love, it will indeed be a regret in life. Yu Mun Yun said in a low voice. Sakura and the others nodded. Lin Ling was still looking at the stone sculpture. The appearance of the Eye of Time made him frown. This stone sculpture was actually carved by Xian Shui. However, Xian Shui didn't die here. At the crucial moment, he received a secret order from the Great Emperor to escort the treasure of heaven and earth away, leaving behind the Star Plucker's pride. This treasure wasn't the inheritance of heaven and earth that was passed down in the outside world. It was another treasure, the essence of the Star Plucker Great Emperor's life. As for what it wasn't written below the stone sculpture. It also didn't say where the treasure was. However, one could imagine that the treasure must be extremely powerful. The only thing that left an impression on Lin Ling was that the outline of the treasure was a small 9-floored ancient palace. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't think too much about it. He led the group and continued forward. Finally, they arrived at the center of the city. A glittering pool of silver light appeared. This pool was a few hundred meters wide, and the essence of life was extremely rich. There were a large number of bones around the pool. Those people were running in the same direction, as if they wanted to run to the pool. However, they failed halfway. Some of their bones were broken. Obviously, the enemy killed them before they reached the pool. This water is the rootless water. It is said that there is no root in heaven and earth. It came from the moment when heaven and earth were created. From a drop of water, the second drop gradually formed a pool of water. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Lin Ling's Eye of Time appeared and scanned the ancient water. Then, he smiled. So, we can soak ourselves in it as we wish? Sakura couldn't help but feel happy. Yes, the main function of this water is to recover. Although it can't enhance your competence, it can strengthen your body and enhance your understanding of power Upanishads. Lin Ling nodded again. Everyone could no longer hold back the joy in their hearts and walked towards the rootless water. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His eyes of time continued to check. In the end, he saw the drop of water that had no roots. The water in the entire huge pool was derived from that drop of water. That drop of water must be obtained. Gulyulu Ulu. The four of them were soaking in the sparkling silver pool, and an indescribable feeling of comfort wrapped around them. The silver liquid was like a gentle hand, caressing their bodies. Calm, gul gul gulguls gulgul 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 gulgula woken gulgulon guln. Transcendent second layer. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before a faint smile appeared on his face. Sakura should have been stuck in the transcendent realm for a very long time. Therefore, the refinement of this heavenly treasure had finally pushed him to a new peak. Lin Ling then looked at Lai Qing and Yu Mengyun, only to see that both of them had entered a state of cultivation. Their bodies were continuously absorbing the rootless water, expelling the impurities in their bodies. Lin Ling didn't disturb them. He let little flame out to absorb the treasure of heaven and earth. He sank into the pool and searched for the first drop of rootless water. After all, that drop of water was the key. It could continuously produce new rootless water. Silver light flickered in the water. It was dreamy and one couldn't tell which drop was the true rootless water. However, Lin Ling's Eye of Time had always been heaven-defying. He sank into the water and continued to check. In the long river of time, he could find the first drop of water. After a long time, Lin Ling stopped at a spot in the water. He stood there quietly. The water in front of him rippled and the first drop of rootless water was in the middle. However, this water seemed to have a spirit and would often hide in other water. This required Lin Ling's patience to find it. Unmoving like a stone statue, Lin Ling released his mental energy and enveloped the surroundings. This was a test of patience. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the most was patience. He was able to rely on himself to reach his current height. Patience and hard work were two of the most important factors for him. Finally, at a certain moment, Lin Ling's pupils revealed a dazzling light. His right hand shot out from the water. His palm faced forward and he suddenly clenched his fist. He finally caught the first drop of rootless water. This water was extremely precious. It could be produced continuously. Moreover, the rootless water that was produced had a strong recovery power. It was more useful than any medicinal pill. Gurgle gurgle. After keeping that drop of rootless water, Lin Ling was ecstatic. He swam out of the water and found that Sakura and the rest had already woken up. It turned out that it had been 6 hours since he entered the water. The speed of time flow made Lin Ling surprised. He thought it had only passed in an instant. The rootless water is useless to us now, Sakura and Lai Qing said helplessly. After all, the rootless water was used to train the physical body. Although it could increase their strength, their bottleneck was limited. Therefore, they didn't absorb a lot of rootless water. This was just like the medicinal pill cultivation. No matter how good the medicinal pill was, it still needed time to digest it. Otherwise, no matter how many medicinal pills were swallowed, it would be useless. They were in such a state now. Then use your guardian deity. The guardian deity is stronger than you and can absorb more rootless water. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and suggested. Sakura and Lai Qing's eyes lit up. Yeah, I'm so stupid. I can't absorb it myself, but the guardian deity can. After that, both of them released their guardian deity and immersed themselves in the sparkling silver water. Meng Yun, if you sense that the rootless water has reached its limit, release your guardian deity as well. Lin Ling said to Yu Man Yun. Yu Man Yun nodded and entered the state of cultivation again. Lin Ling released the ancient flame devil and crazily absorbed the surrounding water. After all, the water would only benefit others if it was left behind. It was better to absorb it all. Most importantly, the first drop of rootless water had been collected by Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling could freely absorb it. This water is used to train the physical body. I wonder how much of my small world can be awakened. The ancient flame devil's body was submerged in the water. On its neck, Lin Ling's upper body could be seen. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of fanaticism. For this tempering, he wanted to strengthen his foundation and increase his strength once again. Absorb it. With a low roar, Lin Ling and the ancient flame devil seemed to have turned into the eye of a whirlpool. The surrounding water surged crazily. Sick. Chapter 1161. Appearing again. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. He sensed that the number of micro-worlds in his body had reached 600,000. This change made him ecstatic. One had to know that the higher the level of body tempering, the more difficult it was. Awakening a micro-world required a large amount of heavenly treasures, but now, in such a short period of time, he had awakened 100,000 micro-worlds. This rootless water was indeed a treasure of heaven and earth. However, Lin Ling did not continue to cultivate. Currently, the four heroes were attacking Cheongqi at the city gate. If they succeeded, then there would be trouble in the future. Wait for me here, I will be back soon. Lin Ling pondered for a moment, then left the pool. He noticed that half of the water in the pool was gone. Then, he used the green ring to store a large amount of water and shot towards the city gate. At this moment, the battle at the city gate was still in full swing. The four heroes were gasping for breath as they continued to attack the Qiongqi. Most of the people under their control had already died. The Qiongqi was indeed very powerful. However, they could not swallow their anger. Even if all of them died, they still had to take down the city gate. Especially when they thought of Lin Ling and the others plundering the treasures in the city, they felt as if their hearts were being cut by a knife. Qiongqi's momentum is getting weaker and weaker. Gui Xuanzi's face was cold, and his whole body was emitting an icy aura. A name appeared in his mind from time to time, a name that he hated to the bone. It was Lin Ling. Once the city gate was breached, he must kill Lin Ling. Moreover, although Lin Ling and the others entered the ancient city first, they might not be able to take all the treasures. Therefore, as long as they killed Xiongqi quickly, they could still obtain a large amount of treasures. In fact, he did not know much about Lin Ling. He did not even know how powerful the other party was. He only knew that this person had an irreconcilable enmity with the Trailera's Ghost King. As the Trailera's Ghost King, he naturally had to help the Trailera's Ghost King kill this ant. Unfortunately, he failed in their first meeting. Thank you for your hard work. At this moment, on top of the city wall, a slender figure stepped on the broken bricks and slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was a handsome young man wearing a black robe and carrying a large sword on his back. He gave off an extremely strong visual impact. His expression was calm and he looked down from above. Even if he didn't have a hero card on him, he still had a majestic aura about him. It's him. Looking at the handsome young man, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. They still remembered the scene when the young man led 3 people into the ancient city. Furthermore, that young man was so arrogant that he dared to provoke the 4 great heroes. His boldness and courage were truly admirable. Lin Ling. The 4 heroes looked at the young man on the city wall with murderous intent in their eyes. This guy still dares to appear? The Thousand Lives Ghost Sect and the Northern Dark Evil Territory came to the Rainforest Holy Land and massacred us. You and I cannot live under the same sky. So, don't blame me for being merciless today. On the city wall, Lin Ling was looking at the 4 heroes coldly. Everyone's eyes twinkled. No wonder this guy wanted to fight against the 2 great powers. It turned out that they had a grudge against each other. However, they had never heard of the Rainforest Holy Land. The cultivators born there were not that strong. However, that young man dared to fight against the 2 great powers and even made them suffer losses. His ability was extremely powerful. Hatred can never be resolved. But don't think that you can be proud just because you took advantage of them. Gui Xuanzi's eyes were cold as he looked at Lin Ling. The corners of his mouth were curled up in a cold smile. The other 3 heroes were the same, especially the evil lady of the north. She smiled charmingly and said, "Little brother, after we break the city wall, sister will serve you well." Although her voice was seductive, the murderous intent in it was extremely thick. Many people trembled. It was said that the men who were captured by the evil lady of the north would suffer a fate worse than death. They would be locked up in the harem to nourish their young. That kind of suffering was unimaginable. That young man is in trouble. The crowd looked at Lin Ling on the city wall. He had offended the 4 heroes. His life would be worse than death. Sister? Are all the people of the Northern Dark Evil Territory so despicable? On the city wall, Lin Ling didn't care. His cold voice made the evil lady of the north's face turn gloomy. But soon, she smiled and said, "You're so annoying. Don't worry, sister will serve you well." Her voice was even colder. It seemed like she had no choice but to kill Lin Ling. There was no way to compromise. Let's talk after you break the city wall. Lin Ling's smile didn't change. He was fearless. He looked at Du Cun Shan and Xiao Yun from the Western Sea Dragon Unicorn Palace and said, "You two are very pitiful. You have a hero card and can be considered a hero. However, you're working for someone else. Don't you feel ashamed?" Du Cun Shan and Xiao Yun's eyes quietly changed. To be honest, Lin Ling clearly came for revenge. However, they had no enmity with Lin Ling. "This is a grudge between me and the Thousand-Era Ghost Sect. Do you want to be used as a tool?" Lin Ling said again. Du Cun Shan and Xiao Yun became even more silent. They were seriously considering this problem. After all, they were heroes. If they were used as tools, it would be a disgrace. So powerful. He defeated the four heroes with just a few words. In the distance, some older warriors were shocked. Lin Ling was a nameless junior, but his wisdom was extremely frightening. "Huh, it seems like you're also struggling on your deathbed." At this moment, Gui Xuanzi laughed loudly. His voice shook the sky, causing Du Cun Shan and Xiao Yun to react. Their eyes kept flashing. "You're trying to drive a wedge between us. This also shows that you're afraid. You're afraid that once Qiongqi dies and the city gate is broken, you'll definitely die. Unfortunately, it's better if you don't say such words. Saying it shows us the weakness in your heart." Gui Xuanzi seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's thoughts. His smile became even more relaxed. Du Cun Shan and Xiao Yun's hearts jumped violently. Then, they sneered. They almost fell for Lin Ling's trick. If they broke off their alliance with Gui Xuanzi, then Gui Xuanzi and the others would have to spend more time to kill Qiongqi. This would benefit Lin Ling. How cunning. "Unfortunately, we can't do as you wish." Du Cun Shan stared at Lin Ling and said coldly, "You're courting death. Today, the city gate must be broken. How dare you steal from Du Cun Shan? Do you think you can still live? Use you as a tool? You're just an ant. You haven't reached the point where I'm afraid of you." Xiao Yun also shouted coldly. The two of them snorted disdainfully, as if they knew Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling failed to drive a wedge between us. Instead, it made the four heroes even more united. I'm afraid that Qiongqi won't be able to hold on for much longer. Lin Ling has shot himself in the foot. The crowd in the distance sighed. After failing to drive a wedge between them, Lin Ling probably had no way to stop the four heroes. He was like a beast trapped in the city. This was the result of greed. Chapter 1162. A race against time. Hee, you must be proud now. The city gate is about to be breached. Let's see if you can still smile later. Gui Xuanzi saw Lin Ling's calmness, but he did not care at all. He guessed that Lin Ling was just pretending to be calm, but he was actually very nervous. It could only be said that in terms of shrewdness, Lin Ling was no match for him. Qiongqi's momentum has weakened greatly. Breaking the city gate is within sight. Gui Xuanzi ignored Lin Ling and ordered the other three heroes to attack Qiongqi. Kill. The other three heroes sneered and used their full strength. The city gate is about to be breached. The eyes of many people in the distance flickered. Lin Ling was probably doomed. However, at this moment, a calm voice drifted over from the city wall. "It's been hard on you guys. However, fighting Qiongqi can increase your combat experience. So, for your future, it's better to fight Qiongqi a few more times. Especially Gui Xuanzi and that bitch. It's never wrong to fight more. This is what I'm reminding you guys." Fight more? Many people were puzzled. What did Lin Ling mean by this? On the other hand, Gui Xuanzi and Bei Xianyang's faces turned ugly. Lin Ling was instructing them like a senior. He even called himself older brother. Was he mocking them? However, they didn't quite understand what Lin Ling's words meant. Xiongqi, try harder. At the same time, Lin Ling waved his right hand. From the green ring, the rootless water that he had prepared earlier sprinkled down like rain. It was sparkling and translucent, as if a goddess was scattering flowers. Many people's eyes flickered. What was Lin Ling doing? However, when the rainwater landed on Xiongqi's body, something strange happened. Xiongqi's injured body rapidly recovered. The rootless water was a treasure used for recovery in the ancient war. Its effects were naturally terrifying. Furthermore, Xiongqi's recovery abilities were strong. Therefore, in just a few breaths' time, Xiongqi had fully recovered. Silence. The entire world was deathly silent. Xiongqi had recovered. This also meant that if Gui Xuanzi and the others wanted to break through the city gate, they would have to start all over again. No wonder Lin Ling said that it was good to fight more. How could they not fight now? The expressions of the four heroes froze as they stared at the revived Xiongqi in disbelief. A sense of anger from being toyed with once again rose within them. It's the city's rootless water. Gui Xuanzi roared. He knew what kind of treasure Lin Ling had used. You guessed right, but it's a pity that there's no reward. You guys should continue to work hard. Remember my words. Fight more. You can't go wrong. On top of the city wall, Lin Ling smiled and waved his hand. His smile was mocking, but it was also cold. These people wanted to break into the city and kill him. This idea was good, but unfortunately, it couldn't be realized in the short term. After leaving these words, Lin Ling disappeared from the city wall. Outside the city gate, there was still complete silence. The crowd's pupils constricted. Previously, they thought that Lin Ling's last resort was to bewitch the four heroes and cause internal strife. Who would have thought that Lin Ling's purpose was not to bewitch them, but to restore Xiongqi to its peak? If Xiongqi was at its peak, the four heroes would have to spend a lot of time to destroy it. Lin Ling! Gui Xuanzi shouted again. After he entered the star-plucking purple mansion, there weren't many people he was afraid of. It was mainly those heroes and geniuses. Among the heroes, there were only a few who could make him feel fear. However, Lin Ling, whom he had only met once, had made him suffer twice. Kill! The four heroes held their breaths and furiously charged towards Xiongqi. Interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. This kid looks reckless, but he's as meticulous as a needle. He's only at the first stage of Transcendent Realm, but he's able to make the four heroes run in circles. I'm looking forward to seeing how he'll face the four heroes after the city gate is broken. On top of a distant hill, a mysterious young man was drinking wine as he watched the scene in front of him. To him, the scene in front of him was too miraculous. The four heroes are all at the third stage of Transcendent Realm. Moreover, they have the hero token. Their strength must be incomparably strong. Lin Ling thought to himself as he rushed towards the city once more. He was well aware that a martial artist that possessed a hero card wasn't just there to make up the numbers. After all, this was a strength that had been proven after the trials of the Universe Temple and Kun Temple. As of now, Lin Ling didn't fear powerhouses that possessed hero cards, but he had to be careful of those with hero cards. They still need some time to break through the city gate. I'll use this time to increase my strength. In this race of time, we'll see who's the king. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence. He returned to the rootless water pool and explained the situation outside the city. Yu Man Yun and the rest nodded in agreement. This was a battle of life or death. What they needed was to increase their strength. However, they weren't worried at all. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. In this world, strength was everything. In order to become stronger, there were times when one had to put pressure on oneself. Moreover, if they didn't fight for the rootless water, others would become stronger after obtaining it while they would remain stagnant. Therefore, they were willing to take the risk. Natural selection. In this merciless world, it was all about who could run faster. Rumble. In the giant silver pool, Lin Ling summoned the ancient flame devil. At the same time, his miniature world awakened and absorbed the rootless water crazily. The water in the pool decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the path of martial arts, many people had already given up on cultivating their physical body because it was too difficult. If Lin Ling hadn't tempered his physical body before, he wouldn't have continued on this path. However, since he had started, he would continue on with determination. Rumble. It was as though endless lightning had exploded in his body. The 700,000 miniature worlds awakened at the same time. It was as though 700,000 resplendent lights had appeared in Lin Ling's body. Every light was filled with terrifying power. Moreover, these powers contained the power of fire. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to be more familiar with the control of spiritual energy. Obviously, the awakening of his miniature world allowed him to control his bones, organs, and everything else. Pop. 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 At the same time, the ground began to sink. Dust soared into the sky, causing Yu Man-yun and the other two's expressions to change drastically. In their eyes, Lin Ling sank into the ground with the pool. It was as though the ground couldn't hold up Lin Ling's weight. Is this guy going to transform into a demonic beast? Sakra's face was filled with horror. He looked at Little Flame and suddenly felt that Little Flame was no match for Lin Ling in terms of physical strength. Chirp. Chirp. Little Flame waved its fist and was happy for Lin Ling. Obviously, it noticed that Lin Ling was transforming at a crazy speed. This transformation was different from ordinary martial artists becoming stronger. He was walking on another path of martial arts. Bang! 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 Chapter 1163. Attacking the city, looks like we can't cultivate anymore. Lai Qing shook her head helplessly. However, she had also reached her limit. No matter how much rootless water there was, she couldn't absorb it anymore. Moreover, she and the Guardian had stored a large amount of rootless water in their bodies. They needed to fight to digest those treasures. Yu Man-yun sighed. In the Water Moon Holy Land, martial cultivators mainly cultivate their physical bodies. However, when they become stronger, they will realize that this path is very difficult. In the end, they can only follow the general trend and cultivate their spiritual energy. Lin Ling came to the Water Moon Holy Land in the past and cultivated the Tai True Body. I didn't expect him to persist on this path. Perhaps this is an opportunity. If the warriors of the Water Moon Holy Land learn from Lin Ling and persist on this path, they will discover another sky. Of course, the premise is that they have enough treasures to temper their physical bodies. Sakra also sighed. Then, they realized that not only the surroundings, but even the entire ancient city was surging toward the well as if it was being sucked in. This was caused by the continuous sinking of the earth. Has he awakened 800,000 small worlds? Yu Man-yun was even more expectant. However, she didn't know that Lin Ling had already awakened 900,000 small worlds. His physical strength had reached 900 million. What kind of concept was that? With the strength of his physical body, he could break the sky with his fists and crack the earth with his feet. That kind of power was not inferior to spiritual source attacks at all. The most terrifying thing was that his defense was even more powerful. One had to know that the Tyrant Song Sword was a king-grade sacred artifact, but Lin Ling had never been able to unleash its power. That was because Lin Ling wasn't strong enough. Now that his physical strength had increased, the power of the Tyrant Song sword was also constantly being dug out. At this moment, in the depths of the earth, the rootless water turned into a whirlpool and was crazily being absorbed by Lin Ling. Moreover, there was less and less of it. Pop! Pop! As for Lin Ling, in his senses, the sound of thunder was constantly erupting. One small world after another was crazily awakening. The speed made Lin Ling excited as if he was drinking wine. Oh my God, look at the city. That huge pool has disappeared. At this moment, outside the city, the crowd on the hills pointed in horror. They had also seen the terrifying phenomenon in the city. Bastard! The four experts roared. Lin Ling was despicable. They didn't know what method he used to steal all the rootless water. And they were still attacking the city gate. The people who had died before had died in vain. We must kill Lin Ling. The four heroes also had ugly expressions. They wanted to kill Xiongqi and split the treasures in the city, but there were no treasures left for them. However, they still had a glimmer of hope. As long as the treasures were with Lin Ling, then they could take back everything they had lost. Unfortunately, they thought that Lin Ling had only collected the rootless water. They did not know that Lin Ling had directly refined it, and even stored what he could not refine in his body. Kill. The chilling aura around Gue Xuanzi's body became even more turbulent, causing countless ghosts to appear around him as if he was enraged by the Ghost King. Bei Xianyang looked at the people in the distance and said. Their people were all dead, and it would take a long time for the four experts to kill Xiongqi, so she wanted the people in the distance to help. Are you using us as cannon fodder? An old woman in the distance sneered. She wasn't fooled at all. After all, this was the enmity between Lin Ling and Bei Xianyang. Lin Ling, a nameless person who doesn't even have a hero card or a hero card, how did he manage to obtain so many treasures? If this rootless water is used in battle, it can save one's life at a critical moment, and if it is used to temper one's physique and build a solid foundation, breaking through to the Transcendent realm will increase one's chances by 1%. Bei Xianyang wasn't angry, but smiled charmingly. Many people's eyes flashed. At their level, it was difficult to break through, so even a 1% chance of breaking through was a great gift. In addition, they had seen the restorative power of the rootless water. The injured Xiongqi had recovered in a short time after being nourished by the rootless water. If they could get a drop of the rootless water, it would be equivalent to having a life-saving card in a life-or-death situation. Although her words are provocative and misleading, it is undeniable that she is right. Moreover, I have never heard of Lin Ling. He doesn't even have a hero card. How can he take all the treasures? Yes, for now, he has taken all the treasures, but leaving the ancient city is still a problem. Why don't we join Gue Xuanzi and the others and help them kill Lin Ling in exchange for a drop of the rootless water? Many people whispered. Human nature was selfish. They were just watching the show, but now that it was related to their own interests, they were unwilling to give up. Perhaps after hearing Bei Xianyang's words, they thought that they should also have a share of the rootless water. How could they let Lin Ling take it all for himself? We are killing Xiongqi now, but you can also treat Lin Ling as Xiongqi. Only by killing Lin Ling can we win the battle and get what we deserve. I promise you, those who help will be rewarded according to their contributions. This world is fair. No one can take all the treasures for himself. Gue Xuanzi also said proudly. His voice was full of emotion, which moved even more people. He is indeed a ghost king. With just a few words, he has pulled everyone to his side. Those who have reincarnated are indeed astute. How will Lin Ling get out of the city? In the distance, the mysterious young man who had been watching the show smiled faintly. If Lin Ling dies in battle, then I'll take his Buddhist treasure. If he doesn't die, his Buddhist treasure is indispensable when we go to that place. Kill. At this moment, more and more people rushed to the city gate to help deal with Qiongqi. Naturally, many people died in the process, but more people were blinded by greed. The commotion at the city gate is getting bigger and bigger. At this moment in the city, Yu Yun and the other two frowned. Then, they looked at the sunken well. The three of them finally decided to go out and stop the enemies from interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. Lin Ling should be at the crucial moment. The three of us should be able to hold them off for a while. Let's go. A stone pillar appeared in Sakura's right hand as he strode forward. Yu Yun and Lai Qing followed slowly. After a while, the three figures appeared on the ancient city wall. They looked at Qiongqi, who was gradually weakening, and frowned. No wonder Qiongqi couldn't hold them off in such a short period of time. It turned out that there were more people than expected. They have appeared. At the city gate, the crowd also saw Sakura and the other two. Many of them sneered. If Lin Ling had countless experts on his side, they wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. However, there were only 4 people on Lin Ling's side. Hence, the rootless water was equivalent to giving them a free gift. How could they not dare to provoke Lin Ling? Hand over the rootless water. This treasure belongs to everyone. It doesn't belong to the 4 of you. One of the old men shouted coldly. Hand it over. As soon as the old man finished his words, the crowd roared with anger. Yu Yun and the other 2 were stunned. Previously, when the 4 heroes attacked the city, no one dared to stand out to fight for it. However, Lin Ling took the lead and fought for the treasure. In the end, he kept the treasure in his pocket. However, these people ran out and said that the treasure belonged to everyone. They were bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Chapter 1164. Share trials and tribulations, not riches and honor. Scram. Scram. Di Shi Tian disdained to say anything more, only one word, scram. You 4 are so greedy, are you really not afraid of death? Scram. The crowd was furious. Lin Ling's group not only refused to hand over the treasure, but also wanted them to scram. So what if I die? If you want to fight, then let's fight to the end. I only hope that you won't regret your actions. Di Shi Tian took a step forward, releasing the tyrannical aura he had back in the rainforest. These people were obviously greedy, but they said that the 4 of them were greedy. Then, the only way was to fight to the end. Ignorant. Scram. Audacious juniors. Scram. The crowd was even more furious. They would still pay some attention to Lin Ling, but what qualifications did those 3 have to be so arrogant? Kill. Scram. Many people raised the weapons in their hands, releasing a powerful aura. It's getting more and more interesting. Scram. Looking at the scene of monstrous killing intent, Gui Xuanzi said indifferently, as if he was the military advisor behind the scenes. He wanted to see how Lin Ling would leave the city. Lai Qing, I heard that your sword is very sharp. Let's see who will kill more. Scram. Di Shi Tian jumped down from the city wall, holding a huge stone pillar in his left hand and an ancient plaque in his right. Die. The sword in Lai Qing's hand was filled with cold killing intent. She slashed out with the extreme force slash, like a reflection of a mirror, slashing out in a zigzag angle. Xiao. With a single slash, dozens of people were beheaded. No martial arts profound could stop her slash. This woman is so powerful. Many people gasped. Lai Qing didn't have any outstanding cards, but her strength wasn't any weaker than an outstanding talent. There were few in the second layer of the Transcendent realm who could be her match. Pang! Di Shi Tian's attack was wide open. Although he didn't comprehend any extreme martial arts, the treasure in his hand was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy any martial arts. What kind of treasure does this person have? Why is it so powerful? Even more people were trembling with fear. They looked at Sakura as if they were seeing the descent of an ancient Buddha, as if they were seeing the most ancient overlord. In addition, Yumun Yun's relic bloomed with dazzling rays of light and its defense was extremely powerful. It helped Lai Qing and Di Shi Tian to occasionally resist the attacks of the enemies. For a moment, the experts in the surroundings were actually helpless against Sakura and the others. Instead, many of them were killed by them. Compared to Qiongqi, Sakura, 3 people were also not much weaker. They all have treasures in their hands. If we kill them, those treasures will belong to us. At this moment, someone shouted. This caused the crowd, who were initially a little fearful, to go crazy once again. The rootless water and the precious treasure of the Buddhist sect were enough to make them go crazy. However, the crowd didn't notice that a white palanquin had appeared behind them. A skinny and weak figure walked out from the palanquin. The shout from before had come from the palanquin. This person was short and wore a white robe. His long hair was casually draped over his shoulders. Through his long hair, one could see that his face was extremely pale, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. His cold eyes stared ahead, filled with bloodlust. Cough, cough. Suddenly, this person coughed and used a white handkerchief to cover his mouth. After a moment, the handkerchief was covered with blood. Many people also saw this person and were extremely puzzled. They noticed that this person didn't have any martial arts on him at all, as if he was a seriously ill ordinary person. Second Life Ghost King, you're here. However, Gui Xuanzi looked at the thin and weak youth and said. His eyes were filled with dense fear. Cough, cough, I heard that the enemy of the Thousand Life Ghost sect is here, so I came to take a look. The man in white said softly. His voice was very soft, as if it was very difficult to speak loudly. However, his weak appearance made Gui Xuanzi even more afraid. He was the first Life Ghost King and had reincarnated once. However, the man in white was the second Life Ghost King and had reincarnated twice. One should know that in the Thousand Life Ghost sect, the more reincarnations one had, the higher their status and the more mysterious they were. Moreover, there was a purple jade pendant hanging on his waist. This showed his proud identity even more. This person was a rare hero. Some people in the distance also saw the jade pendant and gasped. A hero was the most terrifying existence in the Qian and Kuan palaces. The man in white looked into the distance and said softly, the rootless water is also very important to me. I must get it. Don't worry, Gui Xuanzi will get it for the Second Life Ghost King. Gui Xuanzi said softly. He was unwilling to give up, but he believed that if his strength increased greatly, he still had a chance to surpass the other party and control his life and death. Go. The man in white nodded and walked back into the palanquin again. Kill. At this moment, at the city gate, the battle was still crazy and earth-shattering. Sakura and the other 2 were still blocking the crowd and were not afraid of death. Brother Sakura, do you still remember us? At this moment, 7 figures also shot towards the city gate. The leader was a young man with a bright smile. He looked at Sakura as if he had met a soulmate in a foreign land. The smile on his face was extremely happy. Xiao Dao. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then a joyful smile appeared on his face. In the past, he and Lin Ling separated at the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling went to the Dinghai Heavenly Prefecture while he trained in Xianpeng Province. Along the way, he got to know those 7 people. Those 7 people were the 7 swordsmen of Tianshan Mountain. They had fought side by side with him and had a good relationship. Brother Sakura, I didn't expect to meet you here. Under the lead of the young man, the 7 people all shot toward Sakura. Sakura, be careful. Lai Qing's face was cold as she reminded him coldly. Don't worry, I went through the Death Abyss forest with them in the past. That friendship was built through life and death. Sakura shook his head with a smile and strode towards the 7 swordsmen of Tian Shan Mountain. Yeah, we went through thick and thin together. How can that friendship be explained in a few words? The young man in the lead also smiled slightly, but in the next moment, his smile became cold. You have a Buddhist treasure in your hands. In addition, you are surrounded by strong cultivators today. You will definitely die. Why don't you give the Buddhist treasure to us brothers? The friendly faces of the 7 people instantly changed and became ferocious. That's right, they went through thick and thin with Sakura. However, humans are the most complicated animals. Being able to go through thick and thin together didn't mean that they could share riches and honor together. Jealousy and the desire to become stronger would change people and make them more selfish. Kill. At this moment, Lai Qing's sword fiercely slashed over. She didn't trust anyone at all, so she had been paying attention to the surroundings. Puff! The head of the person who attacked flew up. He couldn't block Lai Qing's decisive slash. Although Sakura avoided his vital parts, his abdomen was still slashed by the sword. Blood spurted out. Fortunately, he had refined a large amount of rootless water before, so his self-recovery ability was stronger. Otherwise, this slash would have taken his life. You guys. Chapter 1165. Coming from the city, I'm selfish? Fine, 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 I'm selfish. Sakura laughed crazily. His blood was flowing, but it was also boiling. Kill, kill cleanly. Bang! Taking a step forward, the huge stone pillar became even bigger. Buddha's light shone, and with the stone pillar in his hand, Sakura swept through the army, which made the leader's face change drastically. In the past, they fought side by side, and everyone's strength was about the same. But now, Sakura was actually so much stronger than him. Buddha treasure, it must be the help of the Buddha treasure. If he got the Buddha treasure, then he could immediately be verified by the Qian and Kuan temples and become an outstanding person, shaking Xianpeng province. I must get it. The leader laughed excitedly. Unfortunately, his mind was occupied by the joy of the Buddha treasure, but he forgot that he was no longer Sakura's opponent. Boom! Everywhere the stone pillar passed, there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. The leader turned into powder, and his flesh and blood flew everywhere. You killed Xiao Dao, you're crazy. The remaining people roared, and their eyes were red. Interesting. Gui Xuanzi sneered at the scene, then his low voice drifted out, did you see that? This person didn't even care about brotherhood for the sake of treasure. What right does such a person have to stay in this world? Moreover, he dared to provoke the experts of the Qian and Kuan temples, which is looking down on us. So, this person must not be left alive. Kill. The people here came from all over Xianpeng province, and all kinds of sections. At this moment, when they saw others making a move, they all made a move. They seemed to be killing for the sake of righteousness, but in reality, they all had selfish motives, and that was to get Sakura's treasure. This scene was familiar. Previously, Lin Ling and the rest were enemies of everyone in the first mainland, and now they were enemies again. In the end, it was because Lin Ling and the other three's reputation was too weak, and no one had heard of them. Kill. The arrow was already on the bow, and it had to be released. Sakura and the other two unleashed their full strength, and those who got close to the city gate were killed without mercy. As a result, many experts from the various sects died in the hands of the three of them. It's about time. At the side of the 4 heroes, Xiao Yun lightly said. Now that Lin Ling's group of 4 had incurred the wrath of the masses, even if they could leave alive, Xianpeng province would no longer tolerate them. After all, they had killed too many disciples of the various experts. The three of them have consumed a lot of their spiritual source. It's time for us to make our move. Do Cun Shan nodded. They were like the masterminds behind the scenes, using the greed of the crowd to lure them into attacking Lin Ling's group. Only after exhausting Lin Ling's spiritual source and energy did they attack. The benefits of this were, firstly, that they could take care of the other party effortlessly. Secondly, they had left behind their illustrious names, making the disciples of the various powers owe them a favor. Let me do it. Xiaoyun took a step forward, shooting towards Sakura and the other two in midair. The aura of a third-level Transcendent was released. Most importantly, his saint physique had actually reached the rare profound level. This was also the reason why he was able to become a hero. Hero Xiaoyun has made his move. He couldn't stand the arrogance of Lin Ling's group of four. Kill them, these people even killed their own brothers, angering both humans and gods. Many people roared. Seeing their fellow disciples and friends die in the hands of Sakura and the other two, their eyes were already red with killing intent. Rumble. Above the sky, a multicolored giant talisman appeared, emitting a sacred and inviolable majesty. Triple Yuan Golden Dipper Sect's secret art, chaotic clear talisman. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. As expected of Xiaoyun, he actually cultivated the chaotic clear talisman. It was said that the Triple Yuan Golden Dipper sect had three great martial arts talismans, chaotic clear talisman, and Triple Yuan talisman. With these three talismans in hand, commanding the world would be as easy as flipping one's hand. Not good, I can't hold on to my plaque. This martial art seems to be able to absorb a martial artist's spiritual source and treasures. Sakura and the other two's expressions changed drastically. They realized that the Buddhist treasure was about to fly into the sky, and they couldn't hold on to it. Damn it, the other party obviously wanted to snatch their treasure. This Buddhist treasure doesn't belong to you, it belongs to everyone. It's the same for the rootless water, how can you keep it all for yourself? In the sky, Xiaoyuan's words were full of majesty. Sakura and the other two had the strength of a hero card, but he was a hero, so it wasn't difficult for him to kill the other party. Rumble. The earth shook, and the situation of Sakura and the other two was getting worse. The crowd in the distance sneered. Without the Buddhist treasure, these three could still be arrogant. My relic. Yumun Yun's relic made a crisp sound, and the string that was strung together with the relic was about to break. This made her face turn pale. Could it be that she had to use the guardian deity? However, if she used the guardian deity in front of everyone, she was afraid that it would attract even more greed. At that time, the experts that would appear would most likely be existences like the Triple Ghost King. I have advised you, but you didn't listen. What a pity. Just then, the earth shook even more violently. The mighty voice drifted out from the ancient city, causing many people's eyes to flicker. Did Lin Ling come out? Sakura and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling was in seclusion before, and now he had succeeded in breaking through? Rumble. The ancient city also swayed, and even the ancient Xiong Qi's eyes were filled with fear. Then, under countless gazes, the ancient city actually floated. This. The crowd widened their eyes. The city also floated? Bang! Dust flew everywhere, and rocks flew everywhere. After the huge city floated a few meters high, it immediately stopped. Then, it slowly moved forward. It felt as if the city could move. What's going on? More people were shocked. However, when some people's eyes fell below the city, their faces instantly turned pale. Under the city, a black-robed young man appeared. He stepped on the ground and walked forward slowly. His left hand was raised high, and in his palm was the ancient city. Holding the city? Staring at that scene, many people forgot to breathe. It was too terrifying. Many people will die today. A cold voice echoed in the city, as if an ancient general was speaking. Then, the huge city flew towards Xiaoyun. From afar, it looked like an island falling from the sky, pulling up mountains and rivers. Everyone's heart was filled with a terrifying thought. Lin Ling, pulling up mountains and rivers, holding up a city to fight Xiaoyun. Chaotic origin world. Xiaoyun's eyes were filled with shock. If he used his spiritual source to hold up the city, he could still barely do it. However, he saw that Lin Ling didn't use his spiritual source. This meant that he was using his physical body to hold up the city. Pop! 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 The ancient talisman in the sky shot out light like fireflies, majestically sweeping towards the ancient city. Bang! 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 Although the ancient city was huge, it had been there for too long, so it couldn't block the light of the fireflies. Therefore, when the ancient city smashed towards Xiaoyun, it finally disintegrated, causing the dust to soar into the sky. How terrifying! Is this a battle between heroes? Many people's hearts were heavy. However, Lin Ling obviously underestimated Xiaoyun, thinking that he could suppress Xiaoyun with the ancient city. This was simply a fool's dream. Are you finally willing to come out? Unfortunately, such an attack can't hurt me. Chapter 1166. I'm ruthless. Is that so? However, at this moment, a meteor passed through the dust that filled the sky, shooting towards Xiaoyun. This speed was something that Xiaoyun had never seen before. It had to be known that this sort of speed was not some mysterious movement martial skill, nor was it some sort of strength that could cross the void. It was a simple straight-line speed. However, Xiaoyun had never seen such a fast straight-line speed before. It was as if this person was relying on their strength to step on the ground, and after the strength of their legs erupted, they were even faster than thunder. A fist instantly appeared in front of Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun's pupils constricted. So fast. This fist exploded with 900,000 small worlds. It had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Boom! In the sky, the sacred talisman shattered. The fist did not stop and landed on Xiaoyun's body. Xiaoyun's body shook and shattered like glass. Then, it exploded again and turned into sparkling fragments. This was caused by the strength of the fist. It caused Xiaoyun's body to shatter along with the void. Before he could even make a sound, one of the four heroes had fallen. He's dead. The faces of the people below stiffened. They did not see how Xiaoyun died. When the dust cloud in the sky gradually dispersed, they saw a cold youth standing in the sky. At this moment, the youth's eyes were looking at the common people. It was as if an ancient emperor had descended. The rootless water is with me. If you want it, come. The cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It shocked the people and made their ears ring. Silence. The whole ground was dead silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's aura. Sir, I only need a drop of the rootless water. After you give it to me, I will not participate in this matter. I am from the Lu Manor. A courageous youth said indifferently. If you can take one blow from me, I can give it to you. In the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were still cold. He stretched out his left hand and flicked his finger. Boom! There was an explosion from his finger. The void exploded and a tyrannical shockwave shot out. This was a shockwave formed by attacking the void. It should be known that any attack, even a wave of the hand, would have an attack wave. However, in terms of strength, Lin Ling could make an ordinary attack wave extremely terrifying. Bang! The ground below was like a blooming flower. The body of the youth who spoke exploded. He couldn't be more dead. If you want the treasure, you have to gamble with your life. Staring at this scene, many people's faces turned pale. How could Lin Ling be so strong? He wasn't this terrifying before. We just want some treasures, but you killed him. He's from Lord Lu's mansion. You've offended Lord Lu's mansion, said an old man coldly. Lin Ling was too overbearing. Then when the four heroes attacked the city, you didn't dare to say anything? In the air, Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the old man's expression to stiffen. He was speechless. Before this, when the four heroes attacked the city, their strength and background were too strong, so they didn't dare to provoke them. But now, Lin Ling had obtained a treasure, but Lin Ling didn't have any fame, so they dared to attack. What qualifications did they have to say that Lin Ling was overbearing? Can't you? Die. Lin. Overbearing. Many people were fearful and unwilling, but seeing Lin Ling's domineering aura, many people still shouted coldly, so you're saying that you won't pay up even if you die, then don't blame us for being merciless. I should be the one saying that. Lin Ling smiled. He took a step forward and shot towards the ground like a cannonball. He punched out, and with a boom, countless people were crushed to death by his power. Any martial arts were useless against him. Killing dozens of lives with a single punch made the crowd's mouths dry up. However, at this moment, a whining sound was heard. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling had dragged Gu Cheng out. This caused a large number of ancient souls to appear in the city and surround the crowd. Lin Ling, you are too cruel. Many people roared. The ancient souls came out. They didn't know how many of them would die. I gave you a chance. Unfortunately, you didn't cherish it. Kill. Lin Ling shouted coldly. These people wanted to snatch his treasures and kill the four of them. Now that they were weaker than him, they immediately said that he was cruel. Didn't they think that they were more cruel? Then, ignoring the weak warriors, Lin Ling looked at the four heroes. He knew that all of this was caused by the four heroes. Didn't you want me to come out? Now that I'm out, what else do you have to say? Lin Ling stomped on the ground and the earth exploded. He shot towards Duzuan Shan of the Western Sea Dragon Qilin Palace. At this moment, Duzuan Shan's face was solemn. Previously, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. But now, he was a little afraid. You can't kill me. Duzuan Shan took a step back and said coldly. He didn't believe that Lin Ling had the strength of a hero. One move is enough. Without any superfluous words, Lin Ling unsheathed his sword in midair. He held the sword with both hands and slashed down heavily. 900,000 small worlds erupted at the same time with the power to uproot mountains and rivers. Soaring Dragon Qilin. Duzuan Shan shouted and formed complicated seals with both hands. A dragon appeared in his left hand and a Qilin appeared in his right hand. The combination of the dragon and Qilin destroyed the world. This martial art was also an extremely powerful supreme martial art that formed the extreme force. Ka. Unfortunately, facing Lin Ling's 900 million strength, the heaven and earth dragon and Qilin's aura were cut down. When one's strength reached its peak, it was already so terrifying. It wasn't afraid of heavenly tribulation, fire, or thunder, not to mention the dragon and Qilin's aura. With a slash, Duzuan Shan was split into two. A deep ravine was formed on the ground. This sword was terrifying. Even the heroes aren't his match. Those who were resisting the ancient souls sucked in a cold breath. They didn't leave because they thought that Lin Ling would die. Therefore, as long as they persevered until the end, they would still be able to obtain some treasures. Unfortunately, Lin Ling killed two heroes with one punch and one sword, destroying the determination in their hearts. How did he become so powerful? Gue Xuanzi and Bei Xianyang's expressions were extremely ugly. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling before, but now, they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Gui Xuanzi, if this continues, I'm afraid that Lin Ling won't even be afraid of us. It's very difficult for us to kill him one-on-one. Why don't we join hands? Bei Xianyang's enchanting face was filled with anger. When she first heard of Lin Ling's name, Lin Ling was just an ant. He didn't die because of Venerable Si Kongming's help. But who would have thought that this ant would kill her brother? And when she wanted to take revenge, Lin Ling had already grown to the point where he didn't fear her. This growth speed was too terrifying. All right. Gui Xuanzi immediately nodded. The Soul Slayer sword appeared and shot towards Lin Ling. It slashed out in midair and the ghost city appeared. Clang! Facing Gui Xuanzi's unpredictable slash, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Not only did he not retreat, but he also turned into a meteor and shot forward. The Tyrant Song sword collided with the Ghost City in midair. Ghost City Massacre. Chapter 1167. Fighting two heroes, playing with ghosts. Will it work? Lin Ling was still holding his sword as he stared at Gui Xuanzi and sneered. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we try it. Gui Xuanzi's calm face also said indifferently. Nature energy. Boom. At this moment, an incomparably sacred golden light bloomed. With Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword as the lead, it swept out like an avalanche. After the ghosts collided with the overwhelming righteousness, they instantly let out sinister sounds as they were completely corroded. Now that you've tried it, it's indeed useless. Raising his eyes, Lin Ling looked at Gui Xuanzi, who had an ugly expression on his face, and smiled again. Then, the 900,000 small worlds in his body erupted again, and he slashed out with his sword, which had the power to uproot mountains and rivers. It's my turn. Crack crack. This sword was extremely terrifying, causing Gui Xuanzi's expression to change drastically. He sensed that his soul slasher was about to break. Break? What kind of power could break a saint artifact? Bang! With a burst of power, Gui Xuanzi's body was smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a crater that was hundreds of meters deep. Lin Ling, let's see how strong you are. Xia Luo Si. At the same time, Daredevil Lady of the North's attack appeared in the sky. She used a pink ribbon that looked weak but was as sharp as a blade. She waved the ribbon in the air, creating a vortex that was bewitching, demonic, and filled with a destructive aura. It was like a tribulation of the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures of life. Sword of Righteousness. Lin Ling bellowed and released the power of his body. The Tyrant Song sword slashed out and destroyed the terrifying colorful vortex. The battle between the two went from the sky to the ground, shocking the heavens. At the same time, Gui Xuanzi on the ground turned into a ghost shadow and shot out. Ghost fog spread out and formed thousands of Gui Xuanzi, which then rushed towards Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is a nameless junior? Many people were so shocked that they were speechless. He didn't even have a hero card, but he was able to fight 2 heroes at the same time. In the world, except for Lin Ling, who else could do it? Impossible. How is this possible? The 2 heroes both possess extreme martial arts. Even if Lin Ling can block one of their moves, it's impossible for him to block 10 moves, no, 100 moves. The older warrior found it hard to believe. Look at the ground. Someone Studio Daybreak Studio 2 Studio Lin Ling Battle Studio 2 Lin Ling Lin Li Studio 2 Martial Artists Studio Day Dietas Studio Note Studio Daybreak Studio Diam Studio Editor Big Studio 2 Studio 4 Studio. This meant that Lin Ling had a strong physical body and could control it. If he could negate the opponent's spiritual attacks, Wouldn't that mean that Lin Ling would never be defeated? Lin Ling. Gui Xuanzi's expression was extremely ugly, and he even felt like he was in a dream. Before, Lin Ling had taken advantage of him twice. He thought that he would take back all the shame he had lost on the third time. Who knew that when they met for the third time, Lin Ling would go head-to-head with them and not be at a disadvantage? If you keep blocking like this, you'll only attract more and more experts. At that time, everyone will want to snatch your treasures, and your situation will be even more difficult. Gui Xuanzi shouted coldly. You're saying this because you're helpless against me, and even afraid of me. So, you're trying to goad me into giving up on resisting and fighting you head-on? Still brandishing the Tyrant Song sword, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling, your future will be like this because you can only block my attacks, you can't fight back. Bei Xianyang had been attacking for a long time without success, so she sneered and tried to goad Yi Shiwen into action. You two are ganging up on me, and I don't even have a hero card. So, what kind of martial arts are you talking about? The sword in Lin Ling's hand became even more magnificent, and this time, he attacked Bei Xianyang. The sword light was like the sea, as if it could stir up the world. Bei Xianyang was facing Lin Ling alone, and suddenly, the pressure increased, and she kept retreating. Why are you retreating? Where is your martial arts? Facing me, you can only join forces with others, and you can only retreat. What kind of martial arts are you talking about? Lin Ling's heroic voice was accompanied by his sword, and he was madly suppressing Bei Xianyang. Crazy. Seeing this scene, the crowd was shocked speechless. If Bei Xianyang wanted to compete with Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, then he and Bei Xianyang wanted to see who had the real heart of martial arts. And the result was obvious. The two heroes joined forces, but they were still defeated by Lin Ling. How could Bei Xianyang talk about martial arts? You can't touch us at all. You're just stalling for time. Gui Xuanzi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Ling's defense was too terrifying. With the protection of the overwhelming righteousness, his body was strong, and he could control his body to resist spiritual attacks. Now, he was ignoring him and focusing on attacking Bei Xianyang. This was a great humiliation to him. He was a hero, a ghost king, and his opponent was ignoring him. Stalling for time? Lin Ling stopped and pointed the Tyrant Song sword at Gui Xuanzi. I'm not stalling for time. I just absorbed too much of the rootless water, so I need some pressure to refine it. You guys are not enough for me to stall for time. What? Refining the rootless water through battle? Many people's eyes widened. Was this Lin Ling's goal? You. Gui Xuanzi's face became even more ferocious. He had become Lin Ling's sparring partner. 95. 96. 97. The more Lin Ling fought, the fiercer he became. He was like an ancient beast. Wind and thunder rumbled in the sky as he waved the Tyrant Song sword. So fierce. One man and one sword, stirring up the wind and clouds. But, what is he doing? Many people trembled in fear as they watched Lin Ling rise like a dazzling star and become famous in Xianpeng province. 98. 99. 100. A low shout was heard from Lin Ling's mouth. As soon as Lin Ling's voice was heard, a huge aura shot up into the sky. The entire land shook, and many warriors died. At the same time, a sword slashed through the void, bringing with it a violent, destructive, and murderous aura as it slashed at Gui Xuanzi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, all the ghosts were split in half. Gui Xuanzi's face was full of fear. He found that after Lin Ling said 100, the sword became the most terrifying. What was the secret behind it? With this sword, I will awaken 1,000,000 small worlds. The cold voice drifted into Gue Xuanzi's ears, and he finally reacted. Lin Ling had used him as a sparring partner to increase the strength of his physical body to the peak. 1,000,000 small worlds turned into a sword, and that was the strength of 1,000,000,000. When the strength reached the peak, its power was not weaker than a supreme martial art. Crack! The Soul Slasher sword was completely broken at that moment. The sword seemed to have frozen time as it slowly slashed at Gue Xuanzi. Gue Xuanzi found that although the sword was slow, it carried a mysterious magic that made it impossible for him to dodge or block. Am I going to die? Chapter 1168. Get lost. This is the vengeance brought by the 3 Lives Ghost King. I shouldn't have helped him. Gue Xuanzi finally realized where he had gone wrong as the memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom! Gue Xuanzi's body was annihilated by the sword. The ghosts were all swept away by the power, leaving only the black ghost energy in the sky. Lin Ling, die. When Lin Ling killed Gue Xuanzi with a single strike, Mistress Bei's beautiful face changed violently. In the end, she made a bold decision, and that was to seize this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Of course, she dared to fight so desperately because she was confident. Because Lin Ling's strength was used to deal with Gue Xuanzi, so he wouldn't have any extra strength to deal with her. Repentance Arrow Hurricane. The colorful ribbons turned into thousands of long spears and gathered together to form a rotating colorful awl. Lady Bei had obviously used her trump card for this martial art. She should be able to kill him with a small success extreme martial art and the strength of a 3rd stage Transcendent. Lady Bei's timing is good. Many people clenched their fists tightly, anticipating Lin Ling's death. Who told you that I'm only strong in physical strength? However, Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. He didn't withdraw his sword, but blue flames surged out and turned into an ocean, rushing towards Lin Ling's left palm. Then, he clenched his fist. Blazing Sea Flame. One of the 10 great generals under the Star Plucker Great Emperor, the Undying Fire King's fist had arrived. His fist was covered in blue flames, and the might of an extreme martial art was released. It majestically flew towards the colorful awl. Rumble. The 2 strong forces collided, and a terrifying power exploded in mid-air, like a catastrophe. Then, a figure flew out, spitting out blood. Her face was pale, and even her body was stained with blue flames. However, her eyes looked in front of her with fear, and a shocked voice drifted out. Level 2 Transcendent Realm, Earth Rank Saint Physique. This was why Madame Bei was surprised. She had unleashed her strongest technique, but Lin Ling was the one who had lost. If Lin Ling had used all of his strength, she would have died. She thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that he had an Earth-grade innate saint body? Was this Lin Ling the most perfect genius? How could she have known that Lin Ling had absorbed all of the rootless water, and Lin Ling's strength had naturally increased by a large margin? How could the current her be a match for Lin Ling? Run! Without any hesitation, she turned into a rainbow and fled into the distance. She was afraid. 2 heroes teamed up to fight Lin Ling. One died, and the other fled. On the ground, the crowd looked at the resplendent scene in the sky, and their hearts were broken. Their last hope had been destroyed. How could Lin Ling be so terrifying? The most ridiculous thing was that when the 4 heroes entered the city to fight for the treasure, they did not dare to fight for it. But when Lin Ling was fighting for the treasure, they dared to fight for it. They were simply shooting themselves in the foot. They were trying to curry favor with the 4 heroes, but they had offended an even stronger existence. I don't want the treasure anymore. Leave this place. Many people finally gave up. However, in the sky, a magnificent blue fist fell from the sky, and with a boom, a large number of warriors were killed. It was too late to escape now. Lin Ling, spare my life. I am a subordinate of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. I was wrong, should not have harbored evil intentions against you. More and more people were begging for mercy. It's too late. In the sky, the gigantic flaming fist seemed to be able to destroy the world. It smashed down majestically and landed on the ground, causing countless lives to fall. At this moment, the clouds in the sky were also burning, and the ground was burning. Only life continued to fade away. If these people were ordinary people, Lin Ling would let them go. However, they were not ordinary people. They were warriors who wanted to kill and steal the treasure. They knew that they were no match for Lin Ling, so they fled. There was no such thing in the world. Therefore, no matter which faction they were from, Lin Ling would kill them without hesitation. At this moment, the crowd finally regretted their actions. If they wanted the treasure, they would have to leave their lives behind. Very powerful. The 3 generations Ghost King told me to be careful of Lin Ling's ancient flame devil and soul seal. However, I did not expect that apart from these 2 trump cards, your strength is also so terrifying. On the ground, the mysterious palanquin was still there. The curtain was lifted, and the thin white-robed youth slowly walked out. He looked at the sky in surprise. Who are you? In the sky, Lin Ling stopped his massacre and looked at the white-robed youth coldly. The 2nd generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth said indifferently. You want to avenge Gui Xuanzi? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The other party gave him a mysterious feeling. Although he did not have any martial strength, he gave off a feeling that he could not be underestimated. In the 1,000 generations Ghost Sect, there are only benefits and no grudges. I will not avenge the 1st generation's Ghost King. The white-robed youth walked forward slowly and said, however, if I kill you, the 3 generations Ghost King will reward me. That's all. However, I did not expect you to be so powerful. With your strength, even the 1st generation's Ghost King is no match for you. The 2nd generation's Ghost King has entered the 2nd reincarnation cycle. You seem to have no martial strength, but you have an aura that is even more terrifying than the 1st generation's Ghost King. Lin Ling slowly floated down and looked at the other party. There were many people around, but not many could make him fearful. The white-robed youth was one of them. The 2 of them stood on top of a broken hill. Their eyes met in mid-air as if they wanted to see through each other. Finally, the young man in white said indifferently, you have killed many disciples of various experts. Those experts will not let you go. You don't have to worry about that. Now, you want to kill me? Lin Ling softly spoke, his words causing many people in the distance to gnash their teeth. Lin Ling slaughtered them like slaughtering dogs and wasn't afraid of offending the experts from the Qian Hall and Kuan Hall. What courage! Although they were enraged in their hearts, there was nothing they could do. Lin Ling could already fight against the 2nd reincarnation Ghost King. One must know that the 2nd reincarnation Ghost King had a hero token. Moreover, many of them knew that the 2nd generation's Ghost King seemed to have no martial strength. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying the 2nd generation's Ghost King was. I wanted to kill you before, but now I don't. Those of us who have entered the reincarnation cycle are more cautious. The white-robed youth pondered for a moment and looked up at Lin Ling. It seemed that he did not want to attack Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought about it and knew that it would be difficult to kill Lin Ling. The price would be great. Then you are not afraid that I will want to kill you? Lin Ling smiled and suddenly said. No, I don't think you can kill me. The white-robed youth smiled and shook his head. However, I want a drop of rootless water. After that, we will leave and mind our own business. How about it? Are you compromising with me? Lin Ling still smiled. You can say that. I can promise you that I will not interfere in the matter between you and the 3rd generation's Ghost King and the 1,000 generations Ghost Sect. I just want a drop of rootless water. It's that simple. The white-robed youth hesitated for a moment and said with certainty. Many people understood that the white-robed youth was afraid of Lin Ling. Therefore, he did not dare to attack. Or perhaps, he knew that fighting Lin Ling would be an arduous and unrewarding task. Rootless water? No. Scram. However, Lin Ling nodded. Then, his cold voice drifted out. Chapter 1169. You win. Although the other party was compromising, he was still a member of the 1000-era Ghost Sect. Lin Ling was not happy to see such a strong person. Moreover, if the other party had the strength to suppress him, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, in reality, the other party was still afraid of him. You want me to scram? The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. You know, I hate people telling me to scram the most. I love telling people to scram the most. Lin Ling coldly shouted again, as if telling the white-robed youth to scram. You. The white-robed youth's face became gloomy. An indescribable aura finally erupted, cold and murderous. Terrifying, the 2nd-era Ghost King's hidden trump card is actually so terrifying. Many people trembled with fear, as if they saw the arrival of an ancestor from hell. Could it be that the white-robed youth's previous reincarnation was an ancestor from hell? I only want a drop of rootless water. It's fine if you don't give it to me, but you actually want me to scram. The white-robed youth took a step forward, and a vast river of blood appeared behind him. It surged and shook the heavens and earth. You think I have no martial strength, but you don't know that even the 2nd-era Ghost King, Gui Xuanzi, was afraid and respectful when he saw this ancestor. That is because this ancestor has the 72 demonic gods. The white-robed youth coldly shouted again. He knew that if he did not use his trump card, Lin Ling would not know fear. Chi chi chi. The river of blood behind him overflowed even more. A black fish swam in the river, constantly devouring the bones in the river. Its huge body seemed to have come from ancient times, wanting to devour everyone. One of the 72 demonic gods, the Blood River Ghost Fish. It is said to be ranked 33rd. A knowledgeable old man gasped and subconsciously took a step back. Was this why the white-robed youth was so terrifying? However, it was indeed terrifying. One must know that the 72 demonic gods were extremely powerful existences in Xianpeng province. Even great heroes did not dare to look down on these demonic gods. So what? Lin Ling's handsome face did not change in the slightest. The other party was indeed an ancestor-level existence. It was only because he had reincarnated that his strength had not reached the peak. However, he was not the only one who possessed the 72 demon gods. Smoke filled the air, and the illusion of an ancient flame devil appeared behind Lin Ling. In the hazy fog, a pair of bewitching eyes stared at the Blood River Ghost Fish, not at all inferior. The fog was too dense, and no one could see what Lin Ling had released. What surprised them was that Lin Ling seemed to still have a trump card. Could it be that the strength of this young man was limitless? You can actually make the demon god appear at will. The white-robed youth's pupils constricted. He could clearly see the terrifying desolate beast in the fog. Furthermore, he knew even more clearly that a warrior possessing the 72 demonic gods did not mean that he could completely control the demonic gods. However, to be able to make the demonic gods appear at will without transforming into a demonic god, it meant that the stage of controlling the demonic gods was extremely terrifying. It was even close to the stage where the demonic god and human became one. The legendary stage of demon and god becoming one was no longer the warrior entering the demonic god's body, but the demonic god and the warrior becoming one, allowing one to borrow the ancient strength of the demonic god. Silence. This time, the white-robed youth fell silent. It was a rare occurrence that he did not say anything else. Scram. Lin Ling's mouth moved slightly, as a deep voice floated out. It was domineering and arrogant, asking the white-robed youth to scram. If he did not scram, then he would fight. The white-robed youth's expression was extremely ugly. Previously, he had revealed the demonic gods to scare Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was not afraid at all, and even invited him to fight. One had to know that a young junior like Lin Ling only had the seniority of a disciple in his previous life, but now, he was asking him to scram? You win. The white-robed youth finally let out a soft sigh. He admitted defeat. In the end, he did not dare to fight because he was not as stupid as Gue Xuanzi and the Third Era Ghost King, who casually provoked some unfathomable enemies. Then you can scram. Lin Ling nodded, not giving the other party any face at all. In this world where strength was respected, sometimes it was that simple. If he was not as strong as the other party, he would have been obliterated by the white-robed youth. Now that his strength was enough to scare the other party, there was no need to give him any face. Be careful of the Third Era Ghost King. He has found a way to not be afraid of your soul seal. The next time you meet him, he can easily kill you. The white-robed youth slowly walked back to the palanquin, and then the palanquin flew into the sky. As for the surrounding crowd, they had complicated expressions. Lin Ling actually asked a patriarch-level existence to scram. This Lin Ling was too scary. One thing was for sure, after the star-plucking Violet Mansion tournament, Lin Ling's name would definitely shake Xianpeng province. Why did Patriarch Blood River let him go? At this moment, a voice came from the palanquin, causing the white-robed youth's expression to turn serious. First, although his devil god ranking is not as high as mine, his physical body and soul are stronger than mine. His ability to control the ancient flame devil is stronger than mine. Second, this patriarch has reincarnated twice and cultivated the heavenly fiend Tao. I can see who is not to be trifled with. That young man is one of them. Although his cultivation is low now, in the future, he will definitely become a great hero. It is even possible for him to become one of the 10 Langya Temple Hall's experts. Patriarch is wise. A respectful voice came from the palanquin. Lin Ling could become a great hero of the universe and Kuan Temple Halls. This potential was too terrifying because he knew what a great hero represented. At this moment, on the other side, the Wicked Lady of the North was still running away. Her heart was shaking like thunder. Lin Ling had grown. Even without the guardian deity, he could easily kill her. Moreover, if it wasn't for the fact that there were too many experts there, Lin Ling would have caught up to her and killed her. I must tell father that Lin Ling's wings have fully grown. He is a second-layer transcendent and his strength is comparable to a great hero. The Wicked Lady of the North felt that everything was like a dream. In the star-plucking Violet Palace, Lin Ling had completely risen. At this moment, the crowd in the ancient city was silent. They looked at the black-robed young man standing quietly on the ground. The shock in their hearts hadn't disappeared yet. Sir, those who wanted to rob you of your treasures were mostly killed by you. Although we had the same thought, we didn't do anything in the end. Previously, we were blinded by the treasures. If we have offended you in any way, please forgive us. The remaining people bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. They couldn't help but lower their noble heads because even the Second Life Ghost King didn't dare to fight because of Lin Ling's scram. Then, what qualifications did they have to speak? You all can leave. Lin Ling said indifferently. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Previously, these people were too greedy and that was why they angered him. Now that the remaining people were apologizing, he didn't intend to kill them all. Thank you. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so easy to talk to. After all, if they were in his position, they wouldn't let the weak go. It seemed like they had misjudged Lin Ling. Let's go. Chapter 1170. Invitation. Lin Ling watched as the crowd left. His lips curled into a smile. The trip to the star-plucking violet mansion was indeed the best place for a cultivator to grow. Currently, he had awakened 1,000,000 small worlds and his cultivation had reached the second stage of the Transcendent realm. With such strength, he should be able to obtain a hero token. 3 spiritual sources that are full of spiritual energy. My recovery speed is faster than an ordinary second-stage Transcendent realm cultivator. In addition to the extreme martial art and 1 billion physical strength, there is finally a place for me in Xianpeng province. Raising his head, Lin Ling's clear eyes looked at the gloomy sky. The confidence in his heart grew stronger. Lin Ling, your strength has increased so much. At this moment, Yu Yun and the other 2 walked over with a smile. Lin Ling had always been stronger than them. However, after entering the star-plucking violet mansion, their strength had increased greatly. Even so, they still couldn't catch up to Lin Ling. Instead, the gap between them had widened. I was just lucky. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. He didn't look proud at all. Confidence and complacency were 2 different things. Lin Ling had confidence in his enemies and his martial arts, but he would never be satisfied with himself. Ever since he came to this world, the only thought he had, or the only thing he could do, was to constantly become stronger. Mengyun, that Qiong Qi is very weak. You can subdue it. Lin Ling looked at the Qiong Qi on the ground. Yu Yun was good at controlling berserk beasts and Qiong Qi was one of the rare berserk beasts. All right. Yu Yun quickly nodded and shot towards the Qiong Qi. Lin Ling didn't intend to help Yu Yun. After all, it was up to Yu Yun to subdue the berserk beast. If others helped, the berserk beast wouldn't be willing to submit. If we meet Yonggan and the others again, I wonder if they will be surprised by our strength. Sakura said with a smile, which made Lai Qing's expression change. She was also looking forward to meeting Yonggan and the others again to see who was stronger. At present, Yu, Anuer, Yonggan, and the others were still training. Their strength shouldn't be too weak. Don't be too proud. There are countless experts in Xianpeng province. As far as I know, the Qiankuan Palace and the Qiankuan Palace have the enormous Langia Palace and the Carefree Palace. There are also the 4 pillars and 8 pillars, great heroes, and outstanding people. We still have a long way to go. Lin Ling chuckled and reminded him. Lin Ling, I've noticed that after reaching the second layer of the Transcendent realm, your vision has become even further. Big brother, I have no choice but to admit defeat. Sakura was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head helplessly. He was proud of his current strength, but Lin Ling was preparing for a rainy day. His goal was set even further. It was no wonder that Lin Ling was able to walk step by step from a small existence to his current height. Lai Qing's eyes flickered, but her heart was filled with admiration. There weren't many people in Xianpeng province that she admired, but Lin Ling was the only one. The few of you have Buddhist treasures and are from the star-plucking Violet Palace. Can we talk? At this moment, a smiling voice came from afar. Then, an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over. Lin Ling and the others' eyes flickered. Who is this person? Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you. The young man spread his hands and said, moreover, I've seen your combat strength. I don't have the confidence to win against you, especially you. Lin Ling, you're a nobody in Xianpeng province. You're just a general under Venerable Si Calming, but your strength has reached the level of a hero. You're flattering me. What do you want to talk about? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Currently, the experts have found the star-plucking dynasty, but they can't enter it. Therefore, the expert's disciples have spread out to look for the key to enter the star-plucking dynasty. I'm guessing that your Buddhist treasures are very important, so I'd like to ask for your help. The young man said solemnly, of course, you don't have to be afraid that it's a scam. The experts are all gathered there, and I don't have the final say. Moreover, Venerable C. Calming is there too. Venerable C. Calming. Lin Ling's eyes lit up, and he believed it a little. If you can lead the experts into the star-plucking dynasty, then all the treasures you encounter on the way will belong to you. The young man continued. After all, that place isn't a place that ordinary people can go to, and only the renowned experts of Blackpeng region have the qualifications to go there. So, it's your fortune to be able to enter. All right. Lin Ling nodded without hesitation. Follow me. The young man smiled happily and led Lin Ling and the others away from the second continent. The young man was a disciple of one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars from the Black-White Dao Palace. Therefore, he had this treasure with him that allowed him to bring Lin Ling and the others through the void to another continent. After a long time, when Lin Ling and the others arrived at a new continent, the billowing spiritual qi rushed towards them. This continent was different from the previous battlefield. It seemed to be the core of the star-plucking purple mansion, which was also the palace of the star-plucking great emperor. The palace of the ancient emperor. Lin Ling looked into the distance and could vaguely see a huge 9-storied palace tower sitting in the distance. The palace tower was very familiar, as it seemed to be the palace tower he saw in the immortal water general's mansion. The palace of the star-plucking great emperor is there. Legend has it that there are 5 great inheritances of heaven and earth, as well as 18 heavenly saints. Everyone wants to obtain the treasures inside. The young man explained faintly, which made the hearts of Sakra Shur Tian and the others jump violently. They were only transcendents, but it seemed that they were qualified to get their hands on those treasures. Of course, all of this depended on luck in the end. Lin Ling was extremely calm as he stared at the palace. He didn't know if the treasures guarded by the immortal water general were in the palace or not. After that, the young man led Lin Ling and the others forward again. After a long time, they finally arrived at the huge palace. The palace was ancient and modeled. The 9-storied tower sat in the middle of the palace, exuding the majesty of an emperor, making people feel like they were worshipping it. In the square in front of the palace, a large number of people gathered there. They were divided into 2 camps, namely Heaven and Earth Temple. In the camp, there were countless powerhouses. Any one of them was an existence that surpassed Sakra Shur Tian and the others. The aura of those powerhouses gathered together made it extremely difficult for people to breathe. Lin Ling. Countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and the others, and a few of them shouted in a low voice. Sir Venerable. Lin Ling looked at the Heaven Temple. Venerable C. Calming was there too. At this moment, he was looking at them in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Ling and the others to be qualified to come here. Yunemo, who are they? At the same time, a calm voice sounded. A middle-aged man stood there quietly. He seemed to be the leader of the Heaven Temple today. Everyone standing behind him was silent and didn't dare to show any disrespect. Palace Master, these 4 people have Buddhist treasures. This disciple believes that they can open the palace door, so I brought them here. The young man who led Lin Ling here said respectfully. Buddhist treasures? Chapter 1171. Victims. As for Lin Ling and the other 3, they felt as if they had been completely seen through. However, the pressure wasn't intense. Instead, they felt comfortable. So powerful, even more terrifying than a venerable. Lin Ling was shocked. I am the palace master of the Black-White Dao Palace. You can call me Lord Shui Wu. If the 4 of you can open the palace, then the Qian Palace will give you a spot to enter. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then smiled. Lord Shui Wu, you have violated the agreement between the Qian and Kuan palaces. At this moment, someone shouted coldly from the other side. The one who spoke was a man in armor. His aura was like that of a dragon or a tiger, like an ancient dragon god. As for the agreement, it was clear that the Qian and Kuan palaces had discussed it beforehand. They would each limit the number of people who could enter star-plucking Imperial City. Now that the Qian Palace had added Lin Ling and the other three, the Kuan Palace naturally felt that they had suffered a loss. Then do you have a way to enter? Shui Wu said lightly, causing the experts of the Kuan Palace to fall silent. Finally, one of them said, if they can open the palace, then we will give them a chance to enter. If they can't, then they will die. As these words fell, many people of the Kuan Palace nodded. This world was just so fair. If you could enter the palace, then you had to do something. If you couldn't, then only death awaited. No, these four were brought here by the Black-White Dao Palace. If they can't open the palace, then let them leave. Shui Wu said coldly, her attitude extremely firm. What if I want them to die? The experts of the Kuan Palace all shouted coldly. Do you think it's necessary to make us fight for four little fellows? Shui Wu wasn't afraid at all. The people of the Kuan Palace fell silent. To them, Lin Ling and the other three were indeed juniors. To fight for them was clearly not worth it. Then we will do as you say. The experts of the Kuan Palace finally compromised. Lin Ling. Among those experts, there were a few cold gazes that stared at Lin Ling. They were the Three-Era Ghost King and the Northern Underworld Demon God. Clearly, they had not expected that a junior like Lin Ling would be able to participate in such a gathering of experts. Moreover, Mistress Shui Wu had come out to speak for Lin Ling. Such treatment made them feel unreconciled. This kid is growing too fast. I have to find a chance to kill him. Three-Era Ghost King and Evil God North Sea felt a little pressured. One had to know that there were countless martial artists in Xianpeng province. When they first met Lin Ling, they thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary martial artist among thousands of martial artists. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would stand out today and walk into the core of the strong in Xianpeng province? Unfortunately, even though they wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling, there were too many powerhouses here. It was not their place to speak. Heavenly Venerate Su Xing's eyes were closed and he did not look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the other three naturally saw Heavenly Venerate Su Xing and their killing intent was extremely strong. However, they also knew that they were not strong enough to fight against Heavenly Venerate Su Xing. Therefore, they were looking forward to the opportunity in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling, why are you here? Venerable Si Kaming asked with a smile when Lin Ling and the others walked over. Lin Ling then told him about what had happened earlier. Your strength has grown really fast. You are starting to make a name for yourselves in Xianpeng province. Venerable Si Kaming couldn't help but exclaim. He had not expected Lin Ling and the others to rise so quickly. Junior Sister Mengyun? While the few of them were talking, a familiar voice came from the side. Lin Ling looked over and saw that it was Nan Ping. That's great. I thought you were dead. Now that I see you here, I can finally relax. Nan Ping seemed to be very familiar with Lin Ling and the others. She jogged over and held Yu Man Yun's hand. Yu Man Yun was shocked. Previously, Nan Ping had betrayed everyone and caused a large number of powerhouses to snatch their treasures. Now, Nan Ping seemed to know nothing. It was as if it had nothing to do with her. Venerable Si Kaming, are these the people from your Si Kaming heavenly abode? They are really ruthless in order to become stronger. An old man with a walking stick walked over and said. His eyes were filled with disdain and coldness as he stared at Lin Ling and the other three. Old man of the South Pole, you and I are close friends. If you have something to say, just say it. Venerable Si Calming frowned. His Si Calming heavenly abode and Xianpeng of the South Pole were close friends. However, Old Man of the South Pole's words had other meanings. My Southern Pole Celestial Peng's disciple found the treasure, but your disciple acted for the treasure, killing the disciples of the universe in Kuan halls. He even killed a few of my disciples. If it wasn't for the fact that my disciple, Nan Ping, fled quickly, he would have died. Old Man of the South Pole sneered. Then, he looked at Nan Ping and said, I told you long ago that you have to be careful when you go out to train. However, you insisted on telling others after you found the treasure. Isn't this causing others to have evil intentions? You are setting Venerable Si Calming and me up. It won't be easy for us to talk when we meet in the future. Master, this disciple knows her mistake. However, Master, please don't blame them. They only had evil intentions for a moment. I believe that junior sister Meng Yun's heart is still kind. Lan Ping lowered her head as if she was extremely guilty. Lin Ling and the others were stunned. They understood what Nan Ping meant. Nan Ping had twisted the truth and said that she had found the treasure. However, the four of them had tried to snatch it from her. This woman was so cunning. Some people can't be trusted so easily. Venerable Si Calming, you may have recruited people, but be careful not to invite trouble. Old Man of the South Pole reprimanded Nan Ping and then looked at Venerable Si Calming. Old Man of the South Pole, as far as I know, things aren't as you think. Venerable Si Calming also understood what was going on. However, he believed that Lin Ling and the others wouldn't go as far as to kill someone to snatch the treasure. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to affect our relationship. Let bygones be bygones. Old Man of the South Pole waved his hand and turned to leave. Old Man of the South Pole, are you planning to leave without making things clear? Venerable Si Calming frowned. He couldn't accept the fact that Old Man of the South Pole had wronged Lin Ling and the others. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Star-picking Imperial City is more important now. Old Man of the South Pole continued walking and said calmly. Behind him, Nan Ping's eyes were a little wet. She looked at Venerable Si Calming and said, Venerable Si Calming, let bygones be bygones. I don't want to affect your relationship with Master because of this. If we have to say who's right and who's wrong, then it's all my fault. After saying that, she caught up with Old Man of the South Pole and helped him leave. The people around them roughly knew what had happened and nodded. Nan Ping's treasure had been snatched, but she didn't blame Venerable Si Calming's subordinates. Instead, she was considerate and sensible. Such a disciple was not bad. Venerable Si Calming's expression was extremely ugly, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Old Man of the South Pole clearly didn't want to talk about this anymore. What a cunning woman. Lin Ling looked at Nan Ping's back and his eyes turned cold. Chapter 1172. Opening the Imperial City Gate, bitch. Sakura shouted coldly. He wanted to kill her the moment he saw her. It was his first time seeing such an ugly person. Of course, he could only think about it in his heart. With so many experts here, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. Venerable Si Calming shook his head helplessly. He still believed in Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling's group nodded and became more cautious of Nan Ping. After all, it was easy to dodge a spear in the open but hard to defend against a stab in the dark. Her strength was terrifying, but a stab in the dark shouldn't be underestimated either. Venerable Si Calming's subordinates are really ugly. Humph. If they didn't steal Nan Ping's treasure, they wouldn't be qualified to come here. Such ugly people, I really want to kill them. Humph. Now that Lord Shui Wu is here, we'd better keep a low profile. Humph. The disciples of the Qian Hall whispered amongst themselves. These people were the trusted aides of the Qian Hall's experts. Their words caused Lin Ling and the other three to be dumbfounded. The four of them were the victims, but now, they had become the victims? Junior sister Nan Ping, look on the bright side. People like them won't live long. Moreover, there are countless more powerful treasures in the star-picking imperial city. When the time comes, I'll seize a great treasure for you. A young man from the Lu royal residence walked towards Nan Ping and said to her. This person was Lu Rufeng from the Lu royal residence. He had fought with Lin Ling in the past and was one of the 72 demonic gods in the sky. Thank you, young Master Lu. However, we should be lenient whenever possible. We're all from the Qian Hall, so let's forget it. Humph. Nan Ping wiped her moist eyes and said with an understanding smile. Then, she looked at Yu Mun Yun who was not far away and nodded with a smile. Her gentle look made many people sympathize with her. You're too kind. That's why you're bullied by them. Humph. Lu Rufeng was already unhappy with Lin Ling. At this moment, he found Lin Ling an eyesore. Idiot. In the distance, Lin Ling naturally saw Lu Rufeng and shook his head helplessly. Lu Rufeng was stupid. Nan Ping was a woman who could betray her friends. If she had the chance, she would definitely betray Lu Rufeng. Such a person should be avoided. Lu Rufeng actually approached her. Wasn't he courting death? Of course, this matter had nothing to do with him, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with it. Your Excellency, you are too reckless to make a decision without understanding the situation. Sakura couldn't help but shout. Lin Ling had a calm temperament and didn't care about the gazes around him, but he couldn't. You dare to be so arrogant after stealing someone else's treasure? If I get the chance, I'll kill you. Lu Rufeng stepped forward and stood in front of Nan Ping. Nan Ping, on the other hand, pulled Lu Rufeng back, as if she was afraid that Lu Rufeng would become enemies with Lin Ling and the others because of her. With your current strength, you can't kill us. Lin Ling was calmer than Sakura. He didn't care what others thought of him. He was open and aboveboard and didn't betray his principles. This was enough. Some things, time will reveal a person's heart. Is that so? If there weren't so many big shots here, I would kill you right now. Lu Rufeng took another step forward. At this moment, he felt that he was extremely tall. Protecting a weak woman, a hero who didn't fear evil. Very pitiful. Let me remind you. Sharpen your eyes. Sometimes, what you see isn't what it appears to be. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He wasn't afraid in the slightest. As for you wanting to kill me, let me remind you again. The moment you reveal your killing intent, the one who will die may be you. Currently, he was at Transcendent Realm second layer. Lu Rufeng could only rely on the 72 demon gods. How could he be arrogant in front of him? One had to know that Lin Ling's ancient flame devil had absorbed a large amount of rootless water. Its hidden strength had been stimulated. Compared to the demon gods, Lin Ling could easily kill him. However, Lin Ling wasn't interested in killing Lu Rufeng. He knew that Lu Rufeng would regret it one day. How arrogant. Universe and Kun Temple experts are here, but that little guy isn't afraid at all. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. The experts ignored Lin Ling's group of 4. However, their disciples looked at Lin Ling with flickering eyes. As for the Black-White Dao Palace's Lady Mist, her eyes that had been closed all this time, opened slightly at this moment. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. That little guy's courage was extraordinary. He knew that he had a Buddhist treasure on him, so he wasn't afraid of the various experts. In this aspect, he was much better than many others. It could be said that his courage and boldness were excellent. As for who was right and who was wrong, with her seniority, she couldn't be bothered to care. She didn't say anything. Although the other experts were unhappy with Lin Ling, they didn't dare to say anything. Alright, let's try to open the palace gates. Finally, an expert from Kun Temple suggested. The experts looked at Lin Ling's group of 4. Lin Ling's group of 4 slowly walked out. Especially Lin Ling, who was wearing a black robe. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and his expression was calm. Many experts nodded inwardly. This little guy didn't have a hero card on him, so he was obviously an ordinary second-layer Transcendent. However, he was still calm in front of so many experts. Moreover, this calmness wasn't an act. Not bad. In reality, they didn't know that Lin Ling had the eye of time. He was always calm and composed, so why would he be afraid? At this moment, the palace gates were mottled and ancient. It emitted a strong sense of majesty, as if an ancient great emperor was standing there quietly. Earlier, we attacked the palace gates, but they didn't budge. Therefore, the 4 of you must open the gates. Otherwise, you'll offend all the experts. At this moment, the 3 Lives Ghost King's sinister voice sounded. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Ling. Then you do it. Lin Ling stopped walking and looked at the 3 Lives Ghost King indifferently. The 3 Lives Ghost King was stunned. He did it? If he could do it, he would have succeeded long ago. Why would he wait here? Bastard, are all the juniors of Kun Temple so ignorant of the venerable realm? The 3 Lives Ghost King shouted angrily. Look at who you're talking to. You don't have to show respect to some barking dogs. Lin Ling continued to stare at the Tri-Era Ghost King fearlessly. He knew very well that he had the opportunity to open the door to the palace, and the other experts had to rely on him. Why should he give face to the Tri-Era Ghost King? Besides, the treasure was right in front of him. Although the experts treated him like an ant, they would still side with Lin Ling. Sure enough, a cold voice sounded. 3 Lives Ghost King, shut up. You. Shut up. The 3 Lives Ghost King's face was extremely ugly. He could only shut his mouth. The one who spoke was an ancient expert of Kun Temple. He didn't dare to provoke him. You're asking for humiliation. Lin Ling sneered and walked forward slowly. Many people's eyes flickered. This was the first time they wanted to know the name of this junior. Not only was he extraordinarily courageous, he also had a strong backbone. Lin Ling, how do we open the gates? After Lin Ling walked forward again, Indra and the others asked nervously. Currently, all the experts were watching them. If they failed, they would be exposed. At that time, there would be endless trouble. Lin Ling didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the tall gates. With the eye of time, Lin Ling saw the secret behind the gates. He even saw the immortal water great general. Chapter 1173. Unfettered Emperor. The defense of the Imperial City's gate was terrifying. Even Saint Realm powerhouses couldn't destroy it. Opening the gate was easy as long as one was a descendant of the star-plucking nation. No wonder the powerhouses couldn't open the gate. Their spiritual energy didn't originate from the star-plucking nation, so they couldn't obtain the recognition of the gate. Moreover, opening the gate required a lot of power. This also meant that the treasures obtained by the star-plucking nation weren't strong enough to open the gate. The 4 great Buddhist treasures possess great power. Maybe they can open the gate. Go! Lin Ling put away the eye of time and shouted in a low voice. Let's do it. Go! Sakura and the other 2 looked at each other and took out their Buddhist treasures. Rays of light shot towards the ancient gate. At the same time, the gate rumbled. Obviously, it acknowledged the existence of the Buddhist treasures. One had to know that the Buddhist treasures originated from the star-plucking Purple Mansion, and their original owner was obviously an extremely powerful existence. It really works. The powerhouses of Universe and Kuan Palace narrowed their eyes, but they could also see that the gate was still a step away. Swastika. At this moment, Lin Ling let out a furious roar. Buddhist light bloomed from his hand, and a huge swastika illuminated the door. The door finally slowly rose up, and a wisp of ancient aura emanated from it. It's finally open. The crowd's expression turned solemn. They seemed to have seen a shortcut to becoming stronger. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His only goal was the treasure guarded by the immortal water great general. That was the most precious thing. Boom! The gate finally opened. Go in. All the powerhouses shot towards the gate, afraid that they would miss something if they were too slow. Lin Ling, go in quickly. Venerable C. Calming hurriedly led Lin Ling and the other three into the gate. At the same time, the gate slowly closed, causing people to rush over from afar. However, it was already too late. The imperial city was vast and boundless. Buildings were stacked on top of each other, and it was filled with an ancient aura. With a single glance, one could see the past glory of the imperial city. However, there was no one here today, causing the golden splendor to feel a little lonely. After everyone entered, they split up and walked along the steps of the imperial city, the garden, and other places to search for treasures. You guys go first. I'll look for you later. Lin Ling stopped behind the gate and looked at Sakura and the others. It's very dangerous for you to go alone. Who will protect you if I'm not here? Venerable C. calming expression. Was Lin Ling was going to be separated from them? Thank you for your concern, Your Excellency. However, the path of martial arts has always been walked by one person. Your Excellency may be able to protect me for a while, but can you protect me forever? However, Lin Ling shook her head. Her eyes were filled with determination. In the end, Venerable C. Calming could only sigh and nod in agreement. Then Dream Clouds and the others will follow me. I will protect them. Lin Ling, good luck. 8. Gate. Gate is gate is. Gate is gate gate. Gate gate. Gate. You gate gate. Gate. It. Gate gates. S. Gate. Gate. Gate gate gate. Okay. Yu Mun Yun nodded. She hugged Lin Ling and kissed Lin Ling on his forehead. Then, she followed Venerable C. Calming Venerable C. Calming Venerable C. Calming Venerable. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled. He looked into the distance and saw a large number of experts searching for their own opportunities. However, Lin Ling knew that many of them would die here. Only a small number of them would be able to obtain opportunities and reach the heavens in a single bound. There were countless treasures in star-picking Imperial City. Lin Ling saw them with his eye of time. Among them, there were a few heaven-defying treasures. Anyone who could obtain them would be able to shake the heavens and earth. Lin Ling was moved by those treasures. However, he had his eyes on an even more precious treasure. The Eye of Time has made me more familiar with the entire palace. In the past, the immortal water general had carved out a map and the location of the treasures at the entrance of the palace. Lin Ling's handsome face looked into the depths of the palace. His long hair danced in the breeze, exuding a strong sense of confidence. This might be the place where he would transform. He would be qualified to enter the more mysterious world of martial arts. Why don't you leave? You should know that if you're a step slower, the treasures will belong to someone else. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Lin Ling. This person was wearing a blue robe. He wasn't tall and had ordinary facial features. He looked extremely ordinary. He looked at the mysterious imperial city and said to Lin Ling lightly. Then why don't you leave? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He smiled gently. This person gave off an ordinary feeling. However, how could he be ordinary if he could appear here? That person was 4 or 5 years older than Lin Ling. He was still looking at the imperial city, but he also smiled. Although there are many treasures, I have to find the most precious one first. Therefore, I'm not in a hurry. Why are you so confident? Lin Ling asked pointedly. Naturally, because I am someone who has been ordered by the heavens to come here. The man shrugged his shoulders, looking extremely easy to talk to. However, when he said these words, a domineering aura burst from his eyes, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. He didn't know why, but he felt that this person was extremely terrifying. Senior Unfettered Heavenly Prince, why don't you go forward and talk to a junior? At the same time, a powerful old man flew over from behind, his aura shaking the world. This old man's strength had actually reached the Transcendent 7th stage, but what was surprising was that even though he was so strong, he still acted very respectfully towards this young man. Sect Master of Storm Sect, Masters from the 4-star Saint Domain, your speed is also quite slow. The young man smiled calmly, as if he was the master of everything. I was just delayed by some matters. However, what surprised me was that the dignified head of Kun Temple's Unfettered 10 Temples, Unfettered Heavenly Prince, is actually talking to a Transcendent Junior. How rare. The old man shot a contemptuous glance towards Lin Ling before laughing. He's not weak. The young man smiled faintly, causing the old man's eyes to narrow slightly. What kind of existence was Unfettered Heavenly Prince? He was very clear that there were only a handful of people who could be praised by him, so he couldn't help sizing up Lin Ling, discovering that Lin Ling didn't even have a hero card. How could such a person not be weak? Suddenly, the old man felt extremely uncomfortable. Unfettered Heavenly Prince's attitude towards a junior was even better than his, making him feel like he had been humiliated. Good, you can go. Go. The young man obviously didn't want to say anything more and waved his hand, causing the old man to smile awkwardly before flying back towards the imperial city. Facing Unfettered Heavenly Prince, he didn't dare say anything. Sorry, these people's vision is a bit narrow, so they don't know how to speak. The young man took the initiative to apologize to Lin Ling, his attitude completely different from when he was facing the old man before, as if he and Lin Ling were of the same generation. It's just a false reputation, I don't care, but I'm still curious, why haven't you left yet? Lin Ling smiled faintly. Chapter 1174. General Xian Shui's residence. Lin Ling, I've been paying attention to you ever since you appeared. I know you know a lot of things, but the most precious treasure of the star-plucking Violet Palace belongs to me. No matter what your identity is, you can't compare to me. Of course, your destiny is also very powerful. You will rise in the Xian Peng world in the future. Remember, my name is Xiao Tianzi. Yes. The young man took a deep breath and said something meaningful to Lin Ling. Then, he strode forward. Lin Ling's face became serious. He used the eye of time to see through the young man's origin. However, everything was blurry. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered such a situation. However, Lin Ling used all of his soul force to see through the young man's origin. It was a huge whirlpool. His soul passed through the whirlpool and came to this world. You're not from here. Yes. Lin Ling's heart trembled as he subconsciously opened his mouth to speak. His words caused the young man's body to tremble. He did not expect Lin Ling to see through his origins. That's right, he was not from this world. You're the same as me. Yes. The young man left behind a sentence and disappeared. He could see that Lin Ling wasn't from this world either. Like him, Lin Ling was a true son of heaven. He had unparalleled heavenly luck and was about to become an emperor. However, Lin Ling came later than him, so he was stronger. Of course, he was looking forward to Lin Ling's rise. He wanted to see if Lin Ling could surpass him. Interesting. Yes. The shock in Lin Ling's heart gradually disappeared. A confident smile appeared on his face. Was he also a transmigrator? Or did that guy come from another world? This world was indeed mysterious. If that was the case, would he be able to return to his previous world? Everything was a mystery. The only thing he was sure of was that he, Lin Ling, had won the trip to the star-plucking Violet Palace. The most important treasure belonged to him, Lin Ling. Pa! Lin Ling took a step forward and shot off in another direction. He wanted to follow in the footsteps of the immortal water general and obtain the true inheritance of the great Emperor Zhaixing. The grandson of the divine nun of the northern mountains found a high-grade saint weapon in the garden. How lucky! That's nothing. It's Hao Yi, a disciple of the Three Elements Golden Dipper sect. He found the peach tree of immortality earlier and has collected a large number of peaches of immortality. I really envy them. Let's speed up. At this moment, in the imperial city, a large number of figures were running around, searching for ancient secrets. Many people obtained precious treasures. Of course, there were also people who died. There were also dangers in the imperial city. These were the ancient souls of the guards of the imperial city. After these dead people turned into ancient souls, their strength was even more terrifying. Swastika. Although Lin Ling was the last to set off, he had a Buddhist treasure with him, so his journey was unimpeded. That despicable fellow, his Buddhist treasure, is not afraid of ancient souls. I really want to kill him and steal his treasures. Unfortunately, his speed is too fast and he's not afraid of ancient souls. It's hard for us to catch up with him. In the garden and in the corridor, the strong disciples looked at Lin Ling unwillingly. Lin Ling did not even have a hero card, so how could they take him seriously? Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling treated them as small fries and did not care about them at all. Lin Ling's goal was very simple. He wanted to seize the most important treasure and compete with Prince Xiaoyao. This was a battle between him and Prince Xiaoyao, but the outcome would be determined by the final harvest. Although Prince Xiaoyao was extremely powerful and had a high status, Lin Ling was also a transmigrator. How could he be at a disadvantage? Immortal Water Palace. At this moment, in the southeast corner of the imperial city, a large number of young people appeared in front of a mansion. These people were strong and weak, but they were able to appear here because their background was extremely terrifying. If they were not the descendants of some strong experts, then they were the personal disciples of the sect leader. Treasure Protector, never step foot in. There was a stone tablet on the side of the mansion, and these words were engraved on it. Who is the Treasure Protector? Could it be the immortal water general? He can't step foot in here, but this is his mansion. The crowd discussed animatedly. They did not know what the stone tablet was trying to say. Let's go in and have a look. At this moment, a heavenly voice came from the crowd. Many of the young people looked at her with longing. They looked at the fairy-like existence and only had one sentence in their hearts: the second fairy of the 9 heavens. Junior sister Luo Xiaofan, be careful. It's dangerous. Let me lead the way. A handsome man walked in front with a smile. Now was the time to show off. How could he miss it? Ouyang Chen, a blacksmith from the mountain Yin Valley. Many people looked at the elegant man and frowned. Was this guy trying to get close to the fairy of the 9 heavens? What right did he have? Who are you? Luo Xiaofan lifted her delicate chin and looked at the young man indifferently. Ouyang Chen was a little embarrassed. However, when he looked at Luo Xiaofan, he was stunned by her beauty. She was indeed very beautiful. This kind of beauty did not come from her appearance. It came from her temperament. She was as elegant as a fairy. I'm from the mountain valley. I'm a blacksmith. Ouyang Chen took a deep breath and said proudly. The identity of a blacksmith was very noble. It separated him from ordinary people. Humph, Ouyang Chen. In the past, in Sky Hill City, he wanted to become the disciple of Dong Fu, one of the top 10 blacksmiths. Unfortunately, he was kicked out. He was kicked out by a nameless young man. He has the right to be proud. The crowd laughed mockingly. Everyone could see that Ouyang Chen wanted to get close to the fairy of the 9 heavens. However, how could they let him do as he wished? Sorry, I don't know him. However, Luo Xiaoman's beautiful eyes were still elegant and cold. She said softly and stepped into the mansion. Ouyang Chen stood there stupidly. He felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted to use this opportunity to get close to the goddess, but the goddess did not care about him at all. Everyone in Xianpeng province knows about the indifference of the fairy of the 9 heavens. You want to get close to her? It's your fortune that she even spoke to you. You should know that in the past, there was once a prince who knelt in front of the fairy of the 9 heavens for a year just to see her. However, he still returned in failure. There was once someone who gave her a king-tier holy weapon to make her smile, but he also failed. Many people smiled faintly. Their words were filled with mockery, but they were also used to it. In their hearts, the fairy of the 9 heavens could only be admired from afar and could not be profaned. In that case, it's really difficult to solve. However, I'm still confident. Ouyang Chen was not angry. He also knew that he was not the only one who had failed. The others were the same. At this moment, Luo Xiaoman was walking gracefully through the estate. She didn't even glance at the treasures in the estate, which made her seem even more arrogant. Many people didn't dare to get close to her at all, and they could only look at her back from afar. Even if they could catch a glimpse of her, they would be satisfied. There were even some young girls who were staring at Luo Xiaoman. They did not feel any jealousy, only admiration. Chapter 1175. You're thinking too much. I saw Xian Shui's wife, Xiao Qian, in the ruins. She's the #1 beauty in star-picking nation. I wonder how she compares to me. Luo Xiaoman's purpose in coming here was very simple. She wanted to see Xiao Qian, the #1 beauty in star-picking nation. Therefore, she did not collect any of the treasures in the mansion. Moreover, as the #1 beauty in Xianpeng province, she was not willing to accept that someone could surpass her in the long river of history. A moment later, a large hall appeared in front of them. Everyone entered one after another. Soon after, they saw a 10,000-year mysterious jade lying at the center of the hall. There was a rare beauty frozen within it. The beauty of this woman shocked everyone. They quietly looked at the 10,000-year mysterious jade. They could not find any words to describe the beauty of this woman in this lifetime. If there was one, perhaps only a poem could describe her. A whirlpool of clouds, a shuttle of jade, a light robe, a thin gauze, a light twinkle of a pair of conches. Even though she was frozen in the 10,000-year mysterious jade, the woman still seemed to be alive. Her long eyelashes were slightly closed, and her cheeks were red as if she was sleeping. That kind of beauty actually made people feel ashamed. This caused no one to dare to approach, and they all looked at her from afar. So beautiful. Is she Xiao Qian? Only Luo Xiaoman took small steps and walked over lightly. She looked at the peerless beauty, and her heart suddenly lost the desire to compare. There was only sadness. The protector of the treasure could never step inside. This mansion was Xian Shui's mansion, which meant that Xian Shui was the protector of the treasure. In order to protect the treasure, Xian Shui general could never step inside. He could not be distracted because of this place. This was the will of the previous emperor. She was waiting for him, but she did not want to die in the river of history. Therefore, she froze herself and became a 10,000-year mysterious jade. Luo Xiaofan suddenly guessed something. She could never step inside. She froze herself and left her face for the gentleman. This was the promise she had been waiting for 10,000 years. Xian Shui general was protecting the treasure, but Xiao Qian was waiting for him here. The ninth heavenly fairy seemed to be touched by the scene. This was the moment when her heart was most moved. In the distance, many people looked at Luo Xiaofan. They took a step forward, wanting to go to her side and take advantage of this chance encounter. However, as soon as they took a step forward, an indescribable pressure assaulted them. It was as if they had ill intentions, which was why they were rejected by the hall. This made many of the handsome geniuses' expressions turn ugly. Mediocre person, if you can reach this place, it means that you and I are connected, so what if I give you a chance? Unfortunately, they were all mediocre people. Luo Xiaofan said softly. She was even more arrogant. In this world, only she could come here because she was the most perfect fairy. Her gaze moved about silently, and she saw a strand of long black hair lying silently on the ground before the 10,000-year Xian jade. There were some words at the side, but unfortunately, too much time had passed, so she couldn't see them clearly. This made Luo Xiaofan feel extremely regretful. What were those words? When my hair reaches my waist and the general returns, what do you say? This body of a gentleman is free and unfettered, but who would have thought that the mountains and rivers are bleak? Dawn broke, and the dusk snow turned white. The cold sword silently listens to the rolling thunder, the long spear alone defends the empty trench. Lying drunk on the battlefield, don't laugh, the wind blows through the corner of the painting. A late visitor from Jiangnan, tied with a red rope. At this moment, a soft voice came from beside her, causing Luo Xiaofan's delicate body to tremble. This person seemed to know the words that had passed away. How did he do it? Could it be that he saw the long river of time? Her gaze moved quietly, and she suddenly discovered that a young man had walked over without her noticing. This young man had a handsome face, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes and depth as he quietly looked at the 10,000-year Xian jade. It's him. Luo Xiaofan frowned and said. She didn't know this young man, but she had seen him before. He seemed to be the murderer who stole the treasure of the old man of the South Pole's disciple. In addition, this person was under Venerable Sea Calming, so she was extremely disdainful of people like him. She didn't even want to look at him. You're very powerful. In order to get close to me, you actually came here. Luo Xiaofan shook her head and said, but I'm sorry. Even if you came here, I wouldn't give you a chance. Previously, she had been envious of the relationship between the immortal water general and Xiao Qian, so she thought that if anyone could find her, so what if she gave them a chance? Now, this young man had succeeded, but she didn't want to give him any chance because she felt that this young man wasn't worthy of her. Wait until my hair reaches my waist, and the general returns. At this moment, the person who appeared next to Luo Xiaofan was Lin Ling naturally. He wasn't here to see how beautiful the top beauty was, but to obtain the treasure in the immortal water general's hands. However, after seeing the 10,000-year Xian jade, his heart was moved. Their feelings for each other would last forever. Lin Ling knew that the immortal water general was in the palace, but he had to protect the great emperor's inheritance, so he didn't enter the palace. Furthermore, he had left a stone tablet at the entrance of the palace, stating that the guardian of the treasure could never enter. That stone tablet was telling him to always remember the will of the late emperor. Xiao Qian also knew this, so she didn't complain. She just waited at home for her husband's return. This wait lasted for 10,000 years. This reminded Lin Ling of his mother and father. Their weight was also separated by life and death. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return in triumph. After softly saying this, Lin Ling stepped forward. This was his promise to Xiao Qian. He would fulfill this 10,000-year promise and let them meet again. When your hair reaches your waist, I will return in triumph. On the side, Luo Xueman's heart fiercely trembled. She didn't expect this ant-like existence to say such a thing. Was this a promise? Was he going to help the immortal water general and Xiao Qian? At this moment, she couldn't help but look deeply at the young man, but more than that, there was a sense of unwillingness. Why wasn't she the one to help, but this ant-like young man? You did so much just to make my heart move. I have to say, you almost succeeded. Luo Xueman took a deep breath and flatly said. After calming down, she realized that this young man seemed to have a goal in mind. His goal was very simple, to get close to her. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Luo Xueman at all. He remembered the second thing Venerable Si Kaming asked him to do, which was to humiliate the 9 heavens profound maiden palace. He also remembered how the palace humiliated Sister Lingshan. However, he didn't have such thoughts at this moment. His goal was still the immortal water general's treasure. Lin Ling slowly walked forward and put away the strand of hair. He looked at the myriad-year profound jade and eventually nodded with a smile. It won't be long before he comes back. With that, he turned around and left. I admit that Xiao Qian is indeed the #1 beauty, and I am the #1 beauty of the new generation. However, you gave me her hair. Is this what you want to express? Unfortunately, my heart is not moved at all by you. Luo Xueman seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intentions, so she indifferently and proudly spoke. She had seen this kind of thing before. In the past, men who pursued her also did many shocking things for the sake of romance. Unfortunately, despite doing so much, they still couldn't move her heart. She was perfect, she was the only one, and she was even more proud. You are thinking too much. Chapter 1176. Imperial Jade Seal. This fellow is really daring. Yes. Many people thought that Lin Ling had done those things to win the heart of the beauty, but no one expected that Lin Ling didn't even glance at Luo Xueman. This caused them to have no idea what he wanted to do. What use did that strand of long hair have to him? Why did he come here? They couldn't see through him. Everyone felt that they couldn't see through him. Didn't Lin Ling come here for Luo Xueman? You. Yes. Luo Xueman's pretty face instantly turned ashen. This ant-like young man was ignoring her. Moreover, everything he did seemed to have nothing to do with her at all. Instead, she was imagining things from the beginning to the end. At this moment, she felt extremely humiliated. Since she was young, this was the first time she'd encountered such disregard. This caused her arrogance to transform into anger at this moment. Stop. Leave behind the thing you took earlier. Yes. Just as Lin Ling was about to walk out of the door, a cold shout sounded out. It was Ouyang Chen. Previously, after Lin Ling entered the hall, he'd noticed who it was. That day in the old man's estate, it was Lin Ling who'd played tricks on him and even chased him away. That incident was simply the greatest humiliation of his life. Now, he wanted to enter the hall but couldn't. On the contrary, Lin Ling had succeeded and approached Luo Xueman. This drastic contrast caused his rage to surge. So it's you. Yes. Lin Ling's footsteps stopped. He'd recognized Ouyang Chen. He remembered that at the old man's estate, he'd extorted many treasures from Ouyang Chen before he was chased away by him in the end. Leave behind the thing you took earlier. Yes. Ouyang Chen took a step forward and said coldly. Why? Yes. Lin Ling said with a spurious smile. This treasure is highly valued by the Empyrean maiden, so you can't take it away. Ouyang Chen didn't know what Lin Ling had taken, but he'd seen Luo Xueman and Lin Ling talking earlier, so he was unwilling and wanted to seize the treasure to win the heart of the beauty. You're stupid. Lin Ling finally understood what Ouyang Chen meant. The star-seizing Violet Palace is filled with countless treasures. Instead of looking for your own destiny, you followed a woman here to waste your time. If you aren't stupid, then what are you? One had to know that Lin Ling had come here for the item left behind by Xiao Qian. As for these people, they had come here to follow the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens and gain her favor. Lin Ling disdained such people. One had to know that being able to enter this place was a great opportunity. Even if others gambled with their lives, they still wouldn't be qualified to enter. But these people had the opportunity, but they had wasted it. You talk too much nonsense. If I tell you to hand it over, you'll have to hand it over. Otherwise, you'll regret meeting me. Ouyang Chen didn't care about what Lin Ling said. Besides, in front of Luo Xueman, he wanted to show off. You're even more foolish than I thought. Lin Ling took a step forward. He was too lazy to speak any more nonsense. His fist shot out as fast as lightning, leaving Ouyang Chen no time to react. Bang! The powerful force caused Ouyang Chen to stagger backward. He crashed into the wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Ouyang Chen is a hero. This person doesn't even have a hero card, but he defeated him with a single punch? The people around them sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. I've said it before. You're stupid. First, you're not as strong as me, but you attacked me to gain someone's favor. In the end, you brought shame to yourself. Second, the person you're trying to gain favor with won't care about you at all. Third, I won't prove myself for a woman I don't know. Lin Ling smiled faintly and slowly left. Blood flowed from the corner of Ouyang Chen's mouth, and his expression was extremely ugly. He had lost, and he had lost all face. Then, he looked at Luo Xueman, but found that she didn't even look at him. Instead, she was looking at Lin Ling who was leaving, and her eyes were filled with anger. Trash! Luo Xueman's disdainful voice drifted out. Before, Lin Ling ignored her, which made her feel humiliated. Then, when Ouyang Chen blocked Lin Ling, she also wanted to see Lin Ling embarrassed. At least, she wanted to let Lin Ling know that he was a toad and she was a swan. However, Ouyang Chen couldn't stop Lin Ling at all. Lin Ling only forced Ouyang Chen back and didn't kill him. This also showed that Lin Ling didn't attack to prove his strength in front of Luo Xueman. In fact, he didn't even care to prove his strength. This also showed that she, the Empyrean fairy, was nothing in Lin Ling's heart. She thought too highly of herself. Trash? Ouyang Chen's face paled. As Lin Ling said, Luo Xueman didn't care about him at all. Even if he was injured, she would only call him trash. Suddenly, he realized that Lin Ling was even more carefree than him. He also saw things more clearly. He was really stupid. At this moment, Lin Ling had already left the Immortal Water Mansion. Then, he used the Eye of Time to find the direction where the Immortal Water had gone. Now that he had obtained the strand of hair, he should be able to meet the Immortal Water. Whoosh! Lin Ling shot in one direction and entered the inner palace. He was getting closer and closer to the Immortal Water. I wonder what that treasure is. However, the great emperor made the Immortal Water General guard it for her entire life. It must be more precious than all the other treasures. Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. So far, many people knew about the various treasures in the star-plucking Violet Mansion. Moreover, many of the treasures had even moved the palace master of the Onyx Dao Palace. However, these experts didn't know about the treasures guarded by the immortal water general, so before they knew, Lin Ling had to strike first. Pa! Stepping on the ancient golden bricks, Lin Ling kept looking into the distance. Through the eye of time, he saw the direction where the immortal water had gone. Clearly, if not for the eye of time, he wouldn't have had the chance to touch that treasure. I'm getting closer and closer. In front of him, golden light shone out like a blazing sun. The palace was even more ancient and sacred, as if there was an emperor within. But the result was as such. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the grand hall, it was as if he had stepped into another void. Everything was isolated and this place was very quiet. At the top of the hall, there was an ancient battlefield. A tall and sturdy man sat on a war chariot, the sword in his hand pointed forward, as if he was the ruler of the world. Was this the great emperor of the star-plucking violet mansion? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His eyes darted around, and his heart trembled violently. The path he had taken was a shortcut, but that didn't mean that no one had come here. In fact, there were already many experts here. Their gazes were all fixed on a square jade. That jade floated in front of them, emitting a majestic aura that seemed to control the world. It seemed to be the imperial jade seal of the star-plucking nation. To be called an imperial jade seal, this treasure must be an invaluable existence. It was no wonder that all the experts were eyeing it covetously. Gradually, the illusions around the palace disappeared. Only then did everyone realize that this was the emperor's palace. In the distance, a tall emperor's skeleton sat there. Even after tens of thousands of years, it still emitted a thick majestic aura. No one dared to act rashly. This was because they knew that beside the emperor's skeleton was a 2-meter-tall black vortex. That vortex seemed to lead to the 9 nether hells, and anyone who entered would die. Chapter 1177. Glaring like a tiger watching its prey, Lin Ling. At this moment, an angry roar resounded, causing the experts in the hall to look around. When they saw Lin Ling, many of them sneered. None of the people here were weak, each of them was a domineering existence. Even the weakest of them was a Transcendent Stage 3 expert. But Lin Ling had come alone. Venerable Si Kaming and Lord Shui Wu were not here. Was he here to seek death? You refused to walk the path to heaven and barged into the gates of hell. We are really fated. The man who had spoken earlier sneered. It was demon god Northern Darkness. In addition, a large number of Void Star Divine Palace's experts were also present. Among them, Empyrean Void Star was standing there indifferently, his robes fluttering in the wind. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, opened for a rare moment, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Obviously, he was also surprised that Lin Ling had come. It had to be known that the imperial city was vast, and everyone had split up to search for treasures. He even knew that Lady Water Mist had obtained a precious legacy, and his luck had been good as well. He had been able to obtain the imperial ruler's seal, but he had never imagined that Lin Ling would run all over the place and end up in front of him. I don't know anyone here. Lin Ling took a deep breath, and his expression returned to normal. His gaze was fixed on the black vortex. He knew that the immortal water great general had entered that place. There are countless experts here, and you are the weakest. Do you think you can still survive? Demon god Northern Darkness suddenly chuckled. His laughter contained a hint of mockery, as if he was delighted to see Lin Ling die in front of him. Before you die, I won't die. Lin Ling indifferently stated. His calm demeanor caused the others to silently admire him. Merely at the second level of the Transcendent realm, facing so many seniors, he was still able to remain so calm. Such a state of mind was truly extraordinary. I'll kill him. At this time, a young man walked out of the Void Star Divine Palace and coldly looked at Lin Ling. Go. Empyrean Void Star didn't stop them. At present, he wasn't the only powerhouse in the hall. Thus, he had to be wary of others and prepare to seize the precious treasures. That youth is a Starry Sea General. He has a hero plate and is a rising star of the Void Star Divine Palace. Many people murmured to themselves before shifting their gazes away. Lin Ling was dead for sure, so it was better to pay attention to the Imperial Jade Seal. I'm afraid that the Imperial Jade Seal has some kind of great power, but from what I can feel, this Imperial Jade Seal is a little weak. The Monarch Bone is next to the Death Whirlpool. Previously, there were many experts who accidentally got close to the whirlpool and were sucked in. I'm afraid they died in the whirlpool. It seems like there are hidden dangers everywhere. It's better to be careful. Those experts whispered among themselves, but they still didn't make a move to seize the treasures. How pitiful. After offending the Void Star Divine Palace, you will die without a burial ground. I only hope that in your next life, you will remember that the Void Star Divine Palace is not something you can provoke. The Starsea General stepped forward as the aura of a third-level Transcendent gushed forth from him. Boundless astral light illuminated the entire Great Hall, exuding an extremely powerful aura. After which, he stretched out his right hand as the boundless astral light blasted towards Lin Ling, causing a corner of the Great Hall to transform into a world of stars, tranquil yet desolate. Pang pang pang. The power was released, but when it got close to the peak experts, it was destroyed by their protective spiritual yuan. Their gazes fell on the Starry Sea General and they nodded. Judging from the power of the Starry Sea General's attack, it wasn't weak. Moreover, they were older, so they were stronger than the Starry Sea General. However, if the Starry Sea General was the same age as them, his strength would surpass them. The Starry Sea General was indeed a rising hero. Hero? Lin Ling stared at the jade token on the Starry Sea General's waist. He pulled out the tyrannical song sword in his hand. It was majestic and domineering, as if it could crush the world. At the same time, the 3 spiritual yuan in his dantian crazily surged, appearing behind him like a heavenly river. Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was only a Transcendent Stage 2 expert, but he had 3 spiritual yuan? Interesting. Unfortunately, I'm hero. The Starry Sea General was secretly surprised. His starlight palm moved closer to Lin Ling. However, after a rumbling sound, his palm didn't gain any advantage when it collided with the tyrannical song sword. A majestic and domineering aura was reflected back, cutting off most of his starlight spiritual yuan. In their first confrontation, the Starry Sea General was already at a disadvantage. I've underestimated you. The Starry Sea General flew back. Not only was he not afraid, he even revealed a bloodthirsty smile. Then, he stomped on the ground and shot toward Lin Ling with even more starlight. From afar, it was extremely beautiful, like a comet streaking across the starry sky. Starlight circulation art. Many people's eyes flickered. That martial art was extremely powerful. It could negate a large amount of spiritual yuan attacks and quickly recover spiritual yuan. From this point of view, even if the Starry Sea General couldn't kill Lin Ling in a short period of time, as long as he could buy time, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. After all, compared to the recovery speed of spiritual yuan, how could Lin Ling be a match for the Starry Sea General? Of course, whether Lin Ling could last until the end was still unknown. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Lin Ling was indeed not a hero. However, in the star-picking purple mansion, he had madly grown and now had the strength of a hero. I've underestimated you. Staring at the Starry Sea General, Lin Ling shook his head and said. Previously, he had indeed underestimated the Starry Sea General, causing the latter to only retreat in their first confrontation. Then, the 1,000,000 small worlds in his body burst out at the same time, making the black and white sword body of the tyrannical song sword even more dazzling. Unfortunately, he was currently displaying the strength of his physical body, causing others to only see that Lin Ling's awe-inspiring righteousness was powerful. Obviously, this profound meaning couldn't defeat the Starry Sea General. Moreover, the Starry Sea General had said that he had underestimated Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was also saying the same thing, making others feel that Lin Ling, this junior, was overestimating himself. Could it be that Lin Ling was still hiding his strength when facing the Starry Sea General? You talk a lot of nonsense. The Starry Sea General's face was extremely ugly. What right did Lin Ling have to say this? Moreover, all the experts were watching, so he couldn't embarrass himself. Rumble. Endless starlight left strange traces, like fireflies circling around the Starry Sea General. The Starry Sea General's body disappeared as fast as a meteor. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Lin Ling. His right hand pointed at the void, and the speed was quite fast. In the end, it turned into a finger and shot out. Starlight Ray. This was the starlight circulation technique, a finger condensed from thousands of starlight sources. This was an extreme martial art, so it was magnificent. Clang! In the main hall, a deafening sound echoed. The tyrannical song sword collided with the finger once again, making the main hall seem like it was about to collapse. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling was still standing tall like a mountain. This made the expressions of many experts change. This junior Lin Ling was very mysterious. He had one more ray of spiritual source than ordinary people. That was fine, but facing the Starry Sea General's extreme martial art, he actually didn't lose. It must be known that with an extreme martial art, a transcendent third-layer expert was almost invincible. How is this possible? Impossible. Chapter 1178. Fighting heroes again. I've said it before, I underestimated you. Lin Ling stared at the Star Sea General in front of the great sword and said coldly. Underestimating me? Shanghai General roared. He retracted his right finger and pointed again. My attack isn't just a finger, it's the Big Dipper finger. His finger was like a divine brush in the sky, drawing the Big Dipper star chart. The 7 stars condensed and the power increased. Dang dang dang. However, Lin Ling's physical strength erupted. The rootless water hidden in his body was also slowly refined. He waved the Tyrant Song sword and blocked the Big Dipper finger once again. Yes, I underestimated you. While blocking, Lin Ling said indifferently. Shanghai General's face turned ugly. He had volunteered to fight for 2 reasons. First, to prove himself. Second, to curry favor with Celestial Master Void Star. However, after a long battle, he actually couldn't kill Lin Ling. This made him lose face. It seems that your defense is beyond my imagination. However, do you think that's all I've got? With a low roar, Shanghai turned his fingers into a palm and grabbed at Lin Ling with endless astral winds. Between his fingers, dazzling and colorful starlight shot out. It was as if a beautiful firework had bloomed in his palm. Not bad. Many experts nodded in surprise. They estimated Shanghai General's strength. The latter was a Transcendent Stage 3 expert, but he could kill a Transcendent Stage 4 or even Stage 5 expert. Endless starlight covered the sky and the earth, wrapping around Lin Ling like a cocoon, forming an even larger starlight, making Lin Ling disappear from the hall. After seeing this scene, the Star General retracted his palm and stood up, spitting out the chaotic spiritual chi in his body to recover his spiritual source. He then turned around and left indifferently. I've said it before, you'll regret it. His arrogant voice floated out along with his footsteps. Disappeared into the starry sky. What a torturous torment. Many experts knew that Lin Ling was dead. Shanghai General's last move, Starlight returned to source, could take Lin Ling to the source of the starry sky, never to step into the world again. Xinghai General, not bad. Empyrean Void Star nodded indifferently. The fact that Yi Futian was able to master the ultimate technique of his Void Star Divine Palace meant that Yi Futian had indeed lived up to his expectations. Thank you, Celestial Lord, for your guidance. Although the process of battle was somewhat troublesome, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Xinghai Jiang continued to move forward. His chin was slightly raised. Currently, he might be able to take the test for the hero card. Moreover, today's battle had also shown his strength to the other experts. In Xianpeng Province, he could be considered to have made a name for himself. With this thought in mind, Xinghai Jiang looked at the evil god of North Darkness and said, "Evil god of North Darkness, I have avenged your son's death by Lin Ling. As for what you want to repay me for, there is no need for that. It is just a small matter." Pa. However, before he could finish speaking, a strange sound came from behind him, causing him to frown. He turned around and saw that the enormous starlight was still above the ground. The starlight had not brought Lin Ling into the endless starry sky. It's really a cockroach. Xinghai General frowned and said. Pa. At this moment, the starlight split apart, as if an ancient ferocious beast was trapped within the starlight. What? Xinghai Jiang changed drastically. His starlight was invincible. Could someone escape from the starlight? However, the facts proved that it was indeed possible. Pa. The enormous starlight continued to crack like an eggshell, causing the pupils of everyone in the hall to constrict. Bang! At the same time, a flaming fist broke out of the eggshell-like starlight. Then, with a series of bangs, the starlight cracked even more, and it began to emit rays of light, which were like the light of a sea urchin. Boom! Finally, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, the entire starlight exploded. Under the dazzling light, a slender figure slowly walked out. It seems that I have underestimated you. A cold voice drifted out of the hall, causing the experts' expressions to change. Lin Ling had actually cracked Xinghai Jiang's strongest unique skill? How is this possible? Xinghai Jiang seemed to be in disbelief. I am a hero, but you are not even a hero. Your cultivation is one level lower than mine. I admit that you are slightly stronger than the hero who died in my hands. Lin Ling's entire body was engulfed in blue flames as he slowly walked towards the Star Ocean General. That domineering aura caused many experts to frown, some even suspected if Lin Ling was really at the second level of the Transcendent realm. If not, how could he be so powerful? You killed a hero? How could you do it? Xinghai Jiang was in disbelief. You will know when you try. Lin Ling stomped on the ground, causing the hall to become dazzling. The blue flames in his hand exploded, as vast as the sea, shaking the heavens and earth. He clenched his fist, and the raging sea flame was blasted out. Extreme Mark Martial Art. Everyone's pupils constricted. Lin Ling also knew an Extreme Mark Martial Art. Moreover, although his Extreme Mark Martial Art is only at the small success stage, there is another power hidden within it. Even more experts felt the power hidden in Lin Ling's fist. They guessed that it was the power of his physical body fusing into his fist. Rumble. How can you know an Extreme Mark Martial Art? Xinghai Jiang's face turned pale. Previously, he thought that he had killed Lin Ling. He even wanted to claim credit from Empyrean Void Star and Evil God. However, it was just his own wishful thinking. At the same time, Empyrean Void Star and Evil God's pupils constricted. An indescribable feeling of dread arose spontaneously. One must know that before entering the star-seizing Violet Mansion, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased. They didn't dare to underestimate Lin Ling. However, in the star-seizing Violet Mansion, Lin Ling's strength had increased even more crazily. Currently, he could already shake a hero. That fist not only contained the power of a saint body, it also contained extreme power and physical strength. It was as if it could destroy everything. You won't get what you want. Evil God shouted angrily. His body turned into afterimages and rushed toward Lin Ling. He knew that Xinghai Jiang wouldn't be able to block Lin Ling's fist. However, since Lin Ling wanted to kill Xinghai Jiang, he would kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the guts to do so. Evil God's move is somewhat despicable. Many experts frowned. Lin Ling was a junior. Now that he was fighting against Xinghai Jiang, Evil God was a senior. He shouldn't have made a move because it would be bullying him with numbers. Therefore, even if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he should do so after the battle between Lin Ling and Xinghai Jiang was over. Lin Ling won't be able to kill Xinghai Jiang. Then, the crowd had an intuition. Rumble. The terrifying blue flaming fist covered the sky and covered the earth. At this moment, the Xinghai general's legs went soft and he sat down with a plop. He was actually frightened. That fist made him feel as if his life and death were approaching. He had never thought that a grand hero like him would die here, and at the hands of a junior with no reputation at all. You won't die. Chapter 1179. Destroyed treasures. In the distance, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He was now more familiar with Empyrean Void Star's strength. However, he sneered coldly, "You want to save him, but I want to kill him." How arrogant. His voice caused the expressions of many experts to change. This junior called Lin Ling dared to say in front of Dark North Demon God and Empyrean Void Star that if they wanted to save him, he wanted to kill them. However, how could he do it? He might even lose his life here. Dream on. Dark North Demon God had already arrived in front of Lin Ling. His right hand formed into a claw and slashed out with boundless evil chi. Die. He's dead for sure. The experts shook their heads. Lin Ling was too arrogant, looking down on famous experts too much. How could he block Dark North Demon God's attack? However, before their eyes, something mysterious happened. The light of Buddha permeated the air, and Lin Ling disappeared from the world under the gazes of countless people. He was formless and colorless. Pang! Evil God North Sea's claw missed its target. He clawed at the wall in the distance, leaving a terrible claw mark on the ancient wall. Then he sneered, "You run away fast, but concealment martial arts are useless against me." As his words fell, his eyes turned and his ears seemed to be able to sense the breathing of the world. However, in the next moment, his expression turned malevolent. He couldn't sense Lin Ling. Of course, it wasn't only him. Even the experts present couldn't sense Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to have transformed into a living being and was hidden in the world. This brat is so mysterious. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. He was just a junior at the second layer of the Transcendent realm. How could an expert like Dark North Demon God fail to kill him? How many secrets is this brat hiding? Empyrean Void Star's expression turned cold. The third eye on his forehead opened, but he couldn't sense Lin Ling either. He didn't know that Lin Ling was using the second Buddhist treasure he obtained from the deity temple, the Shadow Buddha incense bracelet. This bracelet could absorb thousands of incense flames and allow the user to transform into a living being. It was impossible to sense them. You said that I would regret it. Unfortunately, the one regretting it is you. At this moment, an icy voice eerily echoed through the grand hall. Behind the Star Sea General, a black and white greatsword appeared, as if it had come from ancient times. It fell upon the Star Sea General's neck, and behind the greatsword was a pair of eyes that were cold and merciless. Lin Ling Demon God. And at this time, the Supercluster General was still feeling lucky that he had survived. If an Empyrean attacked, Lin Ling would undoubtedly die. However, an ice-cold voice drifted into his ears, causing his entire body to tremble. This ghost-like Lin Ling had appeared behind him. Swish! Tyrannical Song fiercely pulled back, slicing open the Star Sea General's neck, causing his eyes to be filled with fear. He held his neck with both hands, but he still could not stop the blood from gushing out. At this moment, he finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. He also knew that Lin Ling had indeed killed heroes before, and he was only one of those who had died. If he had known that Lin Ling was so strong, he would not have volunteered to fight, because after fighting, he would indeed be the one to regret it. Put on. Dark North Demon God's vitality dissipated and Dark North Demon God fell to the ground. His dull voice was like thunder, shocking the hearts of all present. Dead. In front of Dark North Demon God and Empyrean Void Star, Lin Ling had killed Dark North Demon God. Everything was as he said. If Empyrean Void Star wanted to save him, then he would kill him. Empyrean Void Star and Dark North Demon God's complexions stiffened. They were both ambitious and ruthless characters, but they could only stare on helplessly as Lin Ling killed someone in front of them. Lin Ling's actions were like a heavy slap to their faces. Kill him! Dark North Demon God roared. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had vanished from the hall once more, leaving him helpless. Dark North Demon God, Empyrean Void Star, do you want the Imperial Ruler's seal? At this time, an ethereal voice echoed through the hall, causing Empyrean Void Star and Dark North Demon God to frown. Lin Ling, what did he mean by this? But in the next moment, their complexions changed. Did Lin Ling want to seize the Imperial Ruler's seal? You dare? Empyrean Void Star angrily said. Lin Ling, you dare to seize our treasure? You're courting death. The other powerhouses also reacted. The Imperial Ruler's seal belonged to them. What qualifications did a junior like Lin Ling have to touch it? Sorry, but I'm not interested in your treasure. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure finally appeared beside the Imperial Ruler's seal. He held the tyrannical song in his hand as he coldly looked at the crowd before him. He slowly raised his sword, and the dazzling sword light caused many people to pale. They seemed to have guessed Lin Ling's intentions. You're offending all of us. Suddenly, all of the powerhouses roared. I have no interest in offending you, but I naturally won't let Empyrean Void Star and Dark North Demon God obtain the treasure. So, I'd rather die in glory than live in dishonor. If you want to blame someone, blame them. Lin Ling indifferently said as he ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. He's going to destroy the Imperial Ruler's seal. The powerhouses gnashed their teeth in anger. This junior Lin Ling was too despicable. He knew that even if he obtained the Imperial Ruler's seal, he wouldn't be able to protect the treasure. Was that why he destroyed the treasure and let everyone return empty-handed? Lin Ling. Dark North Demon God and Empyrean Void Star were the angriest. This Ant Lin Ling had ruined their plans and was too ruthless in his actions. He wanted to kill everyone. Unfortunately, their anger couldn't stop Lin Ling's sword. That sword seemed to be the most dazzling one. It was so decisive, and under countless gazes, it slashed down on the Imperial Ruler's seal. Then, as if an endless amount of imperial fate leaked out, the Imperial Ruler's seal was split into two. The Imperial Ruler's seal was considered a precious treasure by the great Emperor Zhaixing, so there was naturally an indescribable secret behind it. However, it wasn't as hard as everyone thought it would be. Even Lin Ling was shocked. His sword had succeeded. Crack! The shattered Imperial Ruler's seal fell from the sky and landed on the ground, turning into endless light. It was shattered. Many people felt their hearts shatter. Lin Ling was too ruthless. As for Empyrean Void Star and Empyrean Void Star, they felt as if their hearts were being torn apart by knives. The imperial ruler's seal was something they had found in an ancient ruin after entering the imperial city. Moreover, they knew of the mysteries of this treasure and knew that it contained a massive amount of supernatural powers. Currently, they knew that it contained an endless amount of destiny. Anyone who obtained the imperial ruler's seal would be able to dominate the world. However, this dream of becoming an emperor was destroyed by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling couldn't obtain it, then they couldn't either. "I'll kill you!" Empyrean Void Star roared. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer a saint spirit. After reaching the Transcendent realm, he didn't feel as pressured when facing Empyrean Void Star. Moreover, the rootless water hidden in his body made his will even stronger. "Then come at me." A mocking voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Everyone was so angry that their faces turned red. What an arrogant junior! Woo-woo! At that moment, the pitch-black vortex beside the imperial ruler's bone emitted a terrifying suction force. It was as if countless hands were pulling Lin Ling towards the vortex. Die! Chapter 1180. Seeing immortal water under countless gazes, Lin Ling was sucked into the vortex. However, what surprised everyone was that even in the face of death, Lin Ling's handsome face showed no fear. Instead, he revealed a proud smile. This boy's arrogance soars to the heavens. Although everyone was dissatisfied with Lin Ling, some people still admired Lin Ling's unyielding character. In the face of death, not just anyone could do this. Everything was just like Lin Ling's actions. He would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Even if he died, he would destroy Empyrean Void Star's treasure. Hong Long Long. Finally, under countless gazes, Lin Ling disappeared into the vortex. The hall fell into a rare silence. Everyone's hearts were filled with complex emotions, but they all looked towards Empyrean Void Star. It was because this person had provoked Lin Ling that they had returned empty-handed. "What are you all looking at me for?" Empyrean Void Star coldly shouted. He knew that everyone was angry, but in truth, he was even angrier. Lin Ling dying like this was too easy for him. "Let's go." With surging anger, Empyrean Void Star could only leave. He had come here in vain today. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling had died, but Lin Ling knew that the immortal water general had entered the vortex. Thus, entering the vortex was one of his goals. Woo-woo-woo. Inside the vortex, everything was dark, as if they had arrived at the void. Countless ancient souls floated around. A large number of souls from the ancient war had gathered here. "Save me!" A weak voice called out in the distance. A large number of ancient souls were devouring a master. This master was the one who had been sucked into the vortex. His cultivation had reached the terrifying saint realm, but in the countless ancient soul worlds, he couldn't hold on for long and could only be slowly devoured by the ancient souls. "I'm not willing." The master also knew that he didn't have much time left. His eyes quietly turned and fell on Lin Ling in the distance. He suddenly sneered, "Junior, you're very unlucky. This old master will die with you. But that's fine, since there's someone to accompany me on the road, this old master won't be lonely." Perhaps he was the only one who was being devoured by the ancient souls, so he wanted to drag someone down with him. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Lin Ling indifferently glanced at the man. A swastika appeared in his hand, causing the ancient souls around him to not dare to approach. When the master saw the treasure Lin Ling's hand, his eyes narrowed. "Help me, as long as you help me, I can give you anything you want. I can even accept you as my disciple. Is that so?" Lin Ling held the swastika and walked forward slowly. This old master is a man of his word. "But tell me, what treasure is that?" The man said with difficulty. There was a trace of greed in the depths of his eyes. If this junior saved him, he could also snatch the other party's treasure. Moreover, he might be able to find even rarer treasures in the depths of the vortex. After all, the most dangerous place would definitely have more valuable treasures. This old master has a large number of supreme martial arts. If you help this old master, they'll all be yours. The man tempted. Sorry, I'm not interested. Lin Ling continued moving forward. He wasn't a greenhorn and knew how sinister people could be. Save me. When the man saw Lin Ling still moving forward, he seemed to know that Lin Ling didn't intend to help him. He immediately panicked. At this moment, he calmed down. Although the treasure was important, his life was more important. Previously, I had the thought of saving you. Unfortunately, you asked me what treasure I had in my hand. It seems that the treasure is more important than your life. Therefore, I'm sorry. Lin Ling coldly said. He had guessed the man's intention. He knew that if he helped the man, he wouldn't be able to suppress the man with his strength. At that time, he would be at the mercy of the man. No. Seeing Lin Ling walking further and further away, the man let out a voice of regret. However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. He continued moving forward along the vortex. Soon after, he realized that the swastika in his hand was becoming dimmer. The golden paint was constantly falling off. This made Lin Ling realize that he had to increase his speed. Otherwise, once the swastika disappeared, he would undoubtedly die. Time quietly passed. Finally, at a certain moment, the swastika was left with a bit of golden light. Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Was he going to die here? Sure enough, there was no free lunch in this world. The more precious a treasure was, the harder it was to obtain it. Countless cultivators have entered the star-plucking purple palace. I thought that the one who came here was a Saint Realm cultivator, or even Prince Xiao Yao from another world, but I never expected it to be you. You have an aura similar to Prince Xiao Yao's. Neither of you are from this world, but the place you came from is different. The place he came from is more mysterious, while yours seems ordinary. Unfortunately, you are not the one I am waiting for. Humph! At that moment, an ethereal voice drifted out from the void. Lin Ling stopped. He knew that the one who spoke should be the immortal water general, but it seemed that the general didn't recognize him. How do you know I am not the one you are waiting for? Lin Ling said lightly. If I say you are not, then you are not. The voice drifted out again. Is that so? Lin Ling chuckled softly. With a wave of his hand, a strand of long black hair appeared in his palm. When my hair reaches my waist, will General return? Silence. The entire void fell silent, but Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. Holding the strand of long hair in his hand, he stood there quietly until the swastika symbol on his other hand completely disappeared. Countless ancient souls flew over, wanting to devour him. Hong. At that moment, the void became bright, like a sunny day after a rainstorm. Time also seemed to freeze at this moment. Above the sky, a handsome man in armor walked down. His steps were steady, like an ancient general. He was wise and heroic, making him unforgettable, but at this moment, he was staring at Lin Ling in horror. Lin Ling was still standing in the void. His body was like a javelin, fearless. The ancient souls were only a meter away from him, but he stretched out his hand, still holding the strand of long hair, as if he wasn't afraid of the ancient souls at all. I have underestimated you. Your willpower is terrifying. You are unafraid of death. A voice of praise drifted out from the man's mouth. He knew that if he was a step slower, this little guy would have died. However, this little guy didn't panic, nor did he run for his life. He just stood there proudly, as if he knew that he would definitely appear. But what if he didn't appear? That little guy would have died. This was gambling with his life. That little guy was also a crazy existence. Compared to Prince Xiaoyao, you are indeed not bad. You are only inferior to him in terms of time. He came earlier than you. The man in white armor appeared in front of Lin Ling, looking at Lin Ling meaningfully. Lin Ling smiled gently, "Thank you." The man shook his head. His gaze fell on the strand of long hair in Lin Ling's hand. His body trembled, and he muttered to himself, "When your hair reaches your waist, I will return triumphantly." Xiao Qian, it has been 10,000 years. Can I go back now? Have you seen her? Chapter 1181. The true star-plucking violet palace. Yes, she has turned into a 10,000-year mysterious jade. Lin Ling sighed softly. The man's heart trembled violently, and a teardrop fell gently from his eyes. His hands trembled, and gradually sank into his hair as he groaned in pain. The entire void was filled with his cries, and it was heart-wrenching. He was a general. Even when facing the invasion of the demon god, he did not frown. Even when guarding the treasure for 10,000 years, he had no regrets. However, at this moment, he was crying like a child. Lin Ling stood quietly, and his heart felt as if it had been shattered. At this moment, his pursuit of strength was even more determined. Because he was not strong enough, he was invaded by foreign enemies. Because he was not strong enough, he could not dominate everything and let his loved ones die in the long river of history. He, Lin Ling, would never let this happen. "Senior, you should go back and see her." Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ling's voice lowered, interrupting the Immortal Water General's thoughts. The Immortal Water General finally raised his head slowly. His handsome face was still stained with tears, but at this moment, he smiled. "Yes, she has waited for me for 10,000 years. It's time for me to accompany her for 10,000 years. You are qualified to take the treasure of the previous emperor." Rumble. Rumble. Along with his voice, the sky was filled with multicolored light, and an ancient jade pagoda floated down. This pagoda was like a divine king from the 9 heavens, and it emitted a majestic aura that made people bow down in worship. This is the star-plucking violet palace. Sigh. Looking at the jade pagoda in awe, the Immortal Water General said solemnly. Staring at the giant pagoda in the sky, Lin Ling's heart pounded violently. The star-plucking violet palace was that mysterious pagoda. This pagoda was left behind by the Emperor Qi of the star-plucking great emperor in his lifetime. It allowed him to become an emperor. The Immortal Water General faced the giant pagoda in the sky and knelt down on one knee, as if he was looking at the star-plucking great emperor in the past. Lin Ling stood there quietly, and his heart was filled with excitement. Becoming an emperor? In ancient times, there were only 4 big countries in Xianpeng province, and the star-plucking country was one of them. This pagoda could allow one to become an emperor, which was the existence of the 4 human sovereigns of ancient times. This was a height that ordinary people could never imagine. "Can I have it?" murmured Lin Ling. "You only have the chance to become an emperor, but whether or not you can obtain the approval of the Purple Palace will depend on your luck." The Immortal Water Great General raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. "Do you want to accept the Emperor's inheritance?" "Yes." Without God, Immortal Water General, Immortal Water General, Immortal Water General, Immortal Great Emperor, Immortal. Only those with a true Emperor's destiny can obtain the Great Emperor's inheritance. If you succeed, you will definitely become one of the 4 ancient Great Emperors. If you fail, you will disappear in the long river of history and become a speck of dust. Immortal and immortal. Immortal, and the was immortal you. After the giant emerald tower enveloped his body, Lin Ling heard the Immortal Water Great General's words. Then, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Rumble. As the pagoda came crashing down, it was like the palm of an ancient emperor. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He discovered that he couldn't move at all, that he couldn't resist at all. When the pagoda came crashing down on his head, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. All the bones in his body felt like they had been shattered, and he was finally suppressed by the pagoda. This boy has fulfilled my wish and changed my opinion of him. Unfortunately, fate is fate. Even though I gave him a chance, he still can't become an Emperor Realm Master. Sure enough, only Prince Xiaoyao is qualified to become an Emperor Realm Master here. The Immortal Water Great General shook his head as he watched the scene unfold. He was not surprised at all. In truth, he had not been optimistic about Lin Ling because he felt that Lin Ling would not succeed in the end. However, Lin Ling had helped him, so he had given him a chance. Looks like I still have to wait for the arrival of Prince Xiaoyao. The Immortal Water General took a step and slowly left. However, after taking a few steps, his eyes narrowed. Emperor Realm isn't my goal. You may be the Emperor Realm Master's inheritance, but you're not my limit. A firm voice came from the front. The young man who was suppressed by the pagoda was now holding the pagoda with both hands. He stood up step by step. His handsome face was filled with madness, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and will. This was an unyielding will. It was as if the young man wasn't satisfied with obtaining the Emperor Realm Master's inheritance. Emperor Realm Master wasn't the young man's ultimate goal. The ancient Emperor Realm Master and the brilliant heavenly might were just that in the young man's heart. How is this possible? The Immortal Water General's face stiffened. Lin Ling seemed to have passed the first Emperor's trial. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling lifted the giant emerald pagoda. Endless light bloomed from the pagoda. Finally, the brilliant heavenly might disappeared. At the same time, an old voice drifted out from the void, the body of the celestial demon overlord, the power of one universe. Pass. Lin Ling passed the first Emperor's trial. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling lifted the giant emerald pagoda. Endless light bloomed from the pagoda. Finally, the brilliant heavenly might disappeared. At the same time, an old voice drifted out from the void, the body of the celestial demon overlord, the power of one universe. Pass. Lin Ling passed the first Emperor's trial. He really passed. The Immortal Water General shuddered. One had to know that the Emperor's trial was divided into two parts. The first part was the physical body test. To reach the standard, one had to have a physical body strength of 1 billion, which was the power of one universe. He knew that since ancient times, very few people had cultivated their physical body to such a level. Most martial artists cultivated their spiritual yuan and gave up on their physical body. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had cultivated his physical body to the power of one universe. This was terrifying. If he cultivates his soul power to the 10th level, then he might succeed. The Immortal Water General suddenly looked forward to it. He realized that he had underestimated Lin Ling Rumble. At the same time, the giant emerald pagoda shone with the light of a treasure. It was like the light from the Jinke Palace in Daluo Heaven. This was the might of the heavens. Ordinary people's soul power is at the first level. Martial artists' soul power is at the 2nd to 3rd level. Some geniuses with powerful soul power can reach the 5th to 7th level. I hope you can reach the 10th level. The Immortal Water General said nervously. Rumble. At this moment, the light of the treasure enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. He could feel that the sacred light was trying to destroy his soul. This made him understand that the Emperor's trial did not look at cultivation, but the physical body and soul. Perhaps this was the path of the ancient martial artists. Come on. With a loud roar, Lin Ling looked at the sky with determination. The Eye of Time also quietly appeared. However, the light of the treasure enveloped him, but Lin Ling was still standing proudly, as if he was not affected at all. This made the immortal water general's heart tremble violently. Lin Ling's soul did not dissipate. His soul power had also passed the trial. This little guy had hidden so deeply. Not only his physical body, but even his soul power was so terrifying. Soul power, level 32. Pass. Chapter 1182. Cultivating an Emperor's Purple Palace, he passed. The immortal water great general stared at Lin Ling. He didn't expect that Lin Ling's soul force would not only pass, but also surpass it by a large margin, reaching the terrifying 32nd order. This little guy was indeed hiding a secret that even he didn't know about. The tower has recognized its master. Lin Ling, you can go in now. The immortal water great general let out a sigh of relief as an indescribable feeling rose in his heart. At this moment, he seemed to have been freed. After waiting for 10,000 years, he had finally met the Emperor's successor. Did I succeed? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Did he succeed? You succeeded. The immortal water great general smiled. He seemed to be even happier than Lin Ling, which allowed Lin Ling to finally confirm that he had obtained the star-plucking purple palace. Then, Lin Ling heard the immortal water great general's voice, "Thank you. You have allowed me to complete my mission. I can leave now." After speaking, he strode away as if he was leaving the world of ancient souls. The path of departure is just ahead. You should familiarize yourself with the star-plucking purple palace. As for me, it's time for me to go back. Thank you. The voice came from the void. After guarding the Emperor artifact for 10,000 years, he had finally completed his mission and could go back to see Xiaoqian. Lin Ling smiled gently, "When your hair reaches your waist, I will return triumphantly." Xiaoqian, he is back. He had promised Xiaoqian before that he would let the immortal water great general go home, and now, he had done it. This made him extremely happy. Then, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the Jade Tower, then he pushed open the door and entered. The inside of the pagoda was completely silent. Dense spiritual energy permeated the air. What surprised Lin Ling was that the inside of the pagoda was a world of its own. There were mountains and rivers, and the sky was blue. There were even birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers all around. It made Lin Ling feel as if he had entered a fairyland. "Your Majesty." At this moment, a respectful voice came. In the mountains and rivers, a kind old man walked quickly to Lin Ling, then knelt on one knee. "Congratulations on your return, Your Majesty." This old man wore a purple gauze robe embroidered with the sun, moon, and stars, as if he was an official of the star-plucking nation. He wore a crown on his head, and his every move was full of etiquette. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Who was this person? "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The old man said respectfully, "Your Majesty, you've passed the great monarch Zhai Xing's test and accepted the monarch horoscope." "Your Majesty." Lin Ling took a deep breath. He somewhat understood who this old man was. This old man should be the soul of the star-plucking purple mansion. He was also a subordinate of the star-plucking great emperor in the past. He was the one who was waiting here to obtain the mandate of heaven. I wouldn't dare. The old man was still in awe. It was as if he was naturally afraid of Lin Ling. "Your Majesty, stand up." Lin Ling said again. The old man finally stood up, but he bowed, not daring to look at Lin Ling. "Tell me more about this place." Lin Ling didn't have time to care about the old man's etiquette. This pagoda is used to nurture Emperor realm experts. There are countless treasures in the pagoda, and it is divided into 9 floors. If you can reach the 9th floor, you will become an Emperor Realm expert, and your name will be passed down through the ages. The old man said slowly, however, if you want to reach a higher level, your physical body and soul must meet the requirements. Your Majesty's current soul force has reached the 32nd order, and you are qualified to enter the 3rd floor, but your physical body only has the strength of 1 universe, which is why your Majesty can't enter the 2nd floor. Your Majesty. So, if my physical body reaches the strength of 2 universes, I can enter the 2nd floor. Your Majesty. Lin Ling understood a little. The so-called power of 1 universe should be the physical strength of 1 billion, which was the awakening of 1 million small worlds. As for his soul power, he was currently at level 32. He had already met the requirements, but his physical body had not yet met the requirements. Exactly. Your Majesty. The old man nodded. What's in the 1st floor? How to reach the strength of 2 universes? Lin Ling asked. The 1st floor is the palace of thousands of martial arts. As for how to reach the strength of 2 universes, your Majesty can cultivate the body of the godly demon overlord, which is divided into 9 levels. The old man said. Then, in the sky, a golden imperial edict descended, as if it was a heavenly book. Lin Ling looked at it. Godly demon overlord body. 1st level. Uprooting the heavens with the strength of 1 universe, it can instantly erupt with the strength of 1 universe, forming an attack with the power to uproot mountains and rivers. It can be used on battle spears, axes, and swords. 2nd level, unstoppable edge with the strength of 2 universes, the strength of the physical body explodes, and the physical attack can sweep away 1,000 soldiers. 3rd level, swallowing mountains and rivers. Not only the attack, even the defense has reached a terrifying level, swallowing the air and merging the mountains and rivers. 4th level, smokes the heavens and earth. 5th level, uprooting the heavens and lifting the cauldron. 6th level, wind lightning strike. In the heavenly book, the explanation was extremely detailed. This was an ancient physical body cultivation method, as well as an attack method. If combined with spiritual qi attack and martial Tao comprehension, the power can be doubled. In the ancient era, when the great emperor was still a prince, he didn't use any martial profound, extreme martial arts, or spiritual qi attack. With this cultivation method, he could kill a group of heroes. This was a different kind of martial cultivation path. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. It was indeed very powerful. When the great emperor was young, his dantian was destroyed, and he didn't have any cultivation, but he still cultivated his physical body and walked out of the world. I've reached the 1st level, uprooting heaven. Yes. Lin Ling unsheathed the Tyrant Song sword and slowly brandished it. In his mind, he thought about the cultivation method of the celestial demon overlord emperor body. He suddenly realized that his every move was filled with explosive power, and it was even stronger than his usual physical attacks. The power of this emperor-level cultivation method was that every move he made contained his full strength. One must know that Lin Ling had 1 billion points of strength, but it didn't mean that he could erupt with 1 billion points of strength at any time. Sometimes, his sword only had 8 or 900 million points of strength. But now, Lin Ling could achieve 1 billion points of strength in every sword attack, which obviously greatly increased his attack power. As for the strongest killing move of the 1st level, Earth uprooting heavens, it doubled the power of Lin Ling's final strike. It surpassed the power of the profound of righteousness and was even stronger than the initial success of an extreme martial art. If the 1st level was so powerful, the 2nd level would be even more powerful. This is an sovereign level physical body cultivation method. It can swallow gold and devour stones to increase one's realm. His Majesty once swallowed a black refining mountain. The old man explained. Lin Ling nodded. The cultivation of this cultivation method must consume even more cultivation resources. As for the 1st level of the Purple Mansion realm, it is the place to cultivate the foundation of the Emperor realm. The martial arts there are as vast as the sea. The old man said. Are there any treasures? Lin Ling asked. There are many treasures, but with His Majesty's strength, you can take His Majesty's armor. This armor has great defense. In the past, when His Majesty was still a prince, this armor helped him a lot. The old man said respectfully. Lin Ling nodded and strode forward. Take out the martial arts that I can use now. Profound and extreme marks. Your humble servant obeys. The old man waved his right hand and a large number of imperial edicts floated down from the sky. They were all martial arts collected by star-picking nation's royal family. Chapter 1183. 1 year of bitter cultivation, Your Majesty, this is the profound meaning in extreme pattern foundation martial arts. Back then, the previous emperor used a year to comprehend, and see through it. The old man explained from the side. He was like a grand tutor, guiding Lin Ling. Since you are the soul of the Purple Mansion, I will call you Old Z. Lin Ling was still looking at the heavenly book path. He then waved his right hand and finished reading the heavenly book martial art in his hand. Your Majesty, you finished reading it? Old Z's pupils constricted. He said in disbelief, that is the 9 heavens heavenly king's spear. It doesn't cultivate profound, it only cultivates extreme martial art. I am good at using swords, so I use swords instead of spears. Lin Ling said indifferently. The big sword in his hand turned into a long spear. It was as if it was galloping among thousands of soldiers and horses, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. The sword was like an ocean as it fiercely slashed out. Rumble. The extreme martial arts aura appeared. It was the heavenly king spear's aura. It cut down dozens of mountains in front of it. Your Majesty, although this sword has not reached the small success stage of extreme martial art, it has touched the threshold of extreme martial art. Your Majesty only used a short time to comprehend it. You are a monster. Old Z sucked in a breath of cold air as if he couldn't see through Lin Ling. He quickly knelt down and said, this humble subject knows his mistake. I shouldn't have called Your Majesty a monster. He had blurted out in surprise earlier, which was why he compared Lin Ling to a monster. Get up. There is no need for such a grand ceremony between us. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. Old Z was good at everything, but he was too serious. Every action of his carried the etiquette of the imperial family, which made Lin Ling somewhat uncomfortable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Old Z quickly stood up and looked at Lin Ling with reverence. Lin Ling's martial arts talent was too terrifying. Next one. Lin Ling waved his right hand, and another heavenly book floated down. His eyes of time appeared, and he began to comprehend the martial arts. In reality, this wasn't because Lin Ling was a freak, but because Lin Ling's eye of time was heaven-defying. So long as he could see a martial technique before his eyes, then he would be able to find its flaws, and calmly deduce it in his mind before gradually learning it. Of course, there were too many martial techniques here, and it was impossible for Lin Ling to learn all of them. He only wanted to broaden his horizons and allow his grand momentum of fire to attain the mastery realm. Currently, Lin Ling's ardent sea-blazing flame was only at the initial success stage of the extreme pattern martial art. However, he could use other martial arts to reach the great success stage. Just like that, Lin Ling stood in the midst of the mountains and rivers as he slowly cultivated. Beside him, Elder Z would occasionally give him pointers. Time slowly passed, and a year had quietly passed. Your Majesty, please head to the Thunder Gorge. Your Majesty can cultivate your eyesight there. Rumble. Within a thunder gorge in the Purple Mansion, lightning fell from the sky like rain. Its speed was extremely fast, and within the lightning, Lin Ling was brandishing his sword. Every time he swung his sword, he would cut down a bolt of lightning. This kind of training could increase Lin Ling's comprehension of the sword, allowing him to reach the heart resonance realm. One had to know that Lin Ling currently possessed the power of a universe, and the greater the power, the harder it was to control it. Therefore, Lin Ling had to learn how to control his sword. For example, the final stage of the Fiend God Overlord body, Heaven Uprooting, required him to gather all his power at the sword tip. For powerful warriors, it was easy to move mountains and fill seas, but it was very difficult to suppress the power at the sword tip. Qi. Wherever the sword passed, the sword tip would pierce through the lightning. Around the gorge, not a single rock was blasted apart by the power. This also showed Lin Ling's control over his power. Your Majesty, you can challenge the Undying Flame Emperor. If you win, you can obtain the Emperor refined armor. As Lin Ling's strength continued to increase, Elder Z reminded him again. Challenge? Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation as he followed Elder Z forward. Soon, he saw an old man wearing red armor on top of a mountain peak. The old man's temperament was like fire, and his eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. His face immediately revealed a respectful expression. Greetings, Your Majesty. This is a remnant soul of the Undying Flame Emperor. His strength will be suppressed to the same level as Your Majesty. If Your Majesty succeeds in the challenge, you can obtain this remnant soul and raise your soul power by 1 level. Elder Z reminded him. Interesting. Lin Ling stomped his foot and leaped onto the mountain peak. The Fiend God Overlord body appeared, causing the tyrannical Song Sword Qi to surge. Currently, he didn't need to use overwhelming righteousness anymore. With his body and sword, he didn't need to fear any second-stage transcendence. Undying Heaven Burning Palm. Sky Crossing Sea Sword. Rumble. On top of the mountain peak, the two experts clashed. From the mountain peak to the ground, then to the sea, and finally to the sky. As for Lin Ling, he had comprehended a large amount of martial arts and could control his sword according to his heart. Any sword attack was a powerful martial art. Adding on the strength of the universe, it was extremely terrifying. Sky crossing earth. In the end, Lin Ling's sharpest sword slashed out like a heavenly sword. Boom! The Undying Flame Emperor was killed in one slash and turned into a remnant soul that disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's soul power increased once again, which made Lin Ling smile. Soul power was the most difficult thing to increase, and increasing it by 1 level would bring him many benefits. Not only would his soul attack become stronger, he would also have the qualifications to enter the second stage of the Violet Palace realm. Congratulations, Your Majesty. In a short year, your strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Elder Z kneeled on one knee. Let the Transcendent Third Stage Undying Flame Emperor come out. Lin Ling smiled. After coming in contact with the Violet Palace realm, he was more familiar with it. This place was very mysterious, and there were many treasures and benefits. Moreover, the time here was different from the outside world. A day in the outside world was a year here. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Transcendent Third Stage Undying Flame Emperor appeared. He was like a flame god with a powerful aura. In the outside world, no Transcendent Third Stage Undying Flame Emperor would be his opponent. Fight! Lin Ling raised his sword. He didn't dare to underestimate his opponent. He had a sword in his right hand and a flame in his left. Cloud-piercing 12 swords. As usual, he used his sword first. Any martial art that landed on Lin Ling's sword would immediately become a powerful sword move. Although it wasn't a transcendent martial art, its power was vast. His attainments in Sword Dao were extremely terrifying. Flame Tree Silver Flower. Boom! The Transcendent Third Stage Undying Flame Emperor was even more powerful. The battle between the two lasted for 3 months. Rumble. The world was in a mess. In the end, Lin Ling's face was pale. His physical strength, spiritual yuan, and even soul power had been greatly consumed. However, the result of the tough battle was obvious. The rootless water that had been hidden in Lin Ling's body had been completely consumed, allowing Lin Ling's godly demon overlord physique to increase again. He had awakened a total of 1.8 million small worlds and was one step closer to the power of 2 universes. Fighting the undying Flame Emperor, my fire aura has become clearer. Ha! After recovering for a while, Lin Ling raised his left hand high. Countless oceans appeared on his palm. They were tranquil and sacred. It was as if the world couldn't hear anything. The ocean water condensed and gradually turned into a 100-meter-wide ocean lotus. Lotus? In the past, when Lin Ling's fire attribute comprehension increased greatly, he condensed flames into a lotus. Today, he did it again. However, today's lotus was even more terrifying. At this moment, Lin Ling slightly closed his eyes. He seemed to be able to hear the sound of the ocean and also the breathing of the earth fire. One must know that in the past, he had only comprehended mortal fire. But now, he was in the initial stages of comprehending earth fire. Ocean boiling flower. Sea boiling flower. Chapter 1184. Lin Ling was already dead. Your Majesty, you've won. The Undying Fire King revealed a trace of a smile, but in the end, he was submerged by the terrifying sea lotus. At this moment, the seawater also began to boil, but in reality, the seawater was surging flames that could destroy the heavens and earth. Xiao! A wisp of remnant soul floated towards Lin Ling, allowing Lin Ling's soul force to reach the 34th level. Soul Sealing Seal. Soon after, 3 ancient characters appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, and he heavily slapped them. In an instant, a formless soul halo appeared and burst out, shattering the souls of all living beings within 1,000 miles. Even Violet Elder's body trembled, then he respectfully saluted, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your soul force, physical body, and fire force have all increased." Yes. That's right, the current Lin Ling was even more perfect. His soul force had reached the 34th level, his physical body was close to the strength of 2 universes, and his fire force had reached the large success stage. This was the sea boiling flower. This also meant that Lin Ling's extreme martial arts had increased once again. It's been more than a year. If my strength still hasn't increased, then I won't have the qualifications to obtain the Violet Palace. Yes. Lin Ling sat down on the ground and looked into the distance with a trace of a smile on his face. His cultivation realm hadn't increased, but his strength had doubled. Currently, it would be easy for him to take the hero token test. Empyrean Void Star, my strength is one step closer to yours. Yes. In his eyes, raging flames blossomed. Lin Ling's confidence grew. The Violet Palace was worthy of being an existence that nurtured sovereigns. At the same time, a black ray of light shot over and landed on Lin Ling's body, wrapping him up and turning into a dazzling pitch-black armor. It was the sovereign refined armor. Clearly, Lin Ling had defeated 2 Undying Fire Kings consecutively, and the Violet Palace had given him a reward. This armor is a heavenly soldier. Sensing the armor, Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. His Tyrant Song sword was a king-tier saint weapon, but this armor was actually a celestial weapon. It could withstand the attack of a Transcendent 6th stage expert, and even when it collapsed, it could withstand the attack of a Transcendent 7th stage expert. This was too heaven-defying. Most importantly, this armor was the armor that the previous emperor had used when he was young. Your Majesty, this armor was refined by the late emperor himself. If Your Majesty wants to refine it, there is a special refining place in the Purple Mansion," said Mr. Z as he walked over. As an emperor, apart from being well-read, he also had to be familiar with the art of war, cultivation, alchemy and forging. Therefore, the Z government had everything. "I'll put it aside for now. When I need money, I'll refine treasures and sell them," said Lin Ling with a smile. The Z government had everything, treasures, martial arts and so on. The only thing they lacked was cultivation resources. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have already reached Transcendent 3rd stage in this 1 year. And because of the lack of cultivation resources, Lin Ling's Fiend God Overlord physique couldn't reach the strength of 2 universes. "It's time to leave." Standing up, Lin Ling looked into the distance. Thinking back to the past 1 year, he had been cultivating and cultivating. Time really passed quickly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Yu Yun and the others, Lin Ling really wanted to raise his strength to another level before leaving. "All right," nodded Mr. Z. He waved his right hand and a black vortex appeared in front of him. Lin Ling smiled and walked towards the vortex. 1 year in the Z government was only a little more than a day in the outside world. At the same time, an ancient voice echoed in the void, "This place is about to collapse. All the continents will turn into ashes. Everyone, leave this place immediately. I am the Immortal Water General." Immortal Water General? On the continents in the void, the crowd was shocked. The Immortal Water General actually didn't die. And this place was about to collapse? Everyone hesitated for a moment before looking for a way to leave. A huge black vortex appeared in the void. It was the way to leave. At the same time, the smaller continents began to shatter, as if their spiritual chi had been exhausted. At this moment, everyone in the star-plucking Imperial City left one after another. However, many of them were satisfied because they had obtained great benefits in the Imperial City. "It's enough. I obtained a low-level heavenly soldier. I obtained a broken extreme mark martial art. Heavenly melody flower. That's great. With this flower, I won't be afraid of any ice-attributed martial artist from now on." Of course, there were some people who were still unwilling. Previously, I saw the Immortal Water General guarding the most precious treasure in the ruins. And now, he seems to have completed his mission. This means that the treasure has been obtained by someone else. Who is it? Unfettered Prince had obtained an ancient inheritance, but he knew that the more precious thing had been obtained by someone else. It seems like this world is still very fair. The treasure hasn't been obtained by a strong people. I'm afraid it has been obtained by someone weak. Lord Shui Wu of the Black-White Dao Palace was stunned for a moment and then helplessly shook his head. He was also very curious as to who had obtained the most precious treasure. If I find out who stole the most precious treasure, I will definitely kill him and snatch his treasure. The various experts shouted angrily. However, they didn't know who had obtained the treasure and could only helplessly leave. A day later, in the same fairyland-like water region, a large number of figures appeared in the vortex and gathered there. These experts were all waiting for their disciples. Lin Ling, this person killed many of our people and stole many treasures. Venerable Sea Calming, Lin Ling is so arrogant. Shouldn't you give an explanation? In the first and second continents, Lin Ling's name had shaken Xianpeng province. Therefore, after everyone came out, they immediately settled the score. In the star-picking Violet Mansion, killing people is a common occurrence. However, this Lin Ling has angered so many forces. Who is he? Why is he so bold? Many people looked at the angry experts and sucked in a breath of cold air. They also remembered the name Lin Ling in their hearts. He used tricks to steal everyone's treasures. He's nothing in terms of strength. The disciples of the various experts snorted coldly. In fact, they didn't know how powerful Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling had angered everyone and obtained many benefits. Naturally, they wanted to take advantage of him. Therefore, many experts looked at Venerable Si Kaming. At this moment, Venerable Si Kaming had already come out with Yu Mun Yun and the others. They didn't expect Lin Ling to become so famous in Xianpeng province. These people are so hateful. We obtained the treasures and they came to rob us. Then, they were killed. Now, they are blaming everything on Lin Ling. Yu Mun Yun said angrily. Venerable Si Kaming looked at the crowd and frowned. Someone is spreading rumors and making Lin Ling the enemy of all the experts. After all, it's normal to kill and steal treasures in the Violet Mansion. But why are they targeting Lin Ling? It's her. Sakura looked at Nan Ping in the distance. At this moment, Nan Ping seemed to have suffered a great grievance. She was talking to the others. Since she started, the others naturally spread the rumors. What a bitch. I really want to kill her with my sword. Lai Qing also frowned. Lin Ling's situation was getting worse. Don't look for him. He's already dead. Chapter 1185. The returning Lin Ling, Empyrean Void Star, how can you be so sure? Some experts wanted to seek justice for their disciples, so they couldn't help but ask. In truth, they were curious about the treasures Lin Ling had obtained. It was said that Lin Ling had obtained many treasures, including Buddhist treasures. We can all prove it. Dark North Demon God and the other experts said. Lin Ling had destroyed their imperial jade seal and died in the whirlpool. This matter was obvious to all, so they didn't hide it. Serves him right. He can survive a heavenly disaster, but he can't survive a self-inflicted disaster. Dark North Demon God gloated. Alright, that boy is dead. Let bygones be bygones. At this time, the Black-White Dao Palace's palace master, Shui Wu, who had been silent all this time, said. He was also surprised that Lin Ling had provoked so many people. There were people from the Kuan Hall and even the Qian Hall. After he spoke, the experts still had to give him face. After all, Shui Wu was one of the 4 pillars and 8 pillars. Thus, many people snorted and slowly left. They cursed in their hearts that it was a pity that they couldn't obtain Lin Ling's treasures. Lin Ling is dead? How is this possible? Yu Mun Yun seemed to have lost her soul, and her beautiful eyes were moist. Impossible. Sakura also couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. However, the facts told him that the words of the Void Star Divine Palace's experts were most likely true. After all, with Lin Ling's strength, if he met an expert like Empyrean Void Star, only death would await him. Let's go back. Lin Ling's family is still here. I will take them to the Si Kaming Heavenly Palace. At least we can understand his worries. Venerable Si Kaming looked at the sky, his face filled with vicissitudes and helplessness. Although he had only known Lin Ling for a short time, Lin Ling's potential was extraordinary. Moreover, they had a good relationship. He couldn't believe that Lin Ling was dead. However, he also knew that Lin Ling was most likely dead. Dream Clouds, you have to be strong. Lin Ling's grandfather and family are all waiting for you. Venerable Si Kaming then looked at Yu Mun Yun. He made Yu Mun Yun suppress her sadness and nodded. Then, everyone left one after another. They went to the island in the rainforest to take away all the members of the Fire Ancient clan. He really got off easy. Nan Ping's eyes were filled with coldness. Lin Ling had actually died. She was extremely disappointed. If he hadn't died, she would have liked to see Lin Ling being punished by the crowd. As for the other prodigies, they sneered. If Lin Ling wasn't dead, they wanted to see how powerful this junior was. Unfortunately, This cowardly Lin Ling would rather die in star-picking kingdom than let them show off their might and vent their anger. A vortex appeared in the sky, and a slender figure slowly walked out. He was wearing a long black robe and had a huge black sword on his back. After walking out of the vortex, his clear eyes looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. There was a faint vicissitude and depth in the depths of his eyes. A year of bitter cultivation was like a fleeting cloud. He was already 22 years old. If this age was placed in the previous world, he would still be considered a teenager. He would still have the frivolity, happiness, and hard work of youth. However, in this world, he had already experienced a lot at 22 years old. Nobles, generals, and ministers are all born with guts. The Purple Mansion nurtures venerable sovereigns, but how can a person be born with the fate of a venerable sovereign? The young man changed into a clean blue robe and tied his long hair behind his head. He looked more spirited, less cold, and more amiable, as if he was a scholar. If it wasn't for the huge black sword on his back, no one would have thought that this handsome and refined young man was a warrior. The Purple Mansion is in my chest, and I can go in at any time. Let little flame cultivate inside. I currently lack cultivation resources, and it is difficult for my god-demon overlord body to improve. A flagon of wine appeared in the young man's hand. He walked along the mountain range, and a vast sea appeared in front of him. The sea breeze made one feel relaxed and happy. This trip to the Zifu Palace has shown me just how vast the Xianpeng Great Territory is. There are 7 human sovereigns, the 4 pillars and 8 pillars of the Qian and Kuan palaces, the 10 halls of Langjia and the 10 halls of Carefree. There are so many heroes, and heroes. I wonder what level celestial venerable Void Star belongs to. Currently, I have hopes of surpassing him, but I need some time. The battle hasn't stopped. Whether I win or lose, at least I tried. Drinking wine, the young man stepped on the soft sand. At this moment, he seemed to have become a member of the crowd. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from behind him. A giant water crocodile turtle swam out of the water. It was 10 meters long, and its shell was full of barbs. Its head was extremely ferocious. This kind of monster was extremely terrifying. Not only did it devour living creatures, but it also frequently jumped out of the sea to kill the humans on the shore. Be careful. At the same time, a large number of panicked voices sounded. Sister, run. At the edge of the beach, a large number of figures were running along the sand. Behind them was the giant water crocodile turtle. These people were obviously very unlucky. They passed by this place and encountered a terrifying monster. The people in front, run faster. Among the escaping people, a 17-year-old girl held a long sword and fought with the giant water crocodile turtle from time to time. Her sword was like the spring rain, colorful and colorful. Unfortunately, the giant water crocodile turtle's shell was indestructible, so she could only buy time and could not kill the monster. With the girl holding back the turtle, the crowd fled along the beach. On the way, they passed by Lin Ling. Are you stupid? There is a man-eating turtle behind you. If you don't run, you will die. Many people looked at Lin Ling in surprise. This scholarly young man was drinking while walking. Could it be that he was drunk? Did he not see the monster behind him? After a year of hard training, I wanted to relax, but I have to fight as soon as I come out. In this world, fighting is the main theme. Lin Ling smiled and continued to walk forward slowly. The crowd's pupils constricted. This guy was probably really drunk. Run. What are you doing? I can't hold them off for long. Behind them, the young girl could no longer reach the gigantic water crocodile turtle. She also ran along the beach. Behind her, the gigantic turtle that was as big as a small mountain was also running over. Its cold eyes were filled with bloodlust and brutality. The crowd had already escaped to the front. Their eyes fell on Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling was still moving forward slowly. Crazy! Many people gasped. Even the girl's beautiful eyes narrowed. She wanted to help him, but it seemed that it was too late. Sister, we can't help him. Let's run. Beside the girl, there was a 15-year-old boy. He helplessly shook his head. Roar! Just then, the giant tortoise leaped high into the air. Although it looked like a tortoise, its speed was no less than that of an agile leopard. It pounced on Lin Ling from mid-air, its claws gleaming coldly. There was no doubt that one claw could tear Lin Ling into pieces. He is dead. Chapter 1186. In the territory of the South Pole Immortal Peng at this moment, Lin Ling's left hand formed a finger. Without even looking behind him, he shot it out. That finger looked very ordinary, and its power was not even strong. However, when the finger hit the head of the giant tortoise in mid-air, it immediately froze the giant tortoise in mid-air. Then, with a rumble, its entire body exploded and fell from the sky. Its blood splattered on Lin Ling's left hand, staining his blue robe with blood. It seems like I'll have to change my clothes again. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Ling walked towards the beach and squatted down to wash the blood off his hand. He killed the giant turtle with a single move. That beast is comparable to a peak Holy Spirit realm cultivator. The crowd was silent as they looked at the youth in front of them in disbelief. So powerful. His attack didn't seem very powerful, but the effect is so terrifying. The young girl gasped. She couldn't see how Lin Ling killed the giant turtle. After all, she saw that the finger didn't seem to contain much spiritual energy. Then, the crowd walked towards Lin Ling. Only when they were sure that the demonic beast was dead did they relax. How did you do it? The young girl looked at Lin Ling, who was washing his hands. Big brother, you were so powerful before. The young boy's eyes were filled with admiration. Your previous attack also had a chance to kill it. However, the sword was a little lower and the power was a little more restrained. As long as your finger hit the giant turtle's forehead, it would have been killed. Lin Ling was still washing his hands as he spoke indifferently. Is that so? The young girl immediately recalled and seemed to have understood something. The bottleneck of her 4-season spring rain sword seemed to have been resolved at this moment. Lin Ling smiled and continued forward after washing his hands. Actually, when the demon beast pounced at him earlier, Lin Ling was entirely capable of killing it with a single strike of his sword. But after bitterly cultivating in the Violet Palace realm, his control toward strength and skill had reached the point of perfection, so he'd used the least amount of strength to annihilate the demon beast. On the path of martial arts, strength wasn't the most important thing. On the contrary, using the least amount of strength to kill the enemy was the most important thing. Wait for me. When the young girl saw Lin Ling leave, she hurriedly chased after Lin Ling with her brother. Are you at the Saint Spirit realm? I've never seen such a miraculous martial artist like you. Your previous finger was very ordinary, but the effect was very good. What's your name? After catching up to Lin Ling, the young man impatiently asked before the young girl could even speak. His face was filled with respect. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and said indifferently, when you perform the same action 10,000 times, you can do it too. 10,000 times. The young man and young woman looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder this scholarly young man was so powerful. It turned out that everything he had was obtained through bitter cultivation. Right, where is this place? Lin Ling took a sip of wine. Right now, he wanted to return to Sky Tomb City to find Yuman Yun. He knew that if he found Yuman Yun, he would definitely be able to find the people from the Fire Ancient clan. This is the south of Xianpeng province, the Antarctic Sea area. The young girl smiled and said, "If you want to leave, you have to go to Haikou City, which is 10,000 miles away. There is a teleportation array there, but the price is very expensive. You have to pay a lot of primordial stones each time." Haikou City. Lin Ling muttered to himself. After leaving the 6 sacred regions, the only place he had been to was Sky Tomb City. He was really not familiar with Xianpeng province. "How about we take you there?" The young girl volunteered. She also wanted to repay Lin Ling for saving her life. "Thank you." Lin Ling smiled happily. He pondered for a moment and decided to teach the young girl and the young man a set of martial arts. Currently, he was poor, but he had a lot of martial arts and other treasures. "Sister, have you forgotten that you are getting married tomorrow?" However, the young man said sadly. The young girl bit her red lips. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and helplessness. She whispered, "How about the day after tomorrow? After I get married, I will take you to Haikou City. After all, the people from the Antarctic Celestial Canopy are not to be trifled with. So, we can't neglect them." Antarctic Celestial Canopy? Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was the south of Xianpeng province. No wonder it was a place belonging to the Antarctic Celestial Canopy. "You don't want to get married?" Lin Ling looked at the young girl and said. The young girl wanted to say something but stopped. Lin Ling also knew the answer in his heart. The young girl obviously did not want to get married, but because of the strength of the Antarctic Celestial Canopy, she had no choice but to agree. Then, Lin Ling looked at the sky and sighed in his heart. No matter where it was, the weak would never have the right to choose. They were like lambs that were dominated by the strong. So, it was better to be a butcher than a lamb. "It's okay, I can wait," Lin Ling said indifferently. "Okay, I will take you to our village." The young girl quickly recovered and said with a smile. There was a quiet mountain village by the sea. The people here had been practicing martial arts since young. Lin Ling was warmly received by the villagers because he had saved many people before. Through contact, Lin Ling also knew that the young girl's name was Hai Xian. She was the daughter of the village chief of Haishar. 3 months ago, Hai Xian met a disciple of the Antarctic Celestial Canopy. The disciple fell in love with Hai Xian at first sight. So, he wanted to take Hai Xian as his 9th concubine. Regardless of whether Hai Xian agreed or not, he was going to marry her today. Of course, at the sea, the Antarctic Celestial Canopy was like a huge monster. No one dared to provoke it. So, Hai Xian had no right to refuse. If she refused, the whole village would suffer. The 9th concubine? Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. That disciple should be quite young, but he already had 9 concubines. And those wives must have been snatched. The night was silent. At dawn the next day, the whole Haishar village was bustling with noise. Today was the day of Hai Xian's marriage. However, although the village seemed lively, many people had bitter smiles on their faces. They didn't agree to this marriage, but they had to pretend to agree. This kind of helplessness, only they knew. "We're here, it's here. Here." At noon, 3 figures slowly appeared. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was wearing a blue dress, like a fairy in the sea. However, she didn't enter the village, as if she disdained to do so. Instead, she was talking to another handsome man. Only a young boy of about 16 years old proudly walked into Haishar village. But the moment he stepped into the mountain village, his face became ugly. "Today is this young master's wedding. Are you going to be so negligent?" "Yes." Although the wedding was very grand, it obviously didn't meet the young boy's standards. It wasn't luxurious enough, not ostentatious enough. This bastard. The people of Haishar village secretly clenched their fists. They originally didn't want Xiaofan to marry that young boy, but they feared the prestige of the Antarctic celestial canopy. So, they had no choice but to comply with the other party's wishes. However, they had spent so much effort to arrange the wedding, but the other party actually thought that it was too simple and was angry. Chapter 1187. Let me teach you how to behave, don't go too far. Xiaofan walked out from the crowd and shouted. That young man was going too far. Alright, you're not even married yet and you're already so impudent. I'm your husband and you dare to scold your husband. Do you know what a woman is? The young man stepped forward and looked at Xiaofan coldly. He raised his hand and slapped her. Xiaofan's eyes widened. She said stubbornly, I've never liked you. You wanted to marry me, but for the sake of Ocean Stone Village, I agreed. But you actually said that the wedding ceremony wasn't grand enough. Shouldn't you be the one doing it? You said that I don't know what a woman is, but do you know how to behave? You're rebelling. The young man's face turned pale. Xiaofan actually dared to refute him. He was the disciple of the South Pole celestial canopy. Being able to marry Xiaofan was already Xiaofan's fortune in her previous life. Sister. In the distance, Xiaofan's brother clenched his fists. He wished he could be strong enough to kill that arrogant disciple. The others also clenched their fists. Xiaofan had wronged herself for them. I don't know how to behave. It's your fortune that I'm marrying you. If you make me unhappy, I'll wipe out your entire village. The young man shouted coldly. There was arrogance in his coldness. The crowd paled. How domineering. You said that I don't know how to behave. Today, I'll teach you how to behave as a wife. After saying that, the young man raised his right hand and was about to slap her again. Don't you dare block it. Moreover, he wanted Xiaofan to take his humiliating slap. If she dared to block it, he would slaughter the entire village. You. Xiaofan raised her stubborn eyes and stared at the young man. However, she didn't dare to block it. She could only take the slap head-on. Just as the slap was about to land, a gust of wind suddenly blew in her face. The expected sound of the slap did not appear. Xiaofan looked over and saw that the young man's hand was grabbed by someone, and Lin Ling's figure appeared beside her. I'll teach you how to behave. A cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. He swung his hand and slapped the young man's face. Lin Ling. The villagers of Haishur village were shocked. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, this youth was amiable and approachable like a scholar. No one had expected this youth to be so bold. How dare you hit me? That young man's eyes widened in disbelief. One had to know that he was the disciple of the South Pole Immortal Pang, an existence equivalent to an emperor in this area. Who would have thought that someone in this small mountain village would dare to hit him? I'm just teaching you how to behave. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing the young man's eyes to flash with killing intent. His sister and Prince Lu were just outside the village, yet this person dared to hit him. He shouted in anger, "You're dead meat." Whoosh! Sword light flashed as Lin Ling quickly pulled out his sword and sheathed it. A sword mark appeared on the young man's neck. Just as the young man was about to say something, blood gushed out from his neck. That sword had taken his life. That sword was too fast. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't detect anything. You're young, but you've already taken in 9 concubines. And the so-called marriage is actually just a robbery. If the other party doesn't want it, then kill them. What's the use of you if you don't die? The disdainful voice drifted into the young man's ears. It was the last sentence he heard in his life. Then, with a plop, he fell to the ground. The crowd was dead silent. Dead, the disciple of the South Pole Immortal Peng was dead. If the people of the South Pole Immortal Peng knew about this, their entire village would be buried with him. Young master, leave quickly before the South Pole Immortal Peng finds out about this. After a moment of silence, the village chief of Haisher village said anxiously. This matter had nothing to do with Lin Ling. Lin Ling was standing up for them. That was why he provoked the South Pole Immortal Peng. Leave quickly. Hai Xian was also worried. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He smiled faintly and said, "If I leave, what will you do? Don't worry about us." Many people said, offending the South Pole Immortal Peng is our end. In fact, in the sea region, it's common for small towns and villages to be massacred. The South Pole Immortal Peng comes from the Qian Temple, but it's like an overlord. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The so-called good and evil, right and wrong, were still weighed by strength. "Brother, how is it?" At this moment, a clear voice sounded. At the entrance of the village, two figures walked in. "Not good, the people of the South Pole Immortal Peng are here." The crowd's faces turned pale. Things were getting troublesome. The two people who walked in were a man and a woman. They were talking and laughing as they walked. However, after seeing the young man's corpse on the ground, the woman in blue's expression changed drastically. Then, she shouted ferociously, "Nan Jun, who killed my brother, Nan Jun?" Her eyes were cold and filled with anger. Clearly, she didn't expect that someone in this small village would dare to kill her brother. They were simply courting death. "Who is it? Come out, or everyone here will die." The woman in blue's voice was sharp. Her brother's death caused her to change her usual self. She became ferocious and terrifying, causing the people of Haisher village to tremble. It was as if they had seen the majestic might of heaven. "I killed him, but I didn't expect him to be your brother. Long time no see, Nan Ping." At this moment, Lin Ling's soft voice floated out. He looked at the woman in blue with surprise. Clearly, he didn't expect to see Nan Ping here. "It's you." Nan Ping also saw Lin Ling and was shocked. "Lin Ling, you're not dead?" Beside Nan Ping, the young man in luxurious clothes was also shocked. He was Lu Rufeng. "Impossible, Celestial Master Su Xing and the others said that you died in the star-picking Imperial City. How can you still be alive?" Nan Ping stared at Lin Ling, unwilling to believe everything in front of her eyes. She believed that Celestial Master Su Xing and the others couldn't be lying. "It looks like you knew that once you left the star-picking Violet Mansion, everyone would come to settle accounts with you, so you ran away." Lu Rufeng took a deep breath. Whether or not Celestial Master Su Xing and the others were lying, there was no denying that Lin Ling was still alive. "Come to settle accounts with me?" Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had some guesses in his heart. It seemed that those people who had died at his hands in the star-picking Violet Mansion had come to settle accounts with him. But in the star-picking Violet Mansion, every person who died had a reason to be killed. Those people had stolen his treasures. If he didn't kill them, then he would be the one to die. At that time, he didn't know if anyone would uphold justice for him. "Lin Ling, you've killed so many people. You should turn yourself in before the experts. Why are you being so stubborn?" Nan Ping had returned to her past self. She could be overbearing and arrogant in front of the weak, but she didn't dare to do so in front of Lin Ling. She could only put on that lovely mask of hers once more. "I killed your brother, but you're still thinking about me. Senior apprentice Sister Nan Ping, you really are a good person. However, I have a vicious nature, so I didn't plan on turning myself in. Now that I'm planning on leaving, what do you plan on doing?" Chapter 1188. Pointing out his opponent, you. Lan Ping snorted. Lin Ling's reaction was shameless. He had killed her brother but wanted to leave as if it had nothing to do with him. She couldn't continue her act. You can't leave. You killed my brother. You have to stay. That's right. If you want to kill me, just say it. Why do you have to act like a lady? Lin Ling laughed out loud, as if he was toying with Lan Ping. The more she pretended to be pitiful, the more he wanted her to reveal her vicious heart. His words clearly made Lan Ping's expression turn extremely ugly, and she gritted her teeth in hatred. Junior sister Nan Ping, I'll help you kill him. At this moment, Lu Rufeng stepped forward and stood in front of Nan Ping. Nan Ping pulled Lu Rufeng's hand and said, "Young Master Lu, you have to be careful. This person is evil and cunning. I don't want you to offend him because of me. Don't worry. He's just a rascal. Killing him is as easy as killing a dog." Lu Rufeng patted his chest and said confidently. He didn't want to be at a disadvantage in front of Nan Ping. Idiot. Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. I've already reminded you to be sharp. However, you're still so stupid. You're willing to give up your life for a hypocritical woman. Huh. You? You're not qualified. Before I entered the star-seizing Violet Mansion, I almost fought with you. Let that fight continue. Let me remind you that my strength has doubled since I entered the star-seizing Violet Mansion. Lu Rufeng stepped forward slowly. His body was filled with an ancient wind. It was as if the wind god had descended, causing the entire mountain village to sway. So powerful. Hai Xian and the others narrowed their eyes. Lu Rufeng's strength was like a mountain to them. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't expect Lin Ling to know these experts. However, they didn't know if Lin Ling was a match for them. Lu Rufeng, you're really stupid. Huh. A wine jug appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His blue robes fluttered in the wind as he calmly drank. His calm appearance caused Hai Xian and the others to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling seemed to be very relaxed. As for Lu Rufeng, his expression was extremely ugly. He wanted to prove his strength in front of Nan Ping. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to pay attention to him. He calmly drank his wine. Lu Rufeng was at a disadvantage in terms of aura alone. One had to know that in a battle between powerhouses, every move could affect the outcome of the battle. Therefore, aura before the battle was extremely important. It's just momentum, that doesn't mean you can win. Taking a step forward, a long spear appeared in Lu Rufeng's hand. He turned into a gust of wind and shot towards Lin Ling. His speed was inconceivably fast. Moreover, the spear in his hand was a saint weapon that he had obtained from the star-seizing Violet Palace. With a saint artifact in hand, no wonder you're so confident. Since you're so confident, I'll play with you. Lin Ling was still drinking. He stretched out his left hand, and a tree branch shot over from afar. He caught it in his hand and used the branch as a sword. Bang! 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 Then, the two of them tangled together. Lu Rufeng's spear was mysterious and strange. It stabbed, swept, and hacked. Every spear move stirred up the wind and clouds, destroying the entire village. Many people hid further away and watched nervously. However, they saw that Lin Ling was still drinking his wine. His blue robe was like a willow leaf, moving along with Lu Rufeng's enormous power. He was actually unharmed. Most importantly, the tree branch in his hand was like a heavenly weapon, blocking every spear move of Lu Rufeng. Amazing. Is this the realm where a sword without a sword beats a sword? Hai Xian's heart was beating violently. She knew that Lin Ling was very strong, but she didn't expect him to be this strong. A swordsman's strength is not the most important thing. To find the opponent's weakness, the most important thing is to kill with one strike. There are thousands of martial arts, and every martial art has a flaw. Even if it's an enormous power that can destroy heaven and earth, as long as you find the weakness, you can still break that power. What you need to do is to trust the sword in your hand and let the sword resonate with your eyes and heart. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. He was giving advice to Hai Xian. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Roar. Lu Rufeng roared angrily. Lin Ling used a tree branch to fight against his divine weapon, which was a great humiliation. Who knew that Lin Ling would fight with him and give advice to others? He was looking down on him. Lu Rufeng, what are you doing? Roar. Nan Ping was also very angry. Was the gap between Lu Rufeng and Lin Ling so big? Don't worry. I underestimated him before. Next, I will use all my strength. Lu Rufeng suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted angrily at Nan Ping. The spear in his hand became even crazier, like a storm. Bang! However, at this time, a tree branch strangely appeared behind him and slammed down heavily, causing him to spit out blood. Lin Ling's tree branch was unpredictable, as if it was the most wonderful swordsmanship. You want to use all your strength? Where is your strength? Roar. At the same time, Lin Ling's cold shout fell into Lu Rufeng's ears. Lu Rufeng's eyes turned red. How could this be possible? Before entering the star-plucking Violet Mansion, he and Lin Ling were equal in strength. At that time, Lin Ling's sword couldn't cut through his wind. However, after entering the star-plucking Violet Mansion, his strength increased greatly. He originally wanted to kill Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would use a tree branch to break his supreme martial skill. Bang! Another tree branch pierced his wrist, causing him to almost lose his grip on his divine weapon. Strength doesn't mean everything. Your spear can break mountains and seas, but it's nothing if it can't hit the enemy. You should learn to control your strength. Bang! Along with it, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Give advice to the opponent? Bang! Hai Xian and the others opened their mouths wide, as if they had seen the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Lin Ling. Bang! Lu Rufeng roared again. Previously, he was so arrogant and wanted to win the favor of the beauty. However, what welcomed him was a tree branch after tree branch, causing him to lose all face. Boom! Finally, at a certain moment, a powerful aura erupted. Lu Rufeng's body emitted the aura of a transcendent realm expert. His face lit up with joy. At the crucial moment, he actually broke through and was equal in strength to Lin Ling. Previously, my cultivation was weaker than yours, so you took advantage of me. But now, my cultivation has reached the transcendent realm. Killing you is as easy as killing a dog. Bang! Lu Rufeng's lost confidence slowly recovered. His eyes were cold. This time, he wanted Lin Ling to regret. I took advantage of you. You're using a divine weapon, and I'm only using a tree branch. Lin Ling took a step forward, turning into an afterimage as he appeared in front of Lu Rufeng. The ever-changing tree branch once again lashed out. Although it looked like a tree branch, it suppressed Lin Ling's powerful physical strength. In addition to his profound martial arts experience, even if Lu Rufeng was a transcendent realm expert, Lin Ling could easily kill him. Bang! The tree branch looked weak, but with a single lash, it sent Lu Rufeng flying more than 10 meters away. So what if you're a transcendent realm expert? You're still trash. Trash. Lin Ling sneered mockingly. After he finished speaking, he continued to drink his wine. Chapter 1189. Unable to withstand a single blow. As for the people of Haishir village, they were even more surprised to find that Lin Ling was like an undefeatable war god. No matter how powerful Lu Rufeng became, he still could not overcome Lin Ling. It was ironic that Lu Rufeng wanted to prove himself in front of a beauty with his strength. Did he want to kill Lin Ling like killing a dog? Lin Ling defeated him easily with a tree branch. Looks like I can't underestimate you. Wind Demon Lion, come out. Lu Rufeng lay on the ground and roared. A terrifying gale appeared and swept across the land. The Wind Demon Lion appeared. It was the Wind Demon Lion. The lion seemed to be the embodiment of the wind. The hair on its neck was formed by the wind. Lin Ling, use your 72 ancient flame devil. My Wind Demon Lion is ranked higher than yours. I must kill you. A domineering voice came from the Wind Demon Lion's mouth. The crowd gasped. Lu Rufeng had hidden such a trump card? These warriors from the world of the strong were indeed terrifying. Young Master Lu, kill him. Nan Ping had been nervous before, but now she was excited. Was young Master Lu finally going to use his full strength? Kill me? You've said this many times. Unfortunately, I'm still alive. So, stop bullshitting. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever, but his eyes had turned icy cold. A strange mist appeared on the surface of his body. Layer after layer, as if it had come from an underground abyss, enveloped the surrounding mountains, and a demonic and domineering aura spread out, causing Hai Xian and the others to stop breathing. Lin Ling also had such a terrifying trump card. He also has the 72 celestial demons. Nan Ping did not know that Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil. Her expression changed drastically, but then she sneered. Young Master Lu said that his celestial demon is ranked higher. So, Lin Ling must die. Although she did not know how the 72 celestial demons evaluated one's strength, Lu Rufeng came from the Lu residence. He must know more about the 72 celestial demons than Lin Ling. Lin Ling's celestial demons could not be arrogant in front of Lu Rufeng's celestial demons. Swoosh! At this moment, a burly figure walked out of the mysterious fog. The Wind Demon Lion in the distance felt something was wrong. After the figure walked out, he realized that it was not the ancient flame devil, but a celestial demon that was half human and half celestial demons. This person was even taller, and his entire body was emitting smoke as if there were flames burning within his body. He had 8 tails, and there were many complicated patterns on his body. Most importantly, his eyes were filled with evil charm and bloodthirst. Celestial Demon Unity Stage. The Wind Demon Lion sucked in a breath of cold air. He came from the Lu residence, so he knew that when a celestial demon reached a certain level with its master, it would enter the Celestial Demon Unity Stage. This meant that it was not the martial artist entering the celestial demon's body, but the celestial demon and martial artist merging into one. This stage was obviously stronger than his current stage. In the Lu King manner, his father, Lu Wangye, would often give him pointers, allowing his Wind Demon Berserk Lion to be more compatible with him. He had also put in a lot of effort, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an elite at the first level of the Transcendent realm. However, Lin Ling, this puny young man, without any ancient background, had surpassed him in terms of compatibility with the Devil God. How could he accept this? It seems that you are not as stupid as I thought. At this moment, a cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Fog filled the air. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the Wind Demon Lion and slashed down with his sword. Uprooting the heavens. The most domineering sword attack appeared. It was Lin Ling's strongest sword attack so far. This sword attack was like the silver moon pouring down from the sky, illuminating the earth and destroying all living things. Wind Demon. The Wind Demon Lion roared. From its mouth, it spat out a terrifying gust of wind, as if it wanted to incinerate the entire heaven and earth. This gust of wind was so powerful that even a third realm elite would not dare to face it head-on. He did not believe that Lin Ling's sword could be stronger than his Wind Demon Eye. However, as the sword fell, everything was destroyed. Rumble. The gust of wind was also split into two. Sword light flashed and the wind demon lion's four limbs were severed. Blood sprayed out like rain. In the end, the wind demon lion disappeared and turned back into Lu Rufeng. His face was pale and filled with fear. In the battle of the celestial demon, he was defeated by a single sword attack. The gap between them was too big. Your celestial demon ranking is indeed higher than mine. However, in terms of controlling the celestial demon, you are too far away from me. In front of Lu Rufeng, Lin Ling's devilish figure appeared. His entire body was still shrouded in mist and devil flames burned within his body, fusing with the strength of his physical body, allowing him to kill even those at the 5th level of the Transcendent realm. As for the celestial demon unification stage, Lin Ling had already reached it when he was still in the star-plucking Violet Palace. At that time, the Second Life Ghost King did not dare to fight with Lin Ling because of this. The reason why Lin Ling could reach this stage was because of the rootless water. The stronger his physical body, the better his control over the ancient flame devil would be. Can't even withstand a single blow. After that, Lin Ling slowly walked back. Following his footsteps, his body returned to its original state. The smoke around him was demonic and demonic, causing the crowd's mouth to dry up. It was as if they were looking at an ancient demon king. As for Lu Rufeng, he was lying on the ground, his head buzzing. After Lin Ling came out from the star-plucking Violet Palace, his strength had risen to a terrifying level. Nan Ping, your strongest support is already half dead. Now, what else do you want to say? Looking at Nan Ping, Lin Ling took out his wine gourd and casually took a sip before speaking faintly. At this moment, Nan Ping felt like she was in a dream. When did Lin Ling become so powerful? In terms of physical strength, Lin Ling easily defeated Lu Rufeng. In terms of killing, he cut off the wind demon wild lion's limbs. She thought that Lu Rufeng would be able to help her, but in the end, he couldn't help at all. Young Master Lu, I said before that we should let bygones be bygones. However, you insisted on proving yourself. Now, you are suffering the consequences. After Nan Ping recovered from her shock, she immediately reprimanded Lu Rufeng. Lu Rufeng was lying on the ground, his body trembling. He was helping Nan Ping, but Nan Ping blamed him. After that, Nan Ping looked at Lin Ling as if she had been friends with Lin Ling for many years. Lin Ling, Yu Munyun and I are sisters. I hope that you can let me go today for the sake of Yu Munyun. Moreover, I have no ill intentions towards you. Previously, when the old man of the South Pole wanted to punish you, I was the one who pleaded for mercy. I'm sorry. Why do I feel that you were trying to drive a wedge between us? Lin Ling smiled faintly. That calm look of his made Nan Ping furious. Lin Ling easily controlled her life and death. This made her very uncomfortable. He obviously didn't want to let her go, but he spoke like an old friend. This attitude was too hateful. Then what do you want in order to let me go? As long as you say it, I will agree. I can even give you my body. Nan Ping gritted her teeth. That's too dirty. I'm not interested. However, Lin Ling said disdainfully. Then, he smiled and said, I can let you go. However, only one person can leave here today. So, you can decide who it is. Leave here alone. Chapter 1190. Force, don't go too far. Nan Ping roared angrily. Lin Ling was like a monarch looking down on the world, dominating her everything. So what if I bully you? Lin Ling stared at Nan Ping. An arrogant aura radiated from his eyes, making Nan Ping fall silent in the end. Lin Ling was forcing her into a dead end. At this moment, she suddenly regretted offending Lin Ling because she could not afford to offend him. Of course, she did not know that Lin Ling possessed such terrifying strength back then. She thought that Lin Ling was just an ordinary general under Venerable Si Kaming. "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" At this moment, a voice rang out from afar. Then, a young man around the age of 18 strode over. He looked at Lin Ling and Nan Ping, and his expression instantly changed. He wanted to leave, but he didn't dare to take a single step. He seemed to have seen through the situation before him. Junior brother Ji Nan. Nan Ping frowned. Lu Rufeng was the most beloved grandson of the old man of the South Pole. He had been traveling with her but left halfway. Who would have thought that he would come here? Although the young man was not weak, he was not as strong as Lu Rufeng, so he could not help much. Lin Ling looked at the youth coolly, but ignored him. Instead, he looked at Nan Ping and said, "Have you made your choice? I can tell you that with your instigation and hypocrisy, I will definitely kill you. However, I can give you a chance to live. Only one of you can leave. Do you want to die for your previous mistakes, or do you want someone else to die for you? As for playing the sympathy card, it's useless against me. You betrayed us at the temple, and at that time, you had no way out. Besides, I like to cut the weeds and pull out the roots, because I made a mistake before, and now I don't want to make the same mistake again." Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Nan Ping's heart to tremble fiercely. She looked at Lin Ling, only to discover that the corner of Lin Ling's mouth revealed a mocking smile. It was as if he was saying, "What's the use of playing tricks? In the face of absolute power, I will control your life." Lin Ling had to kill Nan Ping because he knew that this kind of woman was very vicious. If she was not killed, there would be endless trouble in the future. Moreover, Nan Ping actually had a chance to live. At that time, after she escaped from the temple, if she disappeared in front of Lin Ling, he would not have the time to pay attention to her. However, he did not expect her to be so resentful that she actually tried to sow discord in front of the old man of the South Pole. This made Lin Ling even more determined to kill her. "If you're the only one alive, you're forcing me to kill young Master Lu. Young Master Lu is from the Lu Mansion. If he dies, you'll die with him." Nan Ping clenched her teeth and said. Lin Ling was so hateful. He had the strength to kill her, but he didn't. Instead, he forced her to make a difficult choice. "Don't threaten me. I hate it when people threaten me." Lin Ling stopped drinking and looked at Nan Ping coldly. Was this woman qualified to say these words? You. Nan Ping wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she did not dare to say anything. She did not even dare to look into Lin Ling's eyes because Lin Ling's eyes were too murderous. She suspected that if she said another word, Lin Ling would kill her. Therefore, she looked at Lu Rufeng and walked over step by step. "Huh, you're really decisive. Sure enough, in order to survive, you're willing to sacrifice your friends. Yu Man Yun is really unfortunate to have a friend like you." Lin Ling smiled. He was not surprised at all. "Junior sister Nan, you want to kill me? You." Lu Rufeng was seriously injured at the moment and could not even stand up. However, he also heard the conversation between Lin Ling and Nan Ping. Therefore, when he saw Nan Ping walking over, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He liked Nan Ping and would do anything for her. However, he did not expect that Nan Ping would sacrifice him in order to survive. "Lu Rufeng, I don't have much enmity with you. You attacked me, and I injured you. Our enmity is over. So, you can leave here alive. But I want to kill Nan Ping. So, I gave her a choice. Either I kill her, or you die. Unfortunately, she chose you." "She chose you," Lin Ling said indifferently. "I've said before that you're very stupid. This woman can betray her friends, so she can betray you. Now, the facts have shown everything. Boom! Boom! His voice was like thunder, hitting Lu Rufeng's heart heavily. Now that he thought about it, he realized that he was really stupid. He had been used by Nanping to provoke Lin Ling. In the end, he even wanted to die for Nanping. You said that some people should not be judged by their appearance. However, I was deceived by her beautiful appearance. I regret it so much. Lu Rufeng's heart was dead. He did not resent Lin Ling because he provoked Lin Ling. It was normal for Lin Ling to kill him. However, Lin Ling did not kill him. Instead, it was Nanping who wanted to kill him. Therefore, he resented Nanping. This woman did not have feelings for him. She only cared about benefits. Lord Lu, I'm sorry. Lu Rufeng was furious. At this moment, Lan Ping's face was ferocious. She wanted to live, she couldn't die, so she had to sacrifice Lu Rufeng. Then, she picked up the saint weapon spear beside Lu Rufeng and stabbed it without hesitation, piercing Lu Rufeng's heart. Lu Rufeng's eyes were full of resentment. Nanping, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Boom! 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 At this moment, endless wind appeared and turned into a wind-shaped lion running away. It was the wind demon lion of the 72 demon gods. Apparently, after Lu Rufeng died, this demon god also returned to the Lu mansion. What a pity! Sigh. Lin Ling sighed softly. He knew that the Lu mansion had used a supernatural power. After Lu Rufeng died, the demon god returned to the Lu mansion. Of course, the Lu mansion also knew that Lu Rufeng was dead. Lin Ling, I killed him. Can I leave now? Sigh. Lan Ping raised her head. Her delicate face was covered in blood, but she smiled. She could live. As for Lu Rufeng, this man wanted to die for her. Therefore, it was good that he died. I said, only one person can leave. Sigh. Lin Ling played with the wine jug and smiled. Nanping looked at the young man not far away and her face was filled with rage. Lin Ling's intention was simple. If she wanted him alive, she had to kill. She had to kill everyone. Most importantly, the young man was her master's most doted grandson and Lin Ling wanted her to kill him. You are a demon. Sigh. Nanping gritted her teeth and shouted angrily. I am not a demon. I am just a mirror in your heart. The mirror of your conscience. He doesn't have to die because he is innocent. But you have to die because you have done all kinds of bad things. Therefore, you can die by yourself. Why do you have to implicate others? But you don't want to die. You want others to die for you. Lin Ling said word by word. That's right. Wasn't this Nanping's principle? She lived to betray others so that she could go further. Lin Ling was just asking Nanping to do things according to her principle. You have forced me into a corner. Nanping's body trembled. She suddenly looked at the young man. The young man also knew what was going on. He trembled in fear. Obviously, he knew what was going to happen. It was not Lin Ling who wanted him dead, but senior sister Nanping wanted him dead. Chapter 1191. Tearing off the mask of hypocrisy, senior sister Nanping, you can't kill me. My grandfather treats you like his granddaughter. The young man took a step back, his face full of vigilance. Junior brother South Pole, don't panic. I'm just pretending to satisfy Lin Ling. How can I kill you? You're my brother. Nanping said in a low voice, making the young man relax. Could this be senior sister Nanping's stalling tactic? Listen to my orders later. If you have a chance, run away immediately and inform old man South Pole. Senior sister Nanping. Nanping said in a low voice again, slowly walking towards the young man. The young man nodded slightly, preparing to run away with senior sister Nanping. Sorry. Senior sister Nanping. But just as he let his guard down, Nanping's palm shot out, making the young man's eyes widen. In the end, he was hit, spitting out blood and falling to the ground. We're not his match, so we can't leave. Only if you die can I live. Don't blame senior sister Nanping. Senior sister Nanping. Nanping appeared in front of the young man, her face ferocious. Her voice was filled with madness. She condensed the spiritual energy in her body, and without giving the young man a chance to speak, she sent out another palm strike. Boom! The young man stared at Nanping, and in the end, she killed him. Before he died, his senior sister had not only sacrificed him, but also deceived him. At the same time, Lin Ling's smile was transmitted over. Very heartless. You even killed your own brother. You win. Go. Senior sister Nanping. Thank you. Senior sister Nanping. Nanping lowered her head, not looking at Lin Ling again. She stepped out, immediately shooting into the distance. She had killed 2 people, and finally left alive. Lin Ling was still drinking, his eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life. The world was heartless, treating all living things like dogs. In order to survive, Nanping could betray anything. Family, friendship, love. This was a warrior in a heartless world. But if it was Lin Ling, he would never be able to do this. His motivation to become strong was to protect, not to kill. Brother Lin Ling. Senior sister Nanping. Hai Xian and the others walked over, their hearts filled with complex emotions. Hai Xian said, Sister Nanping. If you let her go, who knows how many people will die. Senior sister Nanping. I'm not releasing her, I'm tearing off her mask of hypocrisy. Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance with cold eyes. In everyone's impression, Nanping was a kind girl who understood the big picture. However, in reality, Nanping was a narrow-minded and selfish person. Therefore, to deal with such a person, killing her would be too easy on her. The best punishment was to destroy her reputation. A delicate stone appeared in his hand. After he poured his spirit energy into it, an illusion appeared around Lin Ling. It was the scene from before. This was an illusion stone. Lin Ling had received it from a young girl when he was at the old man's residence in Dongfu. It had the ability to record the surroundings. If she henceforth turns over a new leaf, she will not enter the land of eternal damnation, but if she remains unchanged, death awaits her. Lin Ling chuckled as he put away the illusion stone. He knew that something interesting was about to happen. It is no longer suitable for you to stay here. You can come with me to Sky Tomb City. My people are in Sky Tomb City and can protect you. Lin Ling looked at Hai Xian and said. Everyone in Haishur village nodded. In this world, the strong were respected and the weak had no dignity. However, Lin Ling did not have the tyranny of the strong and continued to help them. Take me to Haishur City. Lin Ling smiled again. Okay. Everyone nodded. While Lin Ling and the others were heading to Haishur City, Xianpeng Province also spread the news that Lin Ling, who killed and stole the treasures in the star-plucking Violet Palace, was not dead and had returned alive. This news caused a huge commotion in the Xianpeng Great Region. Many people did not know who Lin Ling was, but everyone knew that this person had obtained quite a number of treasures. Most importantly, this person did not seem to be an outstanding individual, and his strength was not as frightening as everyone had imagined. Not dead? Then I must avenge my disciple. It is said that this person has obtained many treasures. If I can get his treasures, my strength will greatly increase. In every corner of Xianpeng Province, Many martial artists were eyeing Lin Ling covetously as if he was a treasure trove. They all wanted to rob him. At this moment, in Sky Tomb City, Venerable Si Kongming and the others also received the news. They were all very happy, but they were also curious about who spread the news. Although the news made them happy, it also undoubtedly informed the strong people in Xianpeng province. In this way, Lin Ling would also be in trouble. At this moment, at the huge teleportation array in Sky Tomb City, a white light was extremely bright. There were complicated runes on the ground around it. Then, a large number of figures walked out from the light. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe and carrying a big sword on his back. His handsome face made him look like a scholar, and his every movement carried the confidence of a venerable emperor. "You're back." The young man smiled. The young man smiled. He was Lin Ling. Then, Lin Ling looked back at the huge teleportation array and shook his head helplessly. The teleportation array was similar to a void vortex. It could be connected to various cities in Xianpeng province, but it was extremely expensive. In order to bring the people of Haisher village here, Lin Ling had used up all his savings. It seems that there are benefits to becoming a hero. Then, Lin Ling looked at the people in the distance. Previously, he had seen some people enter the teleportation array and spend very little primordial stones. Those people were outstanding people. It was said that when they became outstanding people, they didn't need to pay a single primordial stone to use the teleportation array. Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of voices came from the front. Lin Ling looked over and was immediately delighted. The people who came were Venerable Ocean Kongming, Yuman Yun, Ancestor Extreme Flame, and the 4 patriarchs. They knew that Lin Ling was not dead and would definitely return to Sky Tomb City. The fastest way was naturally to use the teleportation array, so they waited here quietly. They did not expect to see him. Everyone is here. Meng Yun, grandfather, mother. Lin Ling looked at the people rushing over from the distance. Endless ripples appeared in his heart. No matter how hard he fought outside, his family would always be one of the motivators for him to become stronger. Then, Lin Ling shot forward and knelt in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame. He did not look arrogant at all, as if he was a wanderer returning home. "It's good that you're back." Ancestor Extreme Flame's eyes were wet. He quickly helped Lin Ling up and stroked Lin Ling's face with his old hand. In his heart, Lin Ling would always be his proudest grandson. "Mother." Lin Ling looked at Mo Nianchen again. Mo Nianchen also smiled faintly. Her smile was filled with relief. She did not want her son to go out and train, but she knew that her son was everyone's flag and pillar. He had to become stronger and hold up everything. Therefore, all she could do was to bless her son. "Lin Ling, I thought you were dead." Yuman Yun could not hold it in anymore. She walked out from the crowd and immediately hugged Lin Ling. Tears flowed from her eyes and stained Lin Ling's chest. Lin Ling's heart ached. He knew what kind of pressure Yuman Yun had endured in this short period of time. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to hug Yuman Yun and let Yuman Yun know that Lin Ling was still alive. "I won't die so easily. Yes, I believe in you." Chapter 1192. Testing Heroes. I knew that those old fogies Empyrean Void Star were lying. My second brother didn't die. Sakura looked at Lin Ling and cried tears of joy. This brat is quite lucky. He actually managed to come back alive after encountering a powerhouse like Empyrean Void Star. Venerable Si Kongming sighed inwardly. In truth, if he hadn't seen Lin Ling with his own eyes, he would have believed that Lin Ling had already died. So sometimes, Lin Ling's luck was quite good. After surviving a great disaster, one is bound for good fortune. I feel that he has a chance of surpassing Empyrean Void Star. Madame Yuqin said with some anticipation. She had watched as Lin Ling grew stronger step by step. In the past, he had boasted that he would surpass Empyrean Void Star, but today, she felt that anything was possible. Everyone was happily chatting, but Hai Xian and the others were looking at Lin Ling with surprise. Lin Ling was cold and emotionless to his enemies, but they didn't expect him to have such a cute side. When he met his grandfather, he was like an ordinary junior, chatting and laughing with his friends. At this moment, a sense of happiness rose in their hearts. This was because they were also Lin Ling's friends and were protected by Lin Ling. Let's go back. After a long time, Venerable Sea Calming smiled and said. Everyone began to walk back to the Sea Calming Heavenly Palace. Lin Ling, why do I feel that your aura has changed after surviving a great disaster? You seem even calmer and more composed, like an emperor looking down on the world. As they walked forward, Sakura looked at Lin Ling with a puzzled expression. The others nodded. They also had the same feeling. Lin Ling seemed to have regained his calm and tranquil aura. This aura had also appeared in the Rainforest Holy Land in the past. Of course, this aura was even more obvious now, as if he was a true emperor. Is that so? Lin Ling shrugged. If Sakura hadn't said it, he wouldn't have had such a feeling. Could it be because of the Purple Mansion? One had to know that the Purple Mansion was a place that nurtured emperors. After bitterly cultivating there for a year, he had more or less obtained the aura of an emperor. Perhaps there is. Lin Ling said noncommittally. Yu Munyun smiled. I also have this feeling, but this feeling is very comfortable. I can't help but want to get closer to you. When Lin Ling returned to Dinghai Sky Prefecture, he discovered that everyone from the Rainforest Sacred Land was there. The 4 clan leaders, the Holy King, Mother Deer, and the others were all excited to see Lin Ling. Moreover, Dinghai Venerable valued Lin Ling so much that he even held a banquet to welcome Lin Ling back. It was a quiet night. Thank you, Venerable One. In the garden, Lin Ling held a jug of wine in his hand as he looked at the bright moonlight in the sky and smiled faintly. You're my subordinate. If I don't help you, who will? You should know that I, Dinghai Venerable, am the most protective of my subordinates. Dinghai Venerable smiled beside Lin Ling. He took the jug of wine from Lin Ling's hand and took a sip. He felt like he was in a dream. When he helped Lin Ling in the Rainforest Sacred Land, Lin Ling was like an ant back then. Because of his arrogance, Dinghai Venerable was moved. However, in a short period of time, Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to him. Now, they were already friends. For so many years, Dinghai Venerable had nurtured a large number of subordinates, but it was the first time he saw someone like Lin Ling who was growing at such a crazy speed. What do you think about this trip to Star-Picking Nation? Dinghai Venerable asked. There are as many experts as there are clouds. Xianpeng Province is more complicated than I thought. Lin Ling said bluntly. Of course, he was much better than before. At the very least, he didn't get played around by Celestial Venerable Void Star like before. This was a result of his strength. Moreover, with the Purple Mansion realm, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Celestial Venerable Void Star. Yeah. Even I don't dare to call myself king in Xianpeng Province. However, this time, rumors are spreading everywhere. I'm afraid that many experts will find trouble with you. I don't know who spread the rumors. How despicable. Dinghai Venerable said worriedly. I know who it is. Lin Ling wasn't surprised. After all, he had only seen Nanping since his return. This meant that the person who spread the rumors was about to be found. However, the news of his return to Xianpeng Province would spread sooner or later. Therefore, he didn't care. What he was interested in was that Nanping had chosen the path of eternal damnation. He had to admit that Nan Ping was indeed a powerful woman. Her martial strength wasn't very strong, but she was able to summon experts and use them for her own purposes. If she grew up, she would be a formidable woman. Unfortunately, Nan Ping met him. In this situation, what do you suggest, Venerable One? Lin Ling asked. If you're strong enough, you can go to the Qian Temple to take the hero test. As long as you're a hero, those experts won't dare to touch you easily. After all, the Qian Temple doesn't allow internal strife. What happened to the Purple Mansion realm was an exception. Ding Hai Venerable said. That's what I'm thinking. Sure. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. Although his strength had increased greatly, he still wasn't confident that he could ignore any experts. With the Purple Mansion realm, it was only a matter of time before he became a sovereign. Therefore, he needed some time. It was a good idea to go through the hero test. At least, it wouldn't be so expensive to use the teleportation formation. The hero test is held twice a year. The first half of the year will begin in 3 days. However, I'm afraid that it'll be difficult for you to pass at the moment. Why don't you participate in the second half of the year? Ding Hai Venerable said in surprise. Lin Ling seemed very confident. The second half of the year will take too long. Let's take the hero test in 3 days. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Ding Hai Venerable narrowed his eyes. He wasn't with Lin Ling in the star-picking nation, so he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling was in the second layer of the Transcendent realm. The most basic requirement for the hero test was to be invincible in the second layer of the Transcendent realm. Did Lin Ling reach that level? Don't worry, I'm determined to pass the hero test. What I'm interested in is the hero test. I heard that if you're a hero, you can use the teleportation formation for free. Lin Ling smiled again. In the star-picking nation, even the heroes weren't his match. Therefore, he was very confident in passing the hero test. You. Ding Hai Venerable was speechless. The hero test was to be invincible in the fourth layer of the Transcendent realm. How could Lin Ling be so confident? After chatting for a while, Lin Ling returned to his room. He was thinking about the hero test. There were still 3 days left, so he could increase his strength again. 3 days was like 3 years to him. In his mind palace, Lin Ling appeared. He looked at the blue sky, white clouds, green mountains, and clear water and smiled. Your Majesty. Elder Z also appeared and bowed respectfully. Give me more heavenly book martial arts. I want to increase my strength and prepare to challenge the Transcendent Realm 4th layer Undying Fire Emperor. Lin Ling said confidently. Your Majesty is indeed hard-working. If you continue like this, becoming an emperor is only a matter of time. Elder Z said with admiration. Chapter 1193. Arriving at Qian City, His Majesty's essence, energy, and spirit have all reached perfection. With his own strength, defeating a Transcendent Stage 4 expert isn't difficult. If he uses all his trump cards, there's a high chance he won't fear a Transcendent Stage 5 expert. For example, His Majesty's Soul Sealing Seal, His Majesty's Refined Armor, and other trump cards. His Majesty's Fiend God Overlord body has reached the first layer. Qi represents spiritual energy. His Majesty has 3 spiritual sources and an Earth-grade saint body, which is already at the peak of the second layer of the Transcendent Realm. Shen represents soul force, which is His Majesty's strongest domain. His Majesty has reached the 35th level, and all 3 are perfect. His Majesty is unprecedented. Old Purple analyzed. Lin Ling nodded. Having an elder at home was like having a treasure. With Elder Z's help, if he couldn't become an emperor, he might as well find a piece of tofu and kill himself. Bring out the heavenly book martial arts. Soon after, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. Time quietly passed. After his martial arts foundation had greatly improved, Lin Ling went to challenge the Transcendent stage for Undying Fire King. This time, Lin Ling used all his trump cards and narrowly defeated the Undying Fire King. One must know that the Undying Fire King was unrivaled in the Transcendent Stage 4 realm. Being able to defeat him meant that Lin Ling had few opponents in the Transcendent Stage 4 realm. His Majesty is like a dragon among men. Elder Z sighed. Lin Ling's innate talent wasn't very good. It was cultivated, but it was extremely terrifying. His essence, energy, and spirit were all at their peak and could still continue to grow. It must be known that the ancient martial artists either had strong essence and spirit, or qi and spirit. Very few of them cultivated all three at the same time. This kind of cultivation speed was very slow, but after the realm was raised, their strength would be several times stronger than martial artists of the same realm. Most importantly, Lin Ling's innate talent wasn't bad, but his comprehension and diligence had also reached a monstrous level. After a day of cultivation, Lin Ling went to see Little Flame before leaving. In the next 2 days, Lin Ling didn't go anywhere. Instead, he stayed with his family. What? You want to take the hero test? When Yu Man Yun and the others knew about Lin Ling's idea, all of them were extremely surprised. However, Yu Man Yun and Sakura had confidence in Lin Ling because Lin Ling had even defeated Ying Jia in Star-Picking Nation. Therefore, the assessment shouldn't be difficult. You guys are dreaming. Venerable C. Calming shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't think highly of Lin Ling, but the test for heroes was too strict. The test is hosted by the Qian Hall, and the participants must be under the age of 25. Moreover, each person can only have 3 chances in their lifetime. If they fail, they will lose their qualifications for the rest of their lives. Countless people fail the test every year, and some even fail all 3 times. Moreover, there are only 10 spots for each test. It is not easy to pass just because you have defeated a veteran hero. For example, Sakura. You have a Buddhist treasure on you and even elites aren't your match. But during the assessment, no treasures can be used. Hundreds of people will compete for the 10 spots. Some young people are the descendants of reclusive experts. They are very strong and have even defeated elites before. You have to compete with them. Venerable C. Calming continued. Sakura and the others gasped. They thought that since they had defeated elites, it shouldn't be difficult for them to take the hero card test. However, they didn't know that there were so many secrets hidden in it. They weren't allowed to use treasures and each person only had 3 chances. Moreover, they had to face the strongest martial artist in the assessment. Difficult, it was indeed very difficult. Some people have the hero card because during the assessment, the difficulty wasn't high and their average strength wasn't strong. That's why they succeeded. Venerable C. Calming continued. In that case, it depends on luck. Sakura and the others shook their heads helplessly. If the average strength of the martial artists in this assessment was very strong, then the difficulty of the assessment would be greatly increased. Lin Ling, you are still at Transcendent Stage 2. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to take the test. Yu Man Yun said worriedly. Lin Ling smiled contentedly and said, maybe I'll be lucky and the difficulty of the assessment won't be high. Venerable C. Calming was speechless. Lin Ling seemed to be very confident. However, he still reminded him, the competition among the elites is fierce. The assessment might be dangerous. Even if you don't do anything, you will still be in danger. Celestial Master Su Xing and the other experts are eyeing you covetously. Lin Ling smiled calmly. His words stunned Venerable C. Calming. He had to admit that Lin Ling's words made sense. After that, the crowd chatted again and left one after another. Fortunately, it was Lin Ling's first time taking the assessment. Even if he failed, he still had 2 more chances. 2 days later, Venerable Si Kaming brought Lin Ling and the others to Qian City. After passing through the teleportation array, they finally arrived at the sacred ancient city. This city was located in the center of Xianpeng province. It was a solemn place. Anyone from Xianpeng province's 9-star to 4-star Saint Realm experts would have to restrain their arrogance here. It was also very difficult to register. One had to have a guarantor to prevent people from the Kuan Palace from causing trouble here. Venerable Si Kaming registered Lin Ling in the name of the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture. Along the way, the crowd also saw that the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture was very ordinary in Qian City. Any expert that appeared here was not weaker than the Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture. Xianpeng province is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yu Mun-yun exclaimed. This was the first time she had walked out of Tianling City. She felt that the outside world was very magnificent. This was only the Qian Palace. If both the Qian and Kuan palaces gathered here, the scene would be even more unimaginable. After resting for a day in Qian City, the next day, the whole city became even more lively. Many strong cultivators from all over the world had arrived. Obviously, the exam was a big event in the Xianpeng Great Region. Many strong cultivators wanted to see how strong their disciples were. If they could become outstanding cultivators, or even become outstanding cultivators in one go, it would be a great honor for them. Plus, there would be additional rewards for becoming outstanding cultivators. So many people. Early in the morning, Lin Ling followed Venerable Si Kaming Heavenly Prefecture to walk on the streets. Then, they came to a vast square. In the distance, several palaces were floating in the sky. They were shining brightly and colorful. Some of the palaces were towering, while others were tall and straight. Each had its own merits. Around the square, a large number of floating platforms were floating. Experts from all over the square were sitting on them. There were the Lu Mansion, the 3 Yuan Golden Dipper Sect, the West Sea Dragon Kailan Palace, the Empyrean Fairy Palace, and other major forces. It could be said that almost all the forces from the 9 to 4-star sanctuary had arrived. Is Luo Xueman finally planning to come to this year's assessment of talents? This woman has never taken the assessment before. It is said that she wants to become a talent on her first try. That's amazing. No one has ever become a talent on their first try. Most of them failed twice before barely becoming a talent. As for the assessment of talents, those young warriors only took the assessment after a year after becoming talents. Luo Xueman is indeed worthy of being the second Xian Nu of the 9 heavens. It's said that if anyone can become a hero and defeat Luo Xueman in the first assessment, then Luo Xueman will marry him. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.